Chapter 301 Regular Season, The Group of Death. Chapter 301 Regular Season, The Group of Death. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Under the bright, burning sun in the middle of the desert, the two teams were staring at each other with a sand hill in between. The players were soaked in sweat as they stood on the burning sand and entered the energy-draining status. Even though they were not moving, their energy points were still decreasing at a steady rate. The location in the desert is too open, which is bad for us. We are probably going to lose here. Lone Crane was discouraged. This was Frenzied Sword's Rivervale club team. They were lucky as they had not met any strong teams. They had struggled their way through the competition, and now they are on the last batch of the qualifiers. If they won this game, they could get into the next stage. But it seemed that Rivervale's luck had run out. The randomized map was an open desert, which was bad for a composition focused on close combat. Lone Crane was annoyed, and because of that, the whole team's morale was down. Frenzied Sword stepped up to change the atmosphere and frowned. "Don't worry, the fight hasn't started yet. We still have the chance to win." Lone Crane shook his head. "The chance is too abysmally slim. You are the leader. Don't you say things words." Frenzied Swords got more and more unsatisfied on how the Lone Crane led the team. He had no leadership skills and did not give any insightful command. On top of that, he only brought a negative energy to the team. "Oh? Then what do you suggest we should do?" Lone Crane glanced over. "The enemy has a strong ranged attack abilities, so the only way for us is to close the distance. Of course, we will only get kite if we charge in recklessly, so the best way is to lure them into an ambush. I can hide in the sand, and you all act like you are running away and lure them to where I'm hiding. Then I can pressure their backline while you all turn around and attack. This is the only way. Luckily, I still have 2 shields for cover. Who wants to ambush with me?" Frenzied Sword said as he took out 2 oxygen shields. This was equipment that he always brought, and it was the essential tool for the plan to work. The teammates all looked at each other, and this time Lone Crane replied, "Since this is your idea, if we lose, you will be responsible for this." Lone Crane was obviously trying to avoid the blame so that he would be off the hook if he lost the game. Frenzied Sword hated this type of behavior and stopped paying attention to him. Looking at his teammates, a pugilist sped forward to be his partner for the ambush. They quickly selected a spot, and Frenzied Sword and this teammate hid under the cover and sank into the sand. Lone Crane and his team on the surface made some disguises and went on with the operation. They walked up the hill and exposed themselves in the vision of the enemy. Seems that they can't wait any longer." Isaac from the opposing team laughed. The other team with 6 people saw the movement of Lone Crane and his team. Isaac looked like the skillful one in his team, but in reality, all the 6 contestants were spies, all from other nations' clubs to challenge the competitive league in Planet Aquamarine. Every league had this type of team. The enemy is just a small club. I saw their matches before and they excel in close combat, but they have no synergy. Plus, we have the map advantage, so as long as we keep our distance, victory is ours. They moved up toward Rivervale and initiated their attacks while keeping their distance. Most of the players were espers. Isaac could create a small tornado, while one of his teammates could shoot laser beams from his finger. Another could even create a small white fishball that exploded like a grenade. Lone Crane and the other 4 ran with tails between their legs. Isaac's team quickly chased after them, but soon, they realized that there were only 4 people in Rivervale team. Where did the other 2 go? Isaac raised his suspicion and raised his hand. "Halt! I think they are luring us into a trap." Isaac thought that if Rivervale was luring them, then if he stopped, Rivervale would also stop, or at least they would slow down their pace to bait Isaac. However, Rivervale did not slow down and ran as far as they could. Lone Crane kept on running forward while being demotivated. He could not understand Frenzied Sword's strategy. Then he suddenly had an idea to push all the blame on Frenzied Sword. If he directly fought the enemy head-on without telling Frenzied Sword, at least it would seem like Lone Crane tried his best, while Frenzied Sword was hiding the entire fight. This would definitely make the higher officials be disappointed in Frenzied Sword. However, He could not purposely steer away from where Frenzied Sword was hiding since the rest of the teammates also knew the location. Therefore, the only thing that Lone Crane could do was make them look like they were luring the enemy into a trap. Thus, Lone Crane kept on running, regardless of whether the enemy followed or not. Lone Crane had been in the profession circle for years. For a man without much glory and achievements, he had been hired by Rivervale with a higher pay than before. However, he had never cared about winning or losing. The only thing that he wanted was to keep the position as a leader and enjoy the wealthy pay and luxurious life. There were all kinds of people in the professional scene, and the type like Lone Crane was also common. However, Isaac misunderstood the intention. He shouted, "Look at them go! They don't look like they are trying to lure us, and there's a lower chance that there will be an ambush in the open field. Let's chase after them." Unfortunately, Isaac was wrong. After chasing Rivervale for a while, they reached the ambush area, and a spot within the team exploded, covering them in sand. Frenzied Sword and his teammate rushed out and charged into the back line. It was so sudden that Isaac and his teammates' jaws dropped. Frenzied Sword used all his strength and tore open the enemy's formation. Lone Crane, who was far away, also frowned, and he had no choice but to lead his team back into the battle. The scene was in chaos. Despite the ambush, Isaac and his teammates did not back down easily, and Rivervale still had to fight an intense battle. Luckily, Frenzied Sword had a great performance and eliminated the squishy espers, getting a double kill. Formidable.com. After Isaac fell to the ground, the surroundings finally quieted down, and one could only hear wind blowing through the sand. Rivervale's victory. We won! Frenzied Sword waved his fist. We actually got into the next stage. Lone Crane could not close his mouth as he was shocked. Was the enemy so stupid that they could not tell his obvious act? As the final round came to a close, the names of the victors of the qualifiers were announced. All the players were excited, and the attention from the public also reached its peak. The qualifiers were just the appetizer. The regular season was the main course. From here now on, the competition would be in a normal schedule unlike the qualifiers. Every match would be intense and thrilling. From thousands of teams and hundreds of thousands of players, there were only 38 teams for group bracket and 62 players for individual bracket. Han Xiao skimmed through the list, and the four powerhouses had all made it into the regular season, while the rest of the teams are all famous clubs such as Madhouse, Mystic 9, and Storm. There were clubs from other countries, and there were only 3 non-professional teams. Rivervale was in the list of qualified teams. Han Xiao recalled that back in his own world, Rivervale never got into the regular season, and instead, a team with foreign players got in. As for the individual bracket, Frenzied Sword in both worlds was qualified for regular season, and the one in this world had more attention from the public compared to that of the other world. There were only 4 mechanic players in the individual bracket, and all of them were Cannon Master except Frenzied Sword, who was Mechanical Pugilist. Because of that, the audience showed more interest in him. In addition, the recordings of Rivervale's matches were released, and everyone witnessed how Frenzied Sword carried his team to victory. On the contrary, no one cared about the real leader, Lone Crane. In the eyes of the audience, he was just a side character who served no purpose, and they thought that Frenzied Sword was the irreplaceable part of the team. Lone Crane was envious of the glory, yet he could not duplicate Frenzied Sword's performance. He could only watch the Frenzied Sword getting more and more popular. Frenzied Sword was indeed a natural talent in close combat fighting. His skills kept on improving, and other mechanic class players replayed the tape of his matches to learn the techniques. Some players even went through some older posts and found out that Frenzied Sword was one of the mysterious characters under Black Phantom. The high-quality equipment and buffs had to have been given by Black Phantom. All the players could only drool next to the fancy equipment, and Han Xiao earned another wave of popularity. They did so much better than in my old world. Han Xiao was satisfied and was glad that his work paid off. A few days later, the secondary league also finished their matches, and only the top 2 got into the regular season. In the end, there were 40 teams in the group bracket and 64 players in individual bracket. The official site announced the results of the randomized groups in the regular season. The players were evenly spread out into A, B, C, and D groups. For every group, there were 10 teams for the group bracket and 16 players in the individual bracket. The regular season used a point system, where teams would fight against each other in rotation. Only the 2 teams with highest points would be eligible for the next stage in the group brackets. For individual bracket, there would be 4 players coming out of each group. The players' jaws dropped as they saw the list of the groups. Fried eggplants with Fish, Dynasty, and Long Sky, 3 powerhouses, were all in Group A. Moreover, Tiger Dragon Club and Sky Palace Club were also in Group A with another foreign club team. This was the Group of Death. With so many strong teams, only 2 teams could get out of this group stage. At least one of the powerhouses would be eliminated from the competition. This news threw the fans of those teams into turmoil. The atmosphere was already tense and nervousness when the regular season had not even started. Chapter 302, The Hidden Main Storyline. Chapter 302, The Hidden Main Storyline. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Galaxy Times made an objective analysis for each group in the tournament. Group A was the most competitive. The fan-favorite team since the start of the tournament, Long Sky, might even be eliminated there. Although Hao Tian was still overpowering all his opposition, many of the other teams that had survived thus far had been conserving their strength. Most of the teams had not revealed their trump cards yet. Under such conditions, even strong teams like Long Sky would have hard fights ahead. The fans of the teams who were placed into Group A were not having any of it. The fans of the 3 big guilds, especially, were flaming and spamming in the forums about how the tournament was rigged and why all those strong teams were placed in the same group. But their arguments were not at all convincing. Most of the neutral audience believed that if each of the 4 big guilds had been placed into different battle groups, then that would really have meant that the tournament was rigged. Of course, what was logic in the face of the crazed fans? The discussions on the forums were getting more and more heated as the tournament entered its pre-seasons. The pre-season matches did not count toward a team score and served as more of a warm-up for the teams to gauge each other's strengths or even misguide one another. Compared to formal matches, these warm-up matches were much less pressuring on the players. The audience loved watching these matches as players often played without restraint and used whatever tactics and plays they wanted. Each team's mistakes and insane outplays were soon turned into memes and analyzed on the forums. Bunhitdog also made a few videos on these warm-up matches. After the preseason matches would be a cooling period where teams would be given time to rest up and regroup. This was also when the clubs would amp up their advertising to hype up the next stage, which was the regionals. The waves of advertisements would be used to further excite the audience. Once the official matches began, it was already the 6th month of the Galaxy calendar. Han Xiao had stayed in the shelter this whole time to farm experience points from the players. Other than that, there was not much else for him to do. He had already met the requirements for the 3rd part of the hidden main storyline mission, but he could not get in contact with Hannes and thus could not turn in the mission. This was the first time that Han Xiao had heard about this mission, and he was not sure how things were supposed to go. When he still could not find Hannes despite going through the Darknet's intelligence network, Han Xiao realized that something was wrong. If even the Darknet, the largest intelligence hoarder on the planet, could not find him, then Hannes was really missing. After some more digging, Han Xiao found out that Hannes had last been seen at a barren wasteland called the Samar Desert. This kind of sound familiar. Han Xiao frowned. Oh right, I once visited this desert for a bounty mission. Basic strength in life was also obtained from this place. It was the ruins of a nation, and there were also wanderers trying to find traces of magic or the like there. Although Han Xiao was not very close with Hannes, since he was the NPC who gave out the hidden main storyline mission, Han Xiao was not just going to sit still as he went missing. Bennett had a similar thought. Just as the official matches were about to start, Han Xiao left the shelter and arrived at the Samar Desert with Bennett. Under the sun's glare, heat waves constantly rolled across the desert floor. All one could see past the barbed wires of the dark net checkpoint was an endless sea of sand. Hannes was last seen a month ago. He resupplied at this checkpoint before entering the Samar Desert, but he never returned. The man in charge of the checkpoint reported the details to Han Xiao and Bennett while showing the two the supply reports proving his words. I have already sent out search parties to look for his tracks. But The sands in the Summer Desert constantly shift and reform, and there haven't been any concrete results yet, said Bennett. Han Xiao glanced and asked, "Can't you come up with a better idea than that?" Bennett was helpless about this. Telecommunications and any other kind of communication all met a dead end. There's no other way. Searching this way was like trying to look for a needle in a haystack. Han Xiao shook his head. This is too much of a waste of time. But there really does seem to be no other way. Let's hope something comes up soon. The Summer Desert buried countless secrets, and Hannes may have run into a tricky situation this time. When Han Xiao started thinking about the ruins of Felonia and the remnants of a magic civilization, a thought started to form at the back of his mind. I'm afraid that Hannes may have already died. Bennett sighed. Han Xiao was not too sure about that. In the past, Bennett had raised tombstones for Hannes and the others, but Han Xiao felt like things were different this time. First of all, the hidden main storyline had not failed yet and was only stuck at the third stage. Han Xiao felt that Hannes should still be alive, as he was the mission NPC. Maybe this was all part of the storyline. Since there was no other way to progress the mission, Han Xiao decided to patiently wait for something to happen. Although he was curious about what this hidden main storyline would lead to, the reward that the mission offered was not that tempting. The great mechanic Han did not need to work hard to farm experience at the moment, and the experience that would be rewarded upon mission completion was nothing in Han Xiao's eyes. After sending out some more orders for the men, the two got back on their planes to return. On the plane, Bennett suddenly said, "I heard that your shelter is welcoming more and more inhumans. Make sure to keep a careful watch over them in case they decide to cause trouble one day." Han Xiao raised his eyebrow. "What are you trying to say?" "Inhumans have unclear origins, and they often demonstrate weird behavior," said Bennett with a heavy expression. "They are a ticking time bomb. If all the Inhumans decide to group together and rebel, the planet will see another bloodbath. We can't take another war. My sources tell me that the 6 nations had already contacted the space civilization, and they will soon send personnel down to our planet to investigate the Inhumans." "I know." Han Xiao gave off a faint smile and patted Bennett's shoulder a few times. Not only was Han Xiao aware of the Godora investigators' future visit, he even knew the specific date and time when their spaceship would enter the atmosphere. This was fate smiling down on him. The spaceship sent by Godora would be his chance to venture out into the stars in about another month. During the next month, Han Xiao followed his original plan and continued amassing experience points. More and more players were visiting the shelter every day due to the ongoing tournament, and Han Xiao never ran out of players to farm experience from. Han Xiao occasionally followed the tournament. There was now a new match format, the duel. Each team would send out 6 players to battle against another team's 6, one at a time. Winners would stay on the fight against the opposing team's next player, until one team has no players left. There was also a point tallying system where the total points your team would win, in the case of a victory, would be 6 points minus the number of players who were defeated in the match. Duels added variety to the tournament. As the official matches progressed, the situation within the battle groups had become clearer. Battle Group B, C, D's respective leading and runner-up teams had pulled away from the other teams in the group and were guaranteed to go to the next stage. They were Temple of God, Thunderstorm, Mountain Sea, and teams from 3 other foreign guilds. Frenzied Sword's team was unfortunately one of the bottom-placing teams and had no chance to advance. However, being able to enter the official matches had already allowed this newbie team to suddenly explode in popularity. Their team's success had caused Lone Crane to become ambitious, and he wanted to obtain an even better score. However, reality was harsh. All the teams that had survived to that stage were strong teams with elite players. Their team's overall strength was just too low, so no matter how hard he worked, they suffered defeat after defeat. Lone Crane was shocked, and he realized that his hard work was not going to make the difference. His ambition was also blown to the winds, but he was still a veteran and was quickly able to reset his mindset. That's enough. It's already not bad that we could get this far and fight with all these top teams. With this thought in mind, Lone Crane believed that he would be receiving handsome reward from his gaming club. However, reality gave him a face slap yet again. Rivervale Gaming Club official announced that they were going to have Frenzied Sword take over the team captain position for the future. Lone Crane immediately lost his standing, and the announcement was even followed by them sending Lone Crane to terminate his contract. He was utterly flabbergasted. The club's management were not blind. Frenzied Sword's performance in this tournament was clear for all to see. He had made it into the top 3 in the individual category and qualified for the regionals before finally becoming the only mechanic left within Planet Aquamarine's top 16 individual fights contestant. He was even dubbed China's #1 mechanical pugilist. A player with such a potential would naturally be taken extra care of by Rivervale. This was only the first tournament, and there were still many more chances in the future. They planned on having Frenzied Sword become the club's pillar, and were in the process of building a team around Frenzied Sword. On the other hand, Lone Crane, who lacked both results and commitment, was mercilessly kicked out of the club. Frenzied Sword did not really like Rivervale at first, but now that he knew they wanted to build a team around him, he was ecstatic. This was treatment that not even some star players would get. Once he obtained good results, his professional gaming career would kick off. Frenzied Sword was already somewhat of a star now, but he was not satisfied and always looked to improve himself to do even better in the future. He was full of determination, and he also made a note to himself to hang on to Han Xiao no matter what. Good things would always follow if he did. Frenzied Sword's results for the first tournament was actually already better than in the past. Han Xiao felt emotional as it was like watching his own kid grow up. Or more like raising a player. Freebnol.com. On the other hand, Electrolux, who had made it into the top 16 in Han Xiao's past, could not even make it out of the elimination rounds this time. This was mainly due to Han Xiao's interference with his early development this time, and it would not even have mattered if Electrolux had grade A potential for his Esper abilities. In Planet Aquamarine's tournament, only Battle Group A's standings were still unclear. This was a true death group. There are only a few more rounds of matches left, yet the top 5 teams were basically even in points. There was no way to tell who would come out on top in the end. Currently, Long Sky held 3rd place. Chapter 303 List of Finalists, Advancement of Plans. Chapter 303 List of Finalists, Advancement of Plans. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. In the group stage, Long Sky's momentum was repeatedly stopped by Dynasty and fried eggplants with fish. Having expectations on a team was a double-edged sword. When Long Sky performed poorly, the attention from the media would work against them as they sang the song of pessimism for the chances of Long Sky making it through the group stage. As an experienced team, Long Sky had a strong resilience to pressure. In the last few matches of Group A, the number of viewers again broke the record, but in the match between Long Sky and Dynasty, King Admiral single-handedly took down 4 opponents in the Group 1-on-1s and secured 1st place in the group bracket. Thus, Long Sky fell to 4th place. Under pessimism and doubts, the last round began, and Long Sky's opponent was fried eggplants with fish, which was in 2nd place in the bracket. There was a large difference in points, and in order for Long Sky to qualify, they had to completely dominate the match and take as many points as they could. However, fried eggplants with fish was also a powerhouse, and there was no hope that Long Sky could make it out of group stage. But just when the audience thought that Long Sky was going to be eliminated, Hao Tian and his team pulled off a miracle teamfight, which aced the entire enemy team. No mistakes could be found during the 1-on-1s, and they walked over the enemy. The 3 chariots, Dancing Fish Dragon, Perfume Bear, and Sun Eggplant, were dominated by Long Sky without knowing what happened. On the live stream, the screen was exploding with intensity in every frame. Fans from both teams were on the edge of their seats, as if their hearts were going to burst. Every time there was a turn of events, the audience would scream with excitement and nervousness. The points of Long Sky skyrocketed, and in an instant they had the same points with the fried eggplants with fish. The final outcome was determined on the team fight, and Long Sky surpassed their opponent and qualified for the next stage as 2nd place in the group. Long Sky pulled a reverse sweep. In the fight of powerhouses, fried eggplants with fish was destroyed. Long Sky promoted to the next stage by the width of a hair. Fried eggplants with fish was defeated with humiliation. Is this the end of a powerhouse? Competitions for Group A have come to an end. Dynasty and Long Sky move on to the quarterfinals. Long Sky's unbelievable comeback exploded in the forums. Fans of Long Sky were crying in tears as if it was a new year, and the tragic atmosphere and tone of the media quickly turned around. Only words of compliments were seen on the news, no matter how badly they had performed previously. Dynasty, Long Sky, and Fried Eggplants with Fish all held a press conference after the match. The reporters first congratulated the winning teams, and the representatives of the two teams appreciated the congratulations. Both teams replied to the questions with cliché formalities, thanking the fans and those who supported them along the way. In the final session of the press conference, the reporter gave the microphone to Fried Eggplants with Fish and asked, "Would you like to share anything after your defeat?" The representative for Fried Eggplants with Fish froze and said, "We performed poorly in the last match, and we did not meet our expectations. During the match, we made a lot of mistakes, and we could have done better. Long Sky is a strong opponent, and everyone witnessed how." This reply had been prepared before the press interview. They first started with acknowledging their mistakes and tried to learn from it. Then they went ahead and apologized to the fans. This response was a standard procedure if one lost a game, so the reporter could only stay quiet, and he did not even bother writing any notes. Suddenly, the team leader, Sun Eggplant, stood up. Even though he was known as the last of the three chariots, he was the leader of the three people. Sun Eggplant interrupted the response and grabbed the microphone from the representative. He faced the confused reporters and stared at Long Sky. "I don't want to say these fluffy words like, 'We tried our best. We lost, and that's an undeniable fact, but I can't let it go. I will win the title back next time.' Hao Tian, since we've both entered the quarterfinals in the individual bracket, if you see me, prepare to die." Hao Tian did not back down. "The result won't change no matter how many times you challenge me." Both of them started at each other, and neither backed down. Such exchanges were the ones that were exciting to write about. The reporters smiled and quickly recorded it. Dynasty, who was on the side, glanced at the two. It was ironic that the first seed team was just a side character. Second Prince clenched his fists and said, "The reporters are ignoring us now. I might as well go challenge." King Admiral was struggling to keep his eyes open as if he was sleeping. He slapped Second Prince on the back of his head and said, "Don't find trouble." Second Prince pushed away his hand and replied with annoyance, "Stop hitting me. You freak. Why are you bitching about me joining the challenge? Be ****. You are not even in the semi-finals." King Admiral's poke through the heart of Second Prince. Second Prince's face turned red, and he stared at King Admiral with anger, as if he was going to kick him in crouch. Second Prince felt that he was being mocked. King Admiral had not only advanced into the next stage in individual bracket, but he was also first seed and had the most points. He had been invited to the All-Stars, while Second Prince had been eliminated. That was why Second Prince was upset. At the same time, Temple of God also had their own press conference. They were lucky as they had been allocated into a group without much competition. They had also been invited to the All-Stars games. Li Gu claimed that they would bring trophy and pride to the country as they headed to the international competition. Temple of God claimed that they were the strongest and that they were the dragon's head of powerhouses. Li Gu walked on the path of China's representative team. Even though he was ranked second of China's players, the King Admiral was always timid and low-key with a casual appearance. On the other hand, Li Gu was handsome and strong, and they had the same popularity with tons of fans. There was a significant number of females within Li Ji's fanbase. While most of the fans for King Admiral were adult men, the fight between their fanbases was also interesting, and it was usually one of the biggest shows in the scene. As long as Li Gu and King Admiral fought against each other, this would be the extra show that would for sure show up. The teams who had qualified for playoffs all had their press conferences, and all sorts of statements were made by the teams. Some were extremely confident that they would win the finals, while some were humbler and more reserved. These scenes sure showed the variety of stories that one could see in the professional scene. And now, the schedule for finals was announced. Top 8 of group bracket. 5 Chinese teams: Dynasty, Long Sky, Thunderstorm, Mystic 9. 3 foreign teams: Son of Wind, Beast, Golden Orange. Top 16 of individual bracket: King Admiral, Sun Eggplant, Hao Tion, Li Gu, Frenzied Sword, Rainy Kim. Seeing the list, Han Xiao laughed as if it was harvest season. Quite a lot of them are also players that were famous in my previous world, Han Xiao smiled. The other reason he had followed the professional scene was that it was a venue for him to pick out skillful players. Anyone who got into the Planet Aquamarine competitive scene was a talent. In some nicer words, Han Xiao was preparing to bring natural talents to explore the galaxy. And this time, he would not only bring a few people. He would bring an entire fleet of players as his assistants. Because they would always revive after death, players were an extremely useful tools. Even though they were a bit weak, but there would be room for improvement in the new version. Even though robots could be used as gunpowder, one still needed money to make them. Players were free. Han Xiao was planning to start a family by taking the younger talents. He already had a plan: to create his own base. In version 1.0, players did not have a way to step into the galaxy. But if Han Xiao could provide the transportation, even the professional players would be shocked. Han Xiao had quite a lot of missions to complete, but there would not be much if he spread out the workload. This would limit the number of players that he could nurture. However, if the players were able to travel into the galaxy and be exposed to the opportunities around the universe, there would be endless missions, and it would definitely be attractive to players. This way, Han Xiao could bypass the threshold of missions that Han Xiao could take. The players would be at an advantage if they were first to start their adventure in the galaxy. No one would not be jealous of the opportunity. At the same time, Han Xiao could again restate his presence and make headlines again. The chosen players would slowly become closer to Han Xiao voluntarily and create a sense of acknowledgement. Han Xiao already had a blueprint for his plan. The number of players that he could take still depended on the situation. Inside his secret base, Han Xiao got up from his sofa, reached the armory and entered the password. The golden wall folded and opened up. A transparent pillar was in the room, and it was filled with gel and liquid. Inside the pillar was a brand new Amphiptera suit. It's time to go. Han Xiao pressed the button, and the gel was washed out of the pillar. The surface of the Amphiptera mechanical suit gave a cold shine under the light. Chapter 304, The Visitor from Above. Chapter 304, The Visitor from Above. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. In the night sky, far away from planet Aquamarine, a few wormholes were opening and closing while leaking rays of rainbow and lighting up the dark universe into a colorful playground. These lights focused together and scattered away, as if it was a thin layer of silk drifting through space, and mesmerized anyone who saw the view. Around the center of the shattered wormhole was a large space station floating in space, and the shape was like 3 buildings stacked on each other horizontally. On the side and on the top of the space stations were different towers, some of which were the signal tower, some were space stabilizer, and others were weaponry and garages for convoys. The bottom of the space station was a large metallic sphere, and a dark blue light surrounded the circle as if it was the path of orbit. This was the space station's reactor, engine, and gravitation stabilizer. The space station had a very complex and detailed structure, and it advanced and futuristic. The windows of the buildings were space decks for spacecrafts to dock. One would have no perception of the space station without looking at the map. Each one of the decks could accommodate a spaceship that was a few hundred meters long. The space station had tens of thousands of decks, and it looked at an artificial mountain range. It was Zurich Hub, the transit station of the Garten Galaxy. The wormholes floating around the station were the different pathways to different civilizations in the Kerbal Stellar. Using an immense amount of resources in exchange for help from the advanced civilization, a stable stellar gate had been built, which allowed people to travel across different areas and solar systems in the Kerbal Stellar quickly and efficiently. Fruobnovel.co. The space station took in thousands of spaceships every second, as if it was a beehive. A small spaceship covered in yellow and white flew into a space deck. The spaceship shook as it entered to gravitational area, and it headed into the garage after a few minutes. The garage was filled with blue and white. The original materials for the garage were a combination of special metallic bonds and macromolecule materials. After a few seconds, the garage sounded with a woman's digital voice. Identity authorized. Permit granted to dock. Welcome, Captain Kurlod, Space Investigator 741 of Godora. Whoosh! The door to the aircraft opened, and a man walked down as a platform extended onto the ground. He was a male Godoran with light golden skin. His hair was white and had 7 braids on the back of his head. There were golden spheres that were tied on the end of the braids. He had similar facial features to a human, but there was more space between the parts of the face. The body structure was also identical to that of human: 1 brain, 2 hands, 2 lands, and a schlong. There was nothing extra such as a tail or an additional limb. He was 2 meters tall, which was the average height of Godoran. Kurlod, who worked for the Godoran Space Investigation Department, was the captain of an investigation team. Even though his title was captain, he did not have any men under his command. He only had a Godora standardized suitcase, equipment, and the Observer, which was a small-sized spaceship. The spaceship was 30 meters long, and it could only hold 1 passenger. Kurlod was the one who had been sent to investigate the Inhumans on planet Aquamarine. Oh wow, a pure-blood Godoran. It's rare to see such an elite species. As the gate of the garage opened, a man wearing the work suit for the space station laughed. He had the same appearance as Kurlod, but he was much shorter, and his skin was not as gold. This was half-breed Godoran, where one of his parents was another species. An inferior breed. Kurlod glanced at the worker and looked down at him. Godorans had extreme pride in remaining pure-blooded and denounces mixed breeds. It was part of their culture that they should discriminate against those who are not pure-blooded Godorans. That was why he called the worker inferior breed. The man did not bother and said, "Just register. How long will you park here, and where will you be heading to?" "Stopping for 2 days to refuel. Then we'll head to Star Zone 9 to investigate an unusual phenomenon in an undeveloped civilization," Kurlod replied. "Star Zone 9? Isn't that a very dangerous place? Seems that you got the difficult work from your boss." But since it was an uncivilized place, the reason that they thought that it was an unexplained phenomenon was because of their lack of technology. "I can just take a look and come back in no time." Kurlod raised his chin, walked out of the garage, and headed to the resting station in the middle of the space station. After the two left, the gate of garage closed. After some time, a black gluey object crawled out from the platform of the space dock. It looked like it was a life form, and this unknown object was only a meter squared large. The gluey liquid slowly crawled up to the Observer and disappeared into the cracks of the spaceship. In the icy mountain range of planet Aquamarine's northern continent, a black helicopter with the Darknet logo rested on one of the mountains. Han Shao crossed his arms in front of him and viewed the clouds drifting in the mountain range. The cold air kept on slipping into his sleeves, but Han Shao did not feel slightly cold. On the other hand, the pilot who wore 3 layers of clothes was freezing to death. He asked with shaky voice, cough, "Your Excellency, what are we doing here?" Han Shao looked at him with surprise. "Are you new? Did you not learn the principle to never ask questions?" Of course I did," the pilot said with teeth chattering from cold. "But we have already waited for 4 days. Rather than not asking, I need to make sure if I need to prepare myself to die from hypothermia." Han Shao laughed. "What's your name?" "Huang Jian. Just finished pilot training last month." Han Shao was surprised. Huang Jian. Both of the characters sound like he's a creep. He must have a bright future ahead of him. With the boss joking around, what could Huang Jian do? He could only act like he did not hear it and ask, "Your Excellency, how long do we have to wait?" "1 day at minimum, but it might take up to half a month." Huang Jian's face froze. The difference was too much. After some thought, Huang Jian raised his courage and asked another question that violated the principle. "What are you waiting for?" Han Shao looked at him and replied, "You'll know once it arrives." There were only 2 people in the chopper. They chattered to alleviate the boredom. However, most of the time, Han Shao was watching the matches on the forum. The International All-Stars had started. All the top teams from each region competed fiercely, and the players brought endless entertainment onto the stage. Han Xiao used this to pass the time while waiting in the chopper. All stars had players from other regions, and all of them were strong teams from their respective countries, such as Magic Field from the United States, Rose Knights from the United Kingdom, Kimchi from Korea, and Tulip from France. All of them were in the same position in their countries as Temple of God in China. Seeing the familiar teams from the previous world, Han Xiao finally remembered that the champion of the first international competition was Tulip from France. All Stars was the very first international competition, and all the players from different regions would pay close attention this event. The popularity was at least 10 times greater than the competitions in local regions. All the winners from different countries would show their power and strength. Press conferences before and after the competitions were also filled with compliments and enthusiasm. This event was a chance for the top teams to advertise themselves, and it was also to promote the upcoming international stage. Temple of God from Planet Aquamarine also grabbed some fans from other countries as they performed well in the matches. Li Gu was happy with the result. 3 days after the end of the All-Stars, every region started their quarterfinals. The competition format was a best-of-5 team battle. Long Sky was lucky that they met a weaker team from foreign country, so the powerhouses did not meet. As for the individual bracket, Hao Tian was not so lucky. In the first round, he had to fight Li Gu. Before the match, Li Gu was out of character as he issued an aggressive statement. The first opponent I will face is Hao Tian, and I think that it is good news. I can't say that I will beat him for sure. If I'm being humble, I think my chances of beating him are around 90%. Chapter 305 The Crash. Chapter 305 The Crash. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Li Gu was very happy for suddenly becoming a hot topic among the players. Some even started to bet on his and Hao Tian's match. Although Li Gu had made it to the top 16, his main strategy revolved around slowly grinding opponents to death with his Esper abilities, and it was not all that entertaining. The vast majority of the bets were also made against Li Gu. Frenzied Sword was matched with Thunderstorm's Rainy Kim. Rainy Kim was also not an opponent to scoff at. Not only was she a pillar of the Thunderstorm battle team, she was also a great beauty. It was not uncommon for attractive female players to be well-liked, especially in the esports scene, which was dominated by male players. Rainy Kim's popularity was through the roof, and many of her crazed fans even went to Rivervale Club's official page to bash and threaten Frenzied Sword, saying that if he won, they would never forgive him. Han Xiao had been waiting at the top of the mountain for 7 to 8 days, and the pros had already finished their first round of matches. Li Gu had surprisingly won the best-of-5 against Hao Tian 3-1, winning 3 straight rounds after giving Hao Tian the first win. In the match recordings, Hao Tian was able to finish off Li Gu after the ladder kite for 10 whole minutes. Li Gu actually used the first game to analyze Hao Tian's fighting style, and starting from the second game, Li Gu played much more proactively, as if he had seen through all of Hao Tian's moves. His Esper abilities were also perfect for this kind of combat, and Hao Tian, like a prey caught in a spider's web, lost 3 consecutive rounds. Li Gu was actually quite a talented player. His career as a pro gamer was not long, but he had obtained many accolades. Han Xiao had even thought about adding him to his list of spare tires. The media immediately moved its attention to Li Gu, who had now stolen all of Hao Tian's previous popularity. He had now advanced to the top 8, and his next opponent was the one who had clinched victory over Rainy Kim, Frenzied Sword. Frenzied Sword had barely won his fight and was able to advance to the top 8. It was supposed to be a happy thing, yet Rainy Kim's fans were relentlessly bashing him on the forums. The voices of Frenzied Sword supporters were drowned in a flood of hate comments. It was not until Rainy Kim herself came out and asked her fans to stop that they finally stopped this behavior, albeit feeling wronged by the person whom they were supporting. Frenzied Sword had won the match fair and square, but all that meant nothing in front of Rainy Kim's crazy fans. It also was not as if she could just openly denounce her fans, and she was only able to secretly apologize to Frenzied Sword about this. The two were more or less familiar with each other as they had me during the beta testing of the game. Frenzied Sword felt helpless. He had won with his own skills, yet he had now gained a bunch of haters. However, in the end, results were the most important when it came to these tournaments. The majority of the audience saw the match and believed that Frenzied Sword deserved the win. The excessive hate on Frenzied Sword even triggered a bunch of the more neutral players, and many rose up to become Frenzied Sword supporters, allowing Frenzied Sword to somehow still gain popularity despite all that. Fame often came with trouble, and it was often hard to say who would gain the most out of those kinds of things. In Han Zhao's opinion, most of the audience and fans were just looking for someone to flame and to argue for the sake of arguing. When these anti-fans found out who Frenzied Sword was up against next, they started to laugh behind his back. "You deserve this. Haha. So this dumbass can only get this far. Boss Li Gu will definitely stomp all over him." Frenzied Sword had won about 50% of the practice fights against Hao Tian. Han Xiao thought that things were not looking good now that he was up against Li Gu, who had won 3 rounds in a row against Hao Tian. There was no way that both of the players that he had raised were going to be defeated by this Li Gu, right? "Sir, the satellites have discovered an unidentified object that's rapidly approaching the atmosphere." The observatory of Raylan in the northern continent was suddenly in alert. The satellite showed a light dot approaching planet Aquamarine from outer space. "Is this a meteor?" Target appeared on our scanners 3 minutes ago before. If it was a meteor, our scanners should have noticed it much earlier. Moreover, meteors should be more affected by our planet's gravitational pull. Don't tell me it's an alien spaceship? The target has increased in velocity. Estimated landfall in 8 minutes. Coordinates? Is it an unpopulated area? Target is estimated to land in a barren mountain range in the northern continent. The specific location is right by our country's border. The professor in charge of the observatory immediately gave out the order. "Report this to the higher-ups now. Request for troops to head to the landing site." Huang Jian was bored out of his mind. He had already been waiting in this darned wasteland for 10 days with Han Xiao, waiting for God knew what. But due to how legendary his boss was, the felt that Han Xiao was definitely there for a purpose, and he was curious as to what it could be. Han Xiao was standing in the snow when he suddenly looked up in the sky. He then immediately turned around and headed for the helicopter and took out his equipment. "Something's finally happening." Huang Jian was elated and asked, "What are you doing?" "It's here," Han Xiao answered without even looking up and quickly put on his gear. "What's here?" Huang Jian did not get it. Just as he finished asking the question, an ear-piercing sound came down from the sky, causing Huang Jian to look up. A fireball flew down from the sky, and one could more or less make out the shape of an aircraft amid the flames. Boom! The aircraft crashed into the peak of a nearby mountain, blasting black rocks and snow everywhere. It then continued flying down and cleaved a path clean through the snowy valley, burning all the surrounding trees as it passed and causing a mini earthquake. The high mountain peak collapsed and caused a small avalanche. Huang Jian's mouth was hanging wide open, and all the color had drained out of his face. Spaceship. Huang Jian could not believe what he was seeing and looked toward Han Xiao. He had heard all sorts of things about Han Xiao, but it turned out that this man was even more mysterious than in the rumors. He could even know when a spaceship was going to crash land. Quickly, Han Xiao had put on Amphiptera, stretched out the joints, and took out the flight device, bat wings, before attaching it onto the empty slot on his back. His helmet's interface showed that the flight system was functioning normally. "Fly!" Han Xiao commanded in his mind as he sprinted toward the cliff's edge, and the wings started to make out buzzing noises. The turbines span at maximum capacity, and the tail end spat out blue flames. "Phew!" Han Xiao felt a force lift his body completely off the ground. The flight system was connected to Han Xiao's nerves, and he controlled it to fly toward the crash site. The observer ship had gotten itself stuck, and half of its body was in the ground. The surrounding trees and grass were still on fire, but the ship itself seemed to still be in perfect condition. Its energy shield had protected the ship from breaking apart during the crash. However, the massive impact did damage the generator, and now the shield was greatly weakened while the engines were simply done for. Bang! The half-bent cabin door was kicked open, and Kurlad walked out unsteadily, while holding his head in pain and throwing out random Godaran curses. Kurlad pressed on the golden bracelet on his right arm a few times, and a suit that looked like ancient armor sprang out and covered his entire body. A semi-transparent layer of energy surrounded his head in place of a helmet. This was the Godaran Observer combat suit. The combat suit was made to adapt to the different living conditions and environments on the various planets that the observers visited. A synthesized mechanical voice sounded out from within the suit. Coordinates stored. Location: Planet Aquamarine, 9th star system. Gravity level low. Current temperature: 3 degrees Celsius. Climate type: air moisture level. Civilization level: planetary. Danger level low. Summary: survivable. Kurlad was still a bit shaken up and said, "Check body condition. Analyzing. Analysis complete. 3 bone fractures, moderate nerve damage, and minor damage to the brain. Inject nanohealant." Inject! Kurlad then felt a wave of coolness pass through him and was much better. He immediately climbed back into the cockpit as he wanted to check the reason the mainframe had stopped functioning properly. However, the warning told him that all systems were damaged. Kurlad felt rather helpless about this. He then tore apart the ship's exterior to reveal the internal structure. After ripping through a bunch of wires, he finally got his hands on a palm-sized metal box. The blue light shining from the box indicated that it was still working. This was the intergalactic communicator. Naturally, Kurlad's communicator was nothing like the cheap stuff developed by the Six Nations. According to observer guidelines, he needed to do 2 things right now. First, he had to use the communicator to get in contact with his headquarters, and second, he needed to request for help from the local civilization, the Six Nations. At this moment, buzzing sounds came from the sky, and a figure in a black mechanical suit with 2 huge wings on its back landed beside the ship. "So, it does look like what I thought it would. Oh, there's a survivor." Han Shao noticed the Godaran to the side. He was very knowledgeable and was able to tell that this was the observer suit. Han Shao raised his eyebrows before his gaze focused on the intergalactic communicator on the Godaran's hand. This was what he was looking for. Planet Aquamarine's local? Kurlad sized him up in a glance and switched on the translator mode, allowing his own language to be translated into what Han Shao could understand. He pointed his fingers at Han Shao and said, "You, tell me, what is this place?" Chapter 306 Explosion. Chapter 306 Explosion. Translator: Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. In the clairvoyant view of Destiny's Child, it could never show the details on whether a person lived or died. Han Shao had originally decided to first get to the crash site of the spaceship and steal the intergalactic communication device. This device was the most important factor to leave the planet. The spaceship was never the target. As it turned out, the device was still in the investigator's possession, so the original plan would not work. He had to think of a new way to deal with the investigator. Han Shao thought quickly. Do I rob or swindle him? Seeing that Han Shao still had not replied after some time, Kurlad frowned and said, "Hey, I asked you a question. Answer me. Are you the visitor from Godora?" Han Shao made up his mind and slowly moved toward Kurlad. The civilization from this planet requested help. "I am the investigator responsible for the assistance." "Who are you?" When Han Shao was within 10 meters of Kurlad, he replied, "I am the messenger of planet Aquamarine. I am here to invite you to our place." "Good. Take me to the most powerful leader in this civilization." Kurlad was surprised and dropped his suspicion. He suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait for a second. I need to report back to the people who sent me here." "No problem. Waiting is the least I can do." Kurlad was satisfied with the treatment from planet Aquamarine, and he was even more pleased with the attitude of this messenger. Just as he lowered his head and turned on the communication device, Han Shao suddenly charged forward. The Batwing flying device suddenly activated, and Han Shao shot forward as if he was a cobra. Han Shao kicked right on Kurlad's body and snatched the device from his hand. Bang! The impact of the kick was powerful, and Kurlad was knocked back and crashed into 4 trees. Han Shao put the device in his pocket and prepared for battle. He had decided to take the first step and create a momentum in the battle. If he had left the investigator alone and could not stop him from contacting the Six Nations, then his identity would be revealed. More importantly, there would be no place for Han Shao to do anything if Kurlad talked to the Six Nations. Therefore, the only choice that he had was to take action. There was actually another way, where Han Shao acted like he was a man from an advanced civilization that had ended up stranded on planet Aquamarine. He could borrow the communication device to call for help, and the best-case scenario was that the Godaran would be willing to help, but chances for that were slim. It would be more likely that the Godaran would raise their suspicion and become alert. Knowing that the other party was from an advanced civilization rather than an uncivilized one, the investigator would hold a different attitude, and the chances of successful sneak attacks would be lower. Moreover, using the identity of an advanced civilization was not always beneficial. Ghidorah was one of the most powerful civilizations in the entire galaxy. There was no reason for them to help him. Even if Han Shao was willing to offer money, Kurlad could still contact the Six Nations to get resources. So, it was possible that they would not help Han Shao. The most likely scenario was that Godaran would have bad intentions. Was it not a freebie to kill a wanderer without any backup? With only a few seconds to think, Han Shao had decided to directly use brute force and rob the device. Not only that, he also came up with a new plan. First, he had to stop Kurlad from talking to the Six Nations. On the receiving end of the attack, Kurlad slowly got up without any injury. The battle suit was still releasing a golden glow, which was the shield embedded in the suit. Kurlad's expression was cold, and he took the two small golden balls that were attached to his braids. The mechanical force flashed on his fingertips, and the small ball expanded. One ball became a golden shield, while the other ball turned into golden spear. The appearance was old-fashioned, but one could feel the energy embedded in the weapon, showing that they were not ordinary weapons. You uncultured swine, you've made a big mistake. The transformation from the golden ball to a weapon was a mechanic skill. Advanced civilizations basically had this skill in hand, and it was clear that Ghidorah had better equipment. Kurlad was a LV-63 mechanical pugilist. Pure-blooded Godarans had much higher attributes compared to humans. His attributes were not lower than the LV-60 pugilist on planet Aquamarine, and with advanced equipment, his power points were around 3,000 Ona, a Class C super. Just from the power points, he was stronger than all the LV-60 superhumans on planet Aquamarine. But he did not surpass Han Shao. The battle erupted. Han Shao spread out his wings, and the 4 machine guns on the wings fired rapidly. Kurlad raised his shield, and the shield released a larger circular light shield on top of it. Ding ding dang dang. All the bullets were reflected by the light shield. Kurlad roared with anger and pointed his spear right at Han Shao. The head of a spear suddenly fired a golden bullet in an arrow shape. Han Shao jumped in an instant, and the bullet passed right by his feet. The bullet left clear holes in the trees that were on its path and disappeared into the distance. Godaran craftsmanship combined technology and magic, so it was not an ordinary weapon that was based on technology. Instead, its power was stronger than normal explosive powder, where one light bullet could take out 500 armor points. The damage was extremely high. Han Shao hovered in midair and used the sniper to kite the enemy. However, all the electromagnetic bullets were blocked off by the shield. At the same time, Kurlad pulled off another golden ball, which formed a weird gun that was the size of half of the body and fired into the sky. Hong! A bright red beam shot out of the barrel. Han Shao tried to dodge it, but he still got tagged by the edge of the beam, and the armor points dropped by 300. The mechanic class clearly showed the power of having a better equipment and weapons. Kurlad was supposed to be an enemy from version 2.0, so it was natural that one felt his damage was too high. Even though investigators were not famous for their combat skills, Kurlad was different. He had great confidence in his combat abilities, and he thought that he could suppress anyone from the lower civilization with just his equipment alone. Kurlad had the sense of pride as a part of a higher civilization, and he did not put planet Aquamarine in his eyes. He did not understand why Han Shao attacked, but a lower species trying to challenge him was just to ask for death. He wanted Han Shao to understand the position that he was in. Han Shao remained calm. It was not the first time that he had fought someone stronger than him. Even though Kurlad had good equipment and attributes, but he was still an elite model, so the skills and abilities were all normal. This is probably the first time I've fought with a space soldier. His ranged attack is stronger than mine. I need to try and get close. Han Shao instantly adapted his plan and dove down onto the enemy. For sonic spheres flew and exploded around Kurlad. Kurlad's shield was affected by the attack, meaning that the attack was stable. Kurlad counter-attacked with his spear. Han Shao also used a basic shield made out of electromagnetic field and blocked the attack. The sparks dance around the friction between Han Zhao's electromagnetic blades and Kurlad's shield. Bang bang bang. Punches and kicks with huge bursts of energy landed on Kurlad's body. The shield was heavily weakened, and the suit was also heavily damaged. Even though close-quarter combat was advantageous for a mechanical pugilist, Han Shao had a variety of skills and abilities that overwhelmed Kurlad. The two men did not rest for a second, and the battlefield was soon moved away from the spaceship crash site and into a forest. Even though the Goddard investigator had the advantage in equipment, Han Zhao's attacks were too complex and unpredictable. Kurlad could not hold back the attacks as he got more and more frustrated. Sonic Sphere Penetrate again released a penetrating sound wave. The shield flickered, and the energy was finally exhausted. He's so hard to deal with. As Kurlad realized the danger that he was in, he intentionally left an opening and used his suit to take a direct hit from Han Shao. The light of suit dimmed again, but Kurlad had the chance to open up another ball. It turned into a battle axe, which was the weapon that had the highest damage. He had decided to end this battle. The axe exploded in light like burning sun, and Kurlad whirled it in the air and chopped down. Hong! The earth cracked and the impact wave exploded onto the side. The suit showed another ferocious crack, and the armor points dropped again. One more! Kurlad roared. He took a step back, used another skill as his body shined, and attacked again. The signal of danger was imminent and deadly. The air pressure was landing at extremely high speed. Nice! Han Shao was happy instead of being afraid. He quickly activated the skill that he had saved up. Aftershock. Death Thorns. Dang! The battle axe flew away, and Kurlad fell to the ground on his knees as his hands were covered in his own blood. The maxed-out skill Aftershock, Death Thorns, could return 50% of close combat damage, which broke through Kurlad's armor and dealt actual damage. The sonic spheres again landed on the enemy, and Kurlad was knocked away. However, the shield on his suit was still active. You are strong. I did not think that this planet had people who are this strong. Kurlad tried to catch his breath. He stood up again and took another 2 balls, which turned into another shield and a longsword. But choosing to fight me was your biggest mistake. My equipment is so much stronger than yours. You are a strong fighter, so I will kill you with honor. Han Shao stopped moving and shook his head. Man, I didn't want to do this. Before Kurlad realized what was going on, Han Zhao's energy power boosted at an insane rate. The thick and strong mechanical force covered the mechanical suit, as if it was a lightning snake crawling on his body. The energy core of the mechanical suit was so bright that it hurt Kurlad's eyes. At the same time, a shadow of a man wearing a black mask appeared behind Han Shao. Mechanical skill, Snake, Devil. Energy core overloads, attributes buff increases. All modules have no cost. Duration of status, 2 to 7 minutes. Cooldown, 7 days. Character summon card, Germinal Organization Leader, Combo Penetration. For the next 8 seconds, all skills deal critical true damage, ignoring all armor. The target's defense status will also decrease by 24%, lasting 5 minutes. Usage, 1 of 12. And also Flaming Will, Overload, Surging Mechanical Force. Bang 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 bang. The tsunami of attacks washed over the frightened face of Kurlad. Chapter 307 Alien Captive. Chapter 307 Alien Captive. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The sound of the explosions came continuously from where the spaceship had crashed. Huang Jian rubbed his hands and exhaled. Worried. Sounds like a battle, but who is he fighting? Huang Jian was confused. In this unpopulated wilderness, was Han Shao fighting with an alien? Even the thought of it made him think that it was such a crazy world. After a while, the sound disappeared, and Huang Jian worried even more. Although he had heard of how strong Han Shao was, the enemy was an alien after all. If anything happens to him, there won't be anyone giving me orders. Should I continue to wait or... Just as he was in a dilemma, an outline of a person flew in his direction from the place where the spaceship crashed and approached very quickly. It was Han Xian, and he landed near the helicopter. Some parts of his mechanical suit had even cracked, exposing the wires inside, sparkling with electricity. "Great, you're okay." Huang Jian heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he saw that Han Shao had brought along a being of a species that he had never seen before, and its feet and hands were locked by electrical handcuffs. That was Kurlad, who had multiple bruises on his face and was naked. Ali." Huang Jian stuttered and pointed at Kurlad in shock, unable to say a complete word. "An alien. Took me quite some effort to capture him." Han Shao grabbed Kurlad by his hair and stuffed him into the cabin. This Godarin's face was filled with rage, but his mouth was blocked, so he could not say anything. Huang Jian was stunned. He knew that Han Shao was strong, but he did not know that Han Shao was so strong that he could even capture an alien. His knowledge of Han Shao was refreshed. "Fly the helicopter quickly. This place is close to Raylan's border, so their people will be here very soon," Han Shao said. Huang Jian started flying the helicopter hastily, and they departed. Han Shao took off the mechanical suit on the helicopter and checked its damage. The armor was only at 20%. The Godora investigator's equipment was much more advanced. However, his last burst had made Kurlad unable to fight back at all. All Kurlad could do was lie there and take it. He destroyed the investigator's suit, seized the tiny golden ball, made sure that Kurlad would not be able to touch any weapon, and only left him with a translator to make fooling him easier. No, to make communicating with him easier. He got the communicator and a Godarin. The result was better than expected. I can still get quite a number of things from him. I shall deal with him after getting back. Han Shao thought on the new plan. Huang Jian was very curious about the alien, and he kept turning back. "Your Excellency, does he bite?" He, a high civilization investigator, was being looked down on by a native as a savage beast. Kurlad was furious, but his limbs were all tied, so he could only express his protests by knocking his head on the metal plate strongly. "I don't think he bites." Han Shao touched his chin and said with a low voice, "But seeing that he's so furious, maybe he has such twisted interests." Bang! Bang! Kurlad continued knocking his head on the metal plate. "Is he edible?" Huang Jian asked curiously. Han Shao pinched the Godarin's arms and said, "The skin is quite smooth, and the meat is rather solid. Are you interested?" Huang Jian hesitated, then nodded and said, "I have never eaten an alien before." Boom, boom, boom. The frequency of head knocking on the metal plate became higher. "Underdeveloped. Savages." Kurlad growled in his heart. Then a tint of fear appeared in his mind. "Do these natives really want to eat me?" Huang Jian was very interested and asked questions one after another, wanting to understand how Han Shao knew an alien would arrive in planet Aquamarine and why he captured the alien. Incidentally, Kurlad wanted to know the answer to these questions as well. First, the spaceship malfunctioned and was barely crash-landed. Then came the strong guy in a mechanical suit, saying that he was there to welcome him. However, this representative sneak-attacked him, beat him up, and bound him. Thinking that the analysis panel's danger evaluation to planet Aquamarine was low, Kurlad was in a rage. How long has it been since the database was last updated? How is this not dangerous? Besides, who is he? Why did he capture me? How did he know I crash-landed here? Kurlad could not figure it out, and of course Han Shao was not saying anything. Is it a male or female? Huang Jian was curious. Check it yourself, Han Shao said with a weird expression. Huang Jian opened his eyes wide and looked for a while, then said in surprise, I thought that since this alien's build is so huge, it should be huge too. Boom! Kurlad could not take the humiliation anymore and used all his strength to bang his head against the metal plate, knocking himself unconscious. More than 10 minutes after the helicopter left, Raylan's troops arrived late at the scene, found the crashed spaceship, and immediately locked the area down in shock. This is a spaceship from outer space. According to the orders from above, this is a spaceship from the friendly Godaran civilization that was specifically sent to help us investigate the Inhumans. Even the mountain peak was destroyed. This was not a usual landing and the spaceship wrecked. Check for survivors immediately. Report: no corpses were discovered in the spaceship. There are traces of a battle here. Raylan's troops collected clues, observed the battlefield, and reached their first conclusion. Two people fought each other, both superhumans. One of them used weapons unknown to us. The marks on these trees seem like they were melted through by laser beams. The slash marks are extremely smooth. They were not caused by ordinary cold weapons. These battle traces have comparatively higher radiation levels, so this should be the Godaran. The other party used firearms. The metal construction of the bullet shells is similar to ours. There are also some armor shards in the ground, so this should be someone very strong in our planet. The actual person needs to be further verified with the database. From the destruction level of the scene, this person's strength is definitely at the top of planet Aquamarine, and there are very limited people in this category. The person should be identified within a short period. The result of the battle was most likely that the Godaran was captured and taken away. Are there any other discoveries? At this time, a researcher noticed that the spaceship's armor was open, and inside were the internal parts of the spaceship. He looked inside curiously, and as he was using the torchlight, he suddenly found something special. The researcher said, "There seemed to be liquid in the spaceship." Liquid. The crowd surrounded the area. With a strong light shining in, they found a pile of metal and pipes covered in black, sticky liquid. What is that? Probably fuel. At this time, the officer suddenly said, "Orders from above. Transport the spaceship back to the nation secretly." The accident that happened to the Godora spaceship was a once-in-a-blue-moon chance for the planet Aquamarine regimes, so Raylan decided to research on the technology of the spaceship. Since they were behind the other civilizations, they had to grab any chance to develop themselves. The hope of prospering only appeared when there were risks. Of course, Raylan did not want to anger the Godaran civilization, so they would report this to the Godaran civilization, but they were going to delay it for some time, acting oblivious to the situation. Freebnovel.com. Raylan took this very seriously. They were determined to prevent news of the incident from spreading, and they wanted to have the spaceship excluding themselves. About the missing Godaran, Raylan decided to search in secret. The engineering team soon arrived. They dug out the spaceship, covered it in black cloth, and used 3 transporting helicopters to move it into Raylan's territory. Chapter 308 Deal. Chapter 308 Deal. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Being back at the sanctuary, Han Shao locked Kurlad in his secret base, then checked his battle trophies. Godora Battle Spear. Supermodel. Type: highly compressed cold weapon plus light element enhanced. Quality: green. Basic stats: melee damage 247 to 255. Ranged damage 294 to 381. Power output 346. Requirements: above LV 50, above 1500 energy. Length: 1.7 m. Fruboval.cm. Weight: 37 pounds. Energy source: LV.3 magic engraving. Made in Godora Military Satellite 7, Dawn Military Workshop, number 248 assembly line. Product serial number PV1324. Ability: Golden Thrust. Activates energy engravings and releases magic bullets from the tip of the spear. Energy usage: 5 per shot. Cooldown: 11s after every 20 shots. Ability: Godora Slash. Using 10 energy, releases an arc light blade, plus 240% attack area of next slash, plus 60% damage, deals splash damage. Cooldown: 8.6s. Additional effect: Magic Affinity. Using Me Gold as the material, plus 12% magic resistance. Additional effect: Portable Compressing. Can be compressed into a gold sphere. Remarks: Godora crafted weapon, made with Me Gold, has light element blessing and high compressing technology. A product made from the combination of vintage aesthetics and advanced technology, of magic and technology. It is usable in both melee and ranged battles. It is common equipment in Godaran civilization. These small golden spheres were assembly line products, standard equipment for an investigator, and not made by Kurlad himself. He was a standard galactic warrior. Plus, mechanical pugilists were more focused on fighting, so their building abilities were very low. All 7 golden spheres were products of technology and magic. The basic damage was 2 to 3 times higher than usual gunpowder firearms, and with the enhancements from mechanic abilities, the difference would be even larger. The standard equipment for high civilizations could be roughly divided into 2 types, normal models and supermodels. Stronger beings could use strong weapons with higher requirements and make better use of their energy, whereas normal models were equivalent to gray quality. The super in supermodels referred to those with superpowers like superhumans. However, naturally, not every being in the universe was a human. Thus, super was used as a catch-all term. Magic knowledge is not compatible with me. I can't reverse engineer the building process of this equipment. In the case of the normal path of pure machinery, after the gunpowder firearms should be the electromagnetic energy firearms, and the basic attributes of those are about the same level as this. Han Shao nodded. The strength of standard equipment of civilizations was an indirect indication of that civilization's strength. Godora was a galactic civilization, and compared to the entire galaxy, its civilization level was in the middle. However, in the eyes of planet Aquamarine people, any civilization able to travel in the galaxy was an advanced civilization. If players wanted to build mixed equipment with combined technology, it would require different classes working together, a mechanic building the basic structures and a mage giving blessings. There were also some restrictions on the details. This was the first batch of galactic equipment that Han Shao had acquired, and his favorite was that firearm that could shoot a beam cannon which had a very magical name, Wrath of Garrett. Its range was 600 meters, and its basic damage was an astonishing 500. It could temporarily replace the Ghost Sniper rifle, becoming the best weapon to use with Flaming Will. However, the most important thing about a mechanic was the machinery they made themselves. Only these could be considered as regular equipment. Han Shao was very clear of this fact, and these new weapons could only be used during his transition into the galaxy. After putting away the equipment, Han Shao took out the galactic communicator. His face turned serious in the face of the key item. At this time, Kurlad, who had been tossed and left in the corner, secretly opened his eyes. Seeing that Han Shao was looking at the galactic communicator, his lips warped into a sneer. Although he had become a prisoner, Kurlad still held onto his sense of superiority. He was sure that this planet Aquamarine native would not be able to use the communicator. In his eyes, Han Shao was like a monkey getting its new toy. A thought appeared in his mind, and Kurlad suddenly felt energetic. He doesn't know how to use any of this equipment, which means he will definitely ask me about to use them. Maybe I can trick him into sending a rescue signal to the headquarters without him knowing. Kurlad felt this plan could work, and he became excited as he saw hope. At this time, Han Shao easily brought up the translucent crystal screen of the communicator, looked at the screen full of Godora words, chose the option to switch language instantly, and changed it into planet Aquamarine's language. Back then, when Godorans first came in contact with planet Aquamarine, they had keyed the planet Aquamarine language into the database. This was one of the things that had to be done when they discovered a new civilization. Only then could they analyze the language for ease of communication. The galactic communicator was a necessity for galactic travel. Every player in his previous life used it before, and Han Shao was so familiar with it that he could even operate it with his eyes closed. He easily brought up the login interface for a personal account, turned to look at the stunned Kurlad, and said casually, "Kurlad, right? Good that you're awake. Now, tell me your personal account. How can you possibly know how to use the communicator? And about personal accounts? Who are you?" Kurlad's eyes were filled with disbelief. He could almost not make sense of his words and was terrified. How could a native know about these things? There was only one explanation for this. This guy is definitely not a native. He came from the galaxy as well. Thinking of this, Kurlad's sense of superiority was nowhere to be found anymore. He was stunned and confused. Originally, he had planned to threaten the man with the name of Ghidorah, but it would only be useful against a native. People in the galaxy would not be afraid of such a vague threat at all. With the distance and peace treaty limitations, this method would not work at all. Furthermore, he was just a little investigator, not anyone in a high position. Who am I? Han Shao raised the corner of his lips and said deliberately mysteriously, "Our meeting was rushed. Please allow me to officially introduce myself. My name is Han Shao. There's nothing else you need to know." Kurlad was more convinced of his guess and felt that Han Shao was very mysterious. He looked Han Shao in his eyes and saw an abyss filled with mist. Suddenly, it occurred to him, and he yelled, "Wait a minute. How did you know my name? You are a Godaran investigator, ordered to investigate the so-called Inhumans in planet Aquamarine," Han Shao said slowly. "Due to unknown reasons, your spaceship met an accident. Are you a mind reader or foreseer?" Kurlad said with a cautious expression. He discreetly used his energy to protect his mind. However, he did not discover any traces of it being invaded. "Yes," Han Shao said mockingly. This attitude made Kurlad grind his teeth, but he had no choice under such circumstances. He held his anger and asked, "Why did you attack me?" Han Shao pointed at the communicator and said, "Don't worry. This is not personal. I also am not hostile toward Ghidorah. All I want is this." "You call this not hostile?" Kurlad tried to pull away from the mechanical chains in rage. Han Shao sat on the sofa, placed his hands on his knees, leaned toward the Godaran with a pressurizing look, and said coldly, "If I was hostile, you would already be dead. You just think I am still useful to you," Kurlad said with abhorrence. "Correct answer, no reward." Han Shao smiled. "I just need the communicator to contact Galactic Travel Agency and leave this planet. We cannot be considered enemies. The crash of your spaceship had nothing to do with me, and attacking you was just to prevent accidents. I know about Godaran's arrogance full well, and we can only have a proper talk after I defeat you. Now I have a deal I want to talk to you about. Of course, you are in no place to reject." Kurlad clenched his teeth and said, "Go ahead. I need to borrow the money in your personal account. If you are willing to cooperate, I can let you go and bring you to leave with me. At that time, you can return home if you like." Kurlad was surprised. "You're willing to let me go? Why not?" Han Shao laughed. "I have no grudge with or hatred toward Ghidorah. I'm just robbing you of your money, not your life. I didn't really hurt you. Or is it that, because I defeated you, you are holding grudges and want revenge?" Kurlad thought carefully. Indeed, Han Zhao's direct conflict with him was only their fight. Although he had lost, Han Shao did not hurt him severely and even gave him a chance to return home. Ghidorah had the old tradition of admiring the strong, and he was an investigator, so fighting was normal. Although he was still quite upset, Kurlad's rage gradually cooled down. After pondering, he said with dignity, "As long as you fulfill your part of the deal, I am willing to cooperate. I can promise in the name of God Gal that I will never seek revenge. I admit my defeat. God Gal was the religious god of Ghidorah, so this kind of promise was very solemn." Chapter 309 Already. Chapter 309 Already. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Clank. The heavy chains fell onto the ground. Kurlad heaved a sigh of relief, moved his limbs around, and awkwardly looked down on his nude body. "Can I?" A set of clothes were thrown toward him. Kurlad shoved them on hastily. Being naked would have humiliated anyone. Han Shao stared at Kurlad with a smile the whole time. Kurlad's personal account had galactic general currency. Calling the Galactic Travel Agency needed money, and since Han Shao was unsure if they would accept resources as payment, getting the general currency was insurance. Furthermore, he indeed did not want to kill Kurlad. Although he had the upper hand now, Ghidorah definitely knew that an investigator had come to planet Aquamarine, gotten into an accident, and lost contact. Thus, they would contact 6 nations at some point or even send out new investigator team. The truth would always be revealed. If he killed Kurlad, the conflict would only get more intense, and there was no need for that. Letting Kurlad live meant that the personal conflict would not become a bigger one. Investigators often met a bit of danger. As long as he did not die, Godora would definitely not bother, as such small conflict was nothing. Of course, although Kurlad had made a promise, Han Shao did not trust him completely. At least he would not let Kurlad out of his sight in Planet Aquamarine and would not return any of his equipment to him. Because of him acting mysterious, Kurlad assumed that Han Shao came from the galaxy as well, so he would not dare to make a move easily unknown of his identity. As expected, Kurlad asked again, "Who are you really?" "Galactic human," Han Shao said with perfunctory. The human race in the galaxy was a very large species, and there were countless branches. Kurlad observed that Han Shao seemed to be the most common type of galaxy human race. Not being able to identify Han Shao's origins, he scratched his head and said, "Okay, I will not ask again. When are you planning to leave?" "I want to go home soon. Not too long." Han Shao planned to bring the pro players from the Planet Aquamarine division away. The divisions would soon end. He could wait. "By the way," Kurlad suddenly said, "where's my spaceship?" "Someone took it away, probably without the intention of returning it to you." Han Shao knew full well what had happened after. He knew that Raylan locked down the information just from the fact that there was no intelligence about the crashed spaceship from the intelligence agents in the darknet. It was clear what Raylan wanted to do. Kurlad was upset and did not think about contacting the Six Nations at this time. The current situation did not favor him, so he did not want to take the risk. Furthermore, he felt that he had more to say to Han Shao, who also came from the galaxy like him, and communicating with him would be easier than with the natives. "What malfunction did your spaceship have?" Han Shao asked. "I don't know either. It was flying normally and perfectly under stealth mode, and when approaching Planet Aquamarine, the engine suddenly stopped working. Although the observer spaceship isn't big, it was very stable. I have no idea why it would suddenly malfunction." Han Shao thought about it before shaking his head. He started to get down to business. He turned on the communicator and registered for a personal account. The communicator also worked as a personal terminal. Its personal account functions were very rich and had a bank transfer function, the most common way of making a deal in the galaxy, quick and convenient. Every big civilization had their own galactic bank, among which the most authorized and powerful ones were the three universal civilization banks, of course. The banks worked with each other, and they could be used anywhere in the galaxy. Han Shao picked one randomly and told Kurlad to make the transfer. "Ding! Your account has been transferred 878 anas." A pleasant-sounding female voice appeared from the terminal. "Only this much money? You're too poor." Han Shao could not help but complain. Anas was the general currency in the galaxy, the most common currency unit used. Kurlad's face turned red, and he said, "I don't have the habit of saving. Being an investigator is a tough job, and I need to enjoy myself." "Wait a minute. Why am I explaining myself to you?" He suddenly realized that he was being robbed. Why did he even have to feel ashamed of having little money? Having received the money, Han Shao's target was achieved, and he felt assured. Counting the days, the Planet Aquamarine divisions would last for about more than 10 days, and he planned to use that time to contact the Galactic Travel Agency in advance. There were thousands of channels in the communicator. Han Shao looked through and entered Garten Galaxy Travel Agency channel. A dense list of traveling routes appeared on the screen, and a cold electrical voice appeared. "Is filtering required?" "Yes." "Location?" "Star Zone 9, Planet Aquamarine." "Destination?" Han Shao paused, then said, "Ubarely Hub. Please select price range." "Cheapest." Han Shao gave Kurlad the cheapskate a stare. "Number of travelers?" "A few dozen." "Race?" "Human." "Have you used the Galactic Travel Agency before?" "Yes." After more than 20 questions, the result was finally filtered down, leaving only 5 traveling agencies. The Galactic Travel Agency was a very large industry, and many large organizations provided this service. This was one of the cheapest ways for galactic travel, like a private hire, or more accurately, a public spaceship. Han Shao chose the Short Horn Star Travel Agency as this was a galactic travel agency with a very good name. After choosing, The communicator transferred the communication channel into the short horn star salesperson channel, letting both parties discuss the details. Greetings. Thank you for choosing Short Horn Star. We will provide you the best high-quality and inexpensive services. The salesperson was a beautiful human female. According to the race of the customer, they would be assigned to salespersons meeting their standard of beauty. After the saleswoman finished her welcoming opening, she said, "We have received your travel requirements. Fortunately, a whale spaceship will pass by Star Zone 9 in 20 days' time. We will bring you to the ship by then. What grade of seats would you like? We have economy class, business class, first class, VIP cabins, and even VVIP cabins. What's the price for the economy cabins? 3 annas per person. How many seats would you like to reserve?" Han Xiao quickly counted before saying 50. Bringing about 50 of high-skill players in the top places should be enough. Bringing some players was a very important part of the plan. Han Xiao then paid the deposit and confirmed the boarding time, nodding in his mind. The preparation of heading into the galaxy could be considered completed. His destination was Uberly Hub, a transfer station in Garten Galaxy with accessible and convenient transportations. Various races of the Colton group gathered there, and there were many opportunities. In Han Zhao's plan, the Uberly Hub was the most suitable to be his first station of entering the galaxy. Now, I just have to wait for the players to finish the competition. I will then make an announcement and the team will be created. It's all ready. There were some matters in Planet Aquamarine that he had to deal with before leaving. For a few days in a row, Han Xiao transferred his resources secretly and brought Kurlad along all the time. He made him wear a cape covering his skin. They occasionally appeared before people in the sanctuary, raising some curiosity and shock as to why there was suddenly a mysterious man alongside Han Xiao. During the battle between the top 8 to decide top 4 in the singles, Frenzied Sword met Li Gu. Frenzied Sword, who everyone expected to lose before the match, gave an astonishing performance. After 5 tough battles, he beat Li Gu by 1 round. This time, Frenzied Sword expressed what a mechanical pugilist was fully capable of and finally showcased something he had been hiding, his energy warhammer. Its explosive power was even stronger than a pugilist, helping him to break through Li Ji's combos. Frenzied Sword entered top 4 singles, and the haters suddenly all disappeared. The victory was the best confidence boost. His China's best mechanical pugilist nickname in the forums became more popular. He was considered the Black Horse of the first season. Li Gu did not think that he would lose to Frenzied Sword, and unfortunate things did not come alone. The Temple of God entered the top 4 teams, meeting Long Sky. This time Hao Tian gave his all. He cleansed himself of his previous shame, defeated Temple of God, and entered the finals of the groups. The situation became clear. Long Sky and Dynasty would fight for the division's champions and runner-up. Temple of God could only fight for second runner-up with another team. As for the singles, if things went smoothly, Frenzied Sword could very possibly enter the top 3, and he had a very high chance of entering the internationals. As for the champion, not that Han Xiao looked down on Frenzied Sword, but Dynasty's King Admiral was way too strong. His skills, control, and attributes were almost undefeatable in version 1.0. Dynasty seemed to have the momentum of becoming the champion. The media favored them. Even so, Frenzied Sword's achievements and popularity were way better than what he had boasted in Han Zhao's previous life. It had definitely been worthwhile cultivating him. The divisions lasted for about half a year. The batch of players with the highest level already reached an average level of the limit LV60. As Han Xiao was doing his preparation discreetly, Bennett suddenly called him. "I have arrived at Sanctuary 3. Where are you? Why are you suddenly here?" Han Xiao said jokingly. "Missed me? What do you think?" Bennett said with a very serious tone. "Where did you hide that alien? You didn't eat him, did you?" Han Zhao's smile disappeared, and he frowned. "Did Huang Jian expose it? Talk when we meet. You're in big trouble this time again," Bennett said with a low voice, but there was not much blame in his tone. He was already used to having trouble drop from the sky. Chapter 310 Raylan's Message. Chapter 310 Raylan's Message. Translator. Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. In the high tower of Sanctuary 3, Bennett stood behind the window with hands behind his back and looked down on the players in the square with deep and mysterious emotions in his eyes. The door was pushed open. Han Shao walked in, and Bennett asked with a serious expression, "Is that alien still alive?" Han Shao stepped aside, and Kurlad walked in as well. Bennett's pupils constricted. This was the first time that he had seen an alien, so he could not help but stare, forgetting himself. "Native, what are you looking at?" Kurlad said unhappily. "He speaks our language?" Bennett said with surprise. Han Shao pointed at the translator and explained it to Bennett. Only then did Bennett understand. "Aliens' technology is indeed advanced," Bennett commented. He looked at the two of them and said in confusion, "Didn't you capture him? Why does it look like we have agreed on some matters?" Han Shao did not want Kurlad to hear their following conversation, so he took off his translator. "How did you know about the alien?" Han Shao asked. Bennett shook his head and said in a low voice, "Raylan told me, or else I wouldn't have known an alien came. They investigated you, confirmed that you captured the alien, and contacted me discreetly to demand that you to give them the alien." Han Shao was not surprised that it was Raylan. Following the traces at that time, they would indeed investigate him. Besides, he had never planned to hide it because there was no need to. "And what if I reject?" Their official response was, "Violent methods will be unavoidable." Raylan is very firm this time. Not only was Han Shao one of the biggest contributors to the fall of the Germinal organization, but he was also the strongest superhuman in planet Aquamarine. So, the 6 nations respected him. However, Raylan had made up their mind this time and had a very strong attitude. They were not preparing to give him face and wanted to force Han Shao to give up the Godarin and control him. Han Shao inwardly shook his head. Raylan's hostility meant nothing to him anymore. Bennett was very speechless. "Can you tell me? How did you kidnap an alien back after a casual walk outside? What do you want to do?" Han Shao sat down, looked at Bennett and said, "I'm planning to leave planet Aquamarine." Bennett was completely stunned. This message was way too sudden. Bennett only regained his focus after a while and asked with surprise, "Why? Are you really an alien?" Compared to the galaxy, planet Aquamarine is just a tiny rural place. "The world is so large, and I want to explore it." Han Shao smiled. Turns out this was the reason for the capture of the alien. Bennett adjusted his mindset very quickly. He had seen a lot of things. After all, he said with some sadness, "You are a friend who shares the same ideals as me. If you've really decided that, I can only wish you all the best. I will miss you." Han Shao looked him in the eye and smiled. "That's a wider world. Aren't you tempted? Do you want to come with me?" Bennett's mind drifted away a little. It was like he saw the endless galaxy in Han Shao's eyes. Men's romance was the sea of stars, and one could only look further by standing taller. His heart started beating faster. The desire for exploration in his heart became stronger. However, Bennett calmed down very quickly. He shook his head and said, "The sanctuary is my ideal. Sorry, I need to continue it." Han Shao hesitated and said, "There's actually another reason. A disaster will sweep over planet Aquamarine in 2 to 3 years' time. I foresaw it. It's a horrifying disaster, and there's a very low chance of surviving. Are you really not leaving?" Han Shao decided to warn Bennett about the arrival of the mutation disaster. After all, Bennett had treated him well. It was dangerous staying in planet Aquamarine, and Han Shao wanted to enter the galaxy before version 1.0. One of the main goals that he had was to avoid the first and most dangerous wave of disaster when the mutation disaster arrived in planet Aquamarine. With the possible identity of a foreseer, Han Zhao's foresight had reasons to be believed. However, after Bennett listened carefully to Han Zhao's rough description of the disaster, his hesitation disappeared completely, and he said, "Then I categorically have to stay. This is my home, and she needs me." Han Shao stared at Bennett for a while before letting out a long sigh. "Indeed, that's the type of person you are." People's beliefs differed and could not be forced. Bennett stared at Han Shao with complicated emotions in his eyes and asked, "Are you leaving to avoid the danger?" Han Shao smiled and said, The solution to the disaster is hidden in the galaxy. Not only am I avoiding danger, but I am also looking for the solution in the galaxy. He did not lie to Bennett. Solving the mutation disaster in version 2.0 in advance was part of his plan. If he could change the storyline of Planet Aquamarine in version 2.0, he would definitely gain some legendary points. Hearing this, Bennett smiled and said, "I was not wrong about you. When I heard your speech back then, I knew we are the same type of people. We are not." Han Zhao's lips twitched. That speech had been completely copied from Bennett's original words in his previous life. The last time that Han Zhao had gone to look for Bennett in Sanctuary 1, he had seen the speech hung in Bennett's office and was specified that the original author was Han Zhao, showing Bennett's admiration to the speech, and that had been a little awkward for Han Zhao. Anyway, although their motive was different, their goal was the same, so the motives would not matter. Since Bennett knew about Han Zhao's thoughts, he completely left Raylan's demands behind. "How are you going to leave Planet Aquamarine?" "I have already made the arrangements. You will know by then." Seeing that Han Zhao did not want to give the details, Bennett held back his curiosity and said, "If you leave, Sanctuary 3 will need to elect a new person in charge. Do you have anyone to recommend?" Han Zhao pondered and said, "Huang Yu. He has been dealing with all the daily matters in the sanctuary, and he is very familiar of the situation here. It will be most suitable for him to take over." Through the influence of the Pro League, the players' main city impression of Sanctuary 3 was complete. Even if Han Zhao left, the Sanctuary's position would not be affected. Sanctuary 3 had his name in it, and every player arriving at the place would be reminded of him. However, the Sanctuary players would not be able to enjoy all of his functions, which might cause the Sanctuary to lose some of its popularity. Han Zhao suddenly had a new thought. Maybe there's a way to continue strengthening the influence of the Sanctuary even after I leave the planet. Since he had already told Bennett about the mutation disaster, this foresight should be able to make more impact. Han Zhao gave it a slight thought and came up with a plan, memorizing it in his heart. Bennett agreed that Huang Yu was a suitable candidate as well. Suddenly, Bennett said with a serious tone, "There are too many Inhumans in Sanctuary 3, even more than the refugees. They're taking up too much space. They have unknown origins and are too mysterious. This is a potential security threat. I don't know how you make them work for you, but if you leave, what are we going to do with them? When the disaster is upon us, the Inhumans will most likely be the pillar of Sanctuary's protection. Don't be too strict toward them. Accept and include them." As the players grew, the various organizations in Planet Aquamarine feared Inhumans more and more, and naturally, Bennett was not an exception. He had to convince Bennett to make sure that his achievements in Planet Aquamarine would not be destroyed. Upon hearing this, Bennett's expression changed. "If that's the case, I will take it very seriously." Although he feared the Inhumans, he changed his attitude immediately upon knowing that the Inhumans could protect the Sanctuary. This reasoning was very effective on him. The two of them chatted for a while. Then Bennett stood up and said his goodbyes. He had come to deal with Raylan's message but unexpectedly heard about Han Zhao plans. In this case, Raylan's warning would not be worrying at all. On the other hand, the disaster that Han Zhao had told him about gave him a heavy heart. It felt like there was a dark cloud above the path in front of him. He decided to immediately return and write the crisis protocols, strengthen the Sanctuary's protection, and speed up the plan. Bennett was sad to see a partner like Han Zhao go, so he said sincerely, "I wish you all the best, and I hope that we can meet again one day." Han Zhao reached out to give Bennett a firm handshake. They smiled at each other. Bennett's arrival reminded Han Zhao that he should notify some of his friends. Gila and Aurora had stayed in the Sanctuary because of him, so he decided to tell them about it first. On that same night, under the clear sky and sleepy winter, he summoned Gila and Aurora to tell them that he was going into the galaxy soon. As expected, they were surprised, and their faces were filled with disbelief. "Han Zhao, what is the galaxy like? Have you met an alien?" Aurora asked hurriedly. During these days, Aurora had been resting in the Sanctuary and regained health. Han Zhao also corrected what she called him. He was finally not called an uncle. Han Zhao asked Kurlad to come closer and said, "This is an alien. Aurora's eyes were filled with curiosity. Aliens look quite similar to us. Does he bite? This question again. Can't you natives be more knowledgeable? Kurlad could not take it anymore and yelled at Aurora. I don't. Pa. Kurlad fell onto the ground with his face down. Han Shao put his hands down and said hastily, Be kinder to kids. Aliens are so scary, Aurora mumbled softly. Gila pointed at Han Shao with an expressionless face and said, He's obviously scarier. Chapter 311, Could it be that I'm not charming? Chapter 311. Could it be that I'm not charming? Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Lying beside Aurora lazily, Bear Cub suddenly stood up and growled at Kurlad as a warning. Han Shao had made Aurora raise Bear Cub for a long time, and this bear had already grown to the height of half a human. It was reaching its youth stage and had developed a strange mutation with characteristics that it should not normally have. Its hair glowed lightly, and its attributes seemed to be gradually growing toward an elite level. Aurora's power seemed to have a catalytic effect on life forms. Young beings could receive special growth by being staying near to her. Some time ago, Han Shao had come to know that Aurora's Esper power was called Dawn of Life. The potential grade was also S, just like Gila. That had been an exciting discovery. The source of this discovery came from combat information. Of course, it was not from him attacking Aurora. He had realized that he had misunderstood how it worked. He could just let Aurora attack him. However, even after a lot of persuading, Aurora had still kept shaking her head, unwilling to attack Han Shao. She had even been incredibly distraught, thinking that Han Shao might have been unhappy with her for some reason. To Aurora, there were only two people in the entire world whom she was close to. One was her older sister Gila, and the other was the person who had torn open the darkness and brought her light when she was at her lowest point, Han Shao. Other than Gila, Han Shao was the only one that treated her very well. She only had these two to rely on, so she cared for Han Shao like an older brother. After Han Shao finally convinced her to shoot him with the excuse of testing the performance of his mechanical suit, Han Shao got the combat information. His initial target was only Gila, and to his very pleasant surprise, Aurora had the same level of potential. To him, it was like a buy one get one free. In the original storyline, Aurora had turned into Jam, so her future achievements were unknown. This time, she had the chance to grow. Furthermore, with how much she relied on Han Shao, she was much more dependable than her older sister. Han Shao gave Gila a look, signaling that they needed to talk privately, then walked to the side. Not long after, Gila walked over, stood beside him and frowned. What? Do you want to leave this planet with me? Why are you inviting me? Gila's expression in her eyes changed a little, and she looked at Han Zhao's profile. Not just you, your sister as well. I know that you two will never separate. Gila looked down to consider, and after a long silence, she said slowly, No. Han Shao raised his brows. I asked Bennett the same thing. It's understandable that he's not coming, but why did you reject? Dangerous, Gila said. I need to take care of my sister. It's dangerous to stay too. Gila's expression turned serious and said, What did you foresee again? Han Shao roughly described the mutation disaster and said, The disaster will come to you sooner or later even if you stay on this planet. You and Aurora both have very high potential, so your future will definitely be in the galaxy. Even so, do you still not want to come with me? Gila's closed her eyes and fell into contemplation. The silence continued, like the lonely moon hanging high up in the sky. After a long time, Gila turned to Han Shao and said softly, No. Han Shao looked at her meaningfully, lit a cigarette, and exhaled some smoke. Okay then. His tone was very casual and did not show any signs of wanting to know more, which made Gila doubtful. She frowned and said, Do you not want to know why? Han Shao laughed and said, Don't think of yourself too highly. I just asked. Whether you come or not doesn't affect me much. You won't be much of a help with the strength you have now. Gila's eyes turned cold a little. Although she had rejected Han Shao, feeling the man's careless attitude, she felt like she was not important to him, and it was embarrassing. This time, Han Shao added, This is your own choice. I won't force you to do anything under the guise of, for your own good. As he was speaking, he took out a string of keys, threw them to Gila, and said coldly, if the darkness devours the sanctuary one day, these keys lead to my secret base, can provide a place to hide for you. I've left the location information in my office, the laminated backside of the third drawer on the left. I'm leaving it there for you. Gila played with the keys. Suddenly, she said, are you not coming back? Han Xiao put on a half smile and said, do you care about that a lot? Gila snorted coldly, raised the keys, signaling that she would remember what he had said, and left. After she walked a few steps away, Han Xiao's voice came from behind with a light tone. Don't die. Gila's footsteps paused. You too. After Gila left, Han Xiao's smile disappeared. He threw the cigarette butt on the floor and extinguished it with his foot. From what he estimated, there was more than a 50% chance that Gila will leave with him, but Gila had made the other choice unexpectedly. Even after he explained the pros and cons, Gila had still chosen to stay. Other than her sister being the reason, she might have other considerations. The personality of Gila before she turned evil was not easy to guess. However, Han Xiao's need for Gila at the current stage was indeed not high. The amount of help that Gila would be to him was not much before her power matured, and she would not even be as effective as those highly skilled players. Furthermore, bringing Gila along meant that he had to bring Aurora, and the current Aurora was even weaker and could be hurt easily. The galaxy was full of known and unknown dangers. Even though Han Xiao was familiar with Galaxy, he had to be cautious. Players, on the other hand, were an extremely great help since they could revive, and Han Xiao could enjoy the freedom of acting alone without constraints. There were benefits to not bringing anyone too. Therefore, letting Gila and Aurora stay on planet Aquamarine might even be a good choice. There were still 2 to 3 years before the mutation disaster would arrive, and these two would be able to grow in a safe environment before that. If they followed him, they would face danger very soon. Letting them grow and coming back to fetch them after the mutation disaster was not a bad thing from how Han Xiao looked at it. Even so, after being rejected twice on the bounce, Han Xiao was still rather hurt in his heart. He mumbled to himself, could it be that I'm not charming? Can't be. A sound came from beside him. Emerald Grass walked out from the shadow in the corner. Han Xiao had known all along that she was hiding there. He looked at her and asked, how much did you hear? Everything, Emerald Grass said surprisingly. Was everything you said true? Aren't you afraid that I'll leave after you leave as well? You exchanged me and now have no use for me. Huh. You're free, but it's best for you to stay in the sanctuary. I wasn't joking about the disaster. Emerald Grass nodded with a complicated expression, turned around, and left. Han Xiao looked at her back with narrowed eyes and shook his head. The prisoners from the Bell of Death Island were new characters in version 2.0, Emerald Green being one of them, and he had gotten her out in advance. Emerald Grass was valuable given that she would invent important drugs against the mutation disaster in the future. The heart of a human was difficult to control, but he felt there was quite a high chance that Emerald Grass would stay. She valued her life and was fanatic about pharmaceutical research. With so many players in the sanctuary, it was the best place for experiments. It was attractive to Emerald Grass. Bringing 50 highly skilled players was a very important part of the plan. When the Pro League finished and the players were still unsatisfied, it would be time to carry out the plan. It was already the finals and would end in just a few days. Han Xiao was perfecting his plan to bring the players away. On this day, Raylan skipped Bennett and contacted Han Xiao directly, giving him the final warning with a very aggressive and tough tone. Black Phantom, we know you captured Ghidorah's investigator. You have made a big mistake. We respect the contributions that you made during the war with the Germinal organization, but we won't allow you to use that contribution to do whatever you want. Give the Godoran to us. This is the last warning, or we will take the necessary measures. You won't want that to happen. Although you're very strong, you will not be able to match up to our nation. Bye, Kachin. Han Xiao ended the communication and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Speechless. Raylan refused to give up and wanted to pressure him, but Han Xiao did not want to waste his time with them now. Han Shao was sitting in his office at this time, and Kurlad was right beside him. This Godaran was standing next to the window and looking out at the players on the square. He suddenly said, "So, is this the special phenomenon on your planet?" Kurlad still remembered his investigation mission. During this time, he had noticed the so-called inhuman phenomenon as well and seen many of the characteristics of the players. "This is your investigation mission, right? So, have you reached a conclusion?" Han Shao asked. Chapter 312 Inhuman and the Space Wonder. Chapter 312 Inhuman and the Space Wonder. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. There's nothing much to conclude. I only have some guesses from my observation, Kurlad said. When I received the mission, the government on this planet described the phenomenon from the point of view of undeveloped civilization. You call this occurrence inhuman phenomenon. They said that these inhuman aren't anything special, but more and more of them kept appearing. They could not tell where they came from, and they just integrated into this planet's environment. Their behavior was weird, and they had a special connection with each other. Most importantly, they cannot die, and they learn and grow at a rapid rate. What he babbled on about was the view of the 6 nations on the players, in addition to some of his own observations. Han Shao was curious on how the advanced civilization understood this phenomenon. The most special characteristic is that they can revive after they die while keeping the same personality. Kurlad finally showed his aura of an investigator. There are a lot of reasons for the cause of this phenomenon, and the simplest explanation is that this is an evolution of an esper power of a group of people, which is highly improbable but still possible. It could also be due to some complex causes such as the life projection technology, which may be an experiment of an advanced civilization, or it is possible that these people were created from a disruption between clashes of different planes. Another reason may be that the Inhumans are accidental projections from a civilization far away in a different space and time, and they are a new life form created by some unexplained rules in the universe. I know a dozen theories that can explain this phenomenon. Space wonder is the hardest way to understand what is happening, and I personally think that it is the least possible hypothesis out of all theories. These Inhumans had another important characteristic. There was a sudden increase in the number of Inhumans. This means that this is not a natural phenomenon. But to be sure of this possibility, I need special tools to find out the cause to see if any civilizations are responsible for this. However, I need to ask management for approval to use a rare detection tool. If the civilization is too advanced, there won't be a way for us to find out. To be honest, I don't think that any civilization will find this planet useful to invest their life projection technology in. If we hypothesize that it is a natural phenomenon rather than human intervention, then it is possible that the planes crossed each other and that the planet was right on top of the crack that resulted from the clash of planes. But if there is a crack, why aren't there any instances where people disappeared on the planet? Han Shao froze, and he remembered that Hannes and the others disappeared into thin air. Was there actually a crack in plane? No, the players definitely did not have any relationship with the crack, but there was a possibility that the planes had overlapped. If the player's world was a plane, and that plane crossed with that of the game, then it was not impossible. What's the difference between different planes? Han Shao asked. Does that mean it is another universe? Kurlad laughed. There are a lot of definitions for planes, but there are 3 basic categories. First is the outer plane, which is often seen in highly developed magic civilizations, where powerful wizards can summon creatures from another plane. They are usually formed from imagination and mental energy. The more realistic way to explain this is that wizards can use their imagination to create an actual tangible object. This is the evidence that the outer plane indeed exists, but the plane itself is not tangible. It seems rather contradictory, but theory for this phenomenon is that we are limited by our sense, so there are life forms and super knowledge that we don't. I'm not a wizard, so I don't have an in-depth understanding. The second category is the material planes such as dimensional plane, microscopic plane, and other planes that exist in the real world. These are more commonly seen, and it is the most widely accepted scientific theory on planes. The last category believes that the theory of planes is just a misunderstanding because 2 planets, each on opposite sides of the universe, suddenly had some connection that led to a wormhole that connected the 2 worlds. Because they had never made contact before, they thought that the other was from a different plane. However, the universe you are talking about is from the theory where there are multiple universes, and it is believed that there is an uncountable number of universes. Seems like you are an advocate for this theory, but we do not have much research in God Aura, so I also don't understand it well. Han Xiao was enlightened by the perspective that the NPCs had when they saw new players coming into this world. Kurlad then continued. As for high-dimension projection, it will touch on the theory of the space-time dimension. For example, as objects in the three-dimension world, we see that a two-dimensional space is just a plane like paper. This paper represents a complete environment. Imagine that if a two-dimensional man stood in front of a mountain, the world is still three-dimensional, and the two-dimensional man will have to climb the mountain to get to the other side. But for a three-dimensional object, we can put our finger on the paper and move to any place on the plane and overcome the mountain that a two-dimensional man faces. As for a two-dimensional perspective to interpret three-dimensional world, the observed phenomenon would be the area that the finger and paper are in contact. The contact surface can be changed, so the projected impression will be unstable. The perception between a higher and lower dimension is different. For example, if we ignore the debate on whether time is an independent or dependent variable, and we assume that time is the fourth dimension that actually exists, then in the eyes of a life form in the higher dimension, we might be just creatures created by a combination of thousands of time points as if it was a worm. The Inhumans may be beings from the higher dimension that touched our dimension. For the knowledge of dimensions, you should ask a civilization with more expertise on this. God Aura is pretty weak in this area of research. Han Xiao pursed his lips. The world of the players did not have better technology compared to this world, so it probably not high-dimension projection. That's everything for theory on explaining the new creatures. The theory that I don't get is the space wonder that no civilization can understand. So, it is completely unknown? Han Xiao was shocked. Even the civilization on top of the universe also can't understand it? Haha, there are still unexplored places in the universe, so of course, there are still things we don't understand. Maybe those advanced civilizations are hiding their knowledge, but I will share my understanding. Kurlad showed his passion and excitement in his tone. I have some understanding of universe theoretical studies. There were millions of explanations for the workings of the universe, and because of the nature of curiosity in intelligent beings, we all eventually ask questions like, who am I? Where do I come from? And where am I going? That is why people are enthusiastic about the origin of life, the truth of the world, and the meaning of existence. Civilizations use these curiosities as fuel to explore the origin, truth, form, process, and the end of the universe. Ultimately, different civilizations will have different interpretations. To understand the nature of the universe, exploration of the physical world is needed. Now we know that particles are the building blocks of the world, and there are also different theories on the formation of the particles. Different universe theories have different explanations for particles, such as its use and shape. If one zooms in on a particle, is it just a single point? Or will it be like the shape of a planet? Will there be different shapes for different particles? Or are the shapes just randomized? The most common view is that if we truly understand the characteristics of particles, then all the incorrect theories will be rejected, and only one correct theory will remain. If there are theories that can be proven with hard facts from experiments, not only should it work on one theory, but it can prove all the existing theories in the world. There will also be theories that contradict with each other. Isn't that amazing? So, civilization's understanding of this world is still shallow. There is still a towering wall between us and the truth. All theories are like holes in the wall, and we look through the wall to see the other side. We can only see small parts of the other side, and we can't get through the wall. Theories only allow us to view the world from a certain perspective, and different perspectives will lead to different results. All the results of the theories are just the tip of the iceberg. This is similar to the limitation of our perception that I mentioned before. The phenomenon that a life form observes all depends on the perception abilities. In the places that we can't see, touch, smell, taste, and hear hides a lot of unknown knowledge. Our sensory organs let us understand the world, but they also hinder us from truly knowing everything in the world. Do you still remember the dimensional projection? Maybe this universe is just a projection from a higher dimension. There even is a theory that believes that the world is just a simulation. All the natural laws are created by some physical engine, and we are the test subjects of some life form much bigger than us that's controlling us using some complex calculations. Han Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 313, The Selection. Chapter 313, The Selection. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Zhao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Has this been proven?" "Well, not really." As he played with his ponytail, Kurlot explained, "This kind of belief in a greater being and the creation myth behind the origins of the universe is most focused on by the Arcane Church, one of the three major civilizations in space. Their beliefs in the spiritual and the supernatural is the source of their power." "Stop. I know what the Arcane Church is." Han Zhao stopped, interrupted him mid-sentence. "Sure. Right, where were we? These theories and beliefs of the universe's mysteries are all different, but through them, different civilizations were able to come up with countless technological inventions and applications. So, from another angle, these theories are only a tool to be used to understand the universe. Like tools, they all have their own pros and cons. Each tool is responsible for a specific task, and in the case of these theories, none can be considered the be-all end-all. Argotaran's particle theory argues that all the particles in the world carry magic, and as such, our civilization started being dominated by the use of magic. Later on, as we discovered the usefulness of technology, we also started to do research to facilitate technological development. Both of these are only tools that we use to help understand the world." Han Zhao frowned. "You know quite a lot." "Haha, I'm a trained investigator. I have heard all sorts of things during my rounds in the different space stations that I've visited throughout the universe." Kurlot smiled. "Basically, all the unsolved mysteries in space are commonly referred to as the wonders of space, or space wonders. Inhumans are unlikely to be one such universe-wide mystery. Space wonders, huh?" Han Zhao made sure to remember this. Suddenly, the sound of cheering crashed over the chatting duo like a tsunami. Han Zhao went onto the forums to check out the commotion as there was currently a live broadcast of the tournament. All the fights had come to an end, and a champion had been born. For the team matches, Dynasty had clinched the top spot after a hard-fought battle against Long Sky, while Temple of God had closely followed behind as the third team. Although the three big guilds had lived up to their names and taken all three top spots, the other teams who managed to reach the top 8 had all shown breathtaking performances. For individual matches, King Admiral had secured a victory in the finals and netted Dynasty 2 championships, causing their fame to skyrocket. Frenzied Sword had defeated his opponent and secured his spot as third in the individual rankings. Due to his relatively new gaming career, he was dubbed the dark horse of the tournament. The top 3 teams as well as the top 3 players from the individual matches on Planet Aquamarine had all qualified for the internationals. All 3 teams were from Chinese guilds, and countless players looked forward to seeing them compete on the global stage. The forums were bustling with discussion as if a national celebration was going on, and Dynasty was naturally the talk of the town. After the end of the regionals, there was still an in-game year before the international games would start, and the matches could be considered to have already ended. However, the players' excitement did not look like it was going to die down anytime soon. Countless posts analyzed the winners from each region, and some teams started to make plans to prepare for future competitions. The guilds whose teams performed well also held numerous events to boost their own popularity. They're finally done with the matches. Those pro players are finally free. Han Zhao's eyes gave off a weird glint as he prepared his next stage of action. At the Sanctuary Square, the roads were bustling with players who were living in the excitement of the tournament. They each discussed their own favorites, and the pro players would occasionally show up themselves, exciting the crowd even more. Of course, there were also the group of brothers who believed in their luck, waiting day in and day out at Han Zhao's usual stall for the next batch of loot crates. "He's coming." The group of people stretched out their necks as they waited. The truck drove by slowly before it came to a stop. Han Zhao walked off the truck, but it did not seem like he was going to sell loot crates as usual. Instead, He took a look around and said in a loud voice, "I have a perilous mission ahead, and I'm in need of helpers. I will be selecting qualified people to join my team. If you're confident in passing my test, come." Immediately after, Han Shao sent out the mission that he had previously written up. Team Member Selection. Mission Introduction. Han Shao will soon leave planet Aquamarine in secret to begin a new adventure. He is looking for powerful people to fight alongside him. Those who pass his test can venture off into the stars with him. Mission Requirement. LV-60. Mission Period. 5 days. Completion Requirement. Pass Han Zhao's combat test. Reward 1 EXP and the qualification to go with Han Shao on his journey. This instantly caused massive waves among the players. Everyone had widened eyes as they read through the mission information. This is so sudden. Can we now leave the beginner planet? I can't believe we need to have max level before we can take the test. This is so frustrating. Up till now, the players had all been limited to their respective beginner planets, and none were able to travel into space. News of Han Zhao's mission exploded within the present players, and they rushed to release this information onto the forums. The whole of planet Aquamarine was shocked, and even players on the other planets were talking about this. The forums were thrown into chaos once more. Every single player's attention was forcefully wrenched over from the previous competitions to Han Zhao's shocking new mission. Space and galaxy was still a complete unknown to the current players, and many were curious and anticipating it. However, everyone was stuck on their beginner planet. Now that news had gotten out about a chance to venture off into the stars, something that should only have been possible in later versions, the players could not help but get more excited than ever. This was a chance. If they could follow Han Shao, they would be able to travel into space much earlier than their peers, giving them massive advantages over the others. Han Shao had nonchalantly thrown out a mission with such huge implications that it was like a bomb had gone off. The players realized that Han Shao had not actually mentioned going into space. Rather, this information was revealed by the mission notice. The players were secretly happy as they thought that they had hit the jackpot and were able to glance into Han Zhao's true intentions. Naturally, Han Shao had done that on purpose as he was aware how the players would react. He knew that the players would feel a sense of accomplishment when they saw this. Standing there, he just smiled as he watched everything unfold on the forums. He was only planning on bringing the pro players, so he obviously needed a plausible excuse and could not be too obvious about it. The maximum level requirement would be able to filter out most of the casual players, while the combat testing could easily be manipulated by him. As long as they could last 30 seconds against him in a fight, they would have passed the test. With this, he should be able to acquire all the professional talents. The news very quickly caught the pros' attention. These players were done with their matches and had nothing on their hand. There was still another year before they would fight on the global stage. However, as they were all already maxed out in levels, there was not much that they could do aside from personal training and trying to learn some new skills. Most of the winning teams who had qualified for the next stage were in the same position. But now, Han Shao had given them a chance to adventure in a brand new map. New maps meant countless new possibilities. These pro players could not have been happier. In their eyes, this was the same as a blessing from God, and this chance could not be missed. On the second day, countless pro players gathered in the Sanctuary Square. It was like a celebrity red carpet event. These star players dazzled the crowd as they walked on the road. Oh right, a while ago, wasn't there a similar scene a while ago when Black Phantom started selling advanced knowledge? There are still recordings of that time, but things are on a much bigger scale this time. Basically, all the pro players on planet Aquamarine have come here today. Both events have something to do with Black Phantom. The matches had just drawn to a close, and most players were still in the sanctuary. This was one of the reasons that Han Shao had chose this time to announce the mission. Soon, a bunch of people had accepted the mission. Han Shao walked back a bit to make some space and randomly chose a pro player who he did not recognize and said, "Hold for 30 seconds, and you pass." About 1,000 people had accepted the mission, and they all discussed among themselves as they watched. 30 seconds can't be that difficult, right? Said the second prince. Even if I went one-on-one against a level 60 boss in the wild, I could at least survive for a few minutes. Li Gu looked at the time and shook his head. 30 seconds for everyone is quite long. As the players chatted, the players and the pros all used detect on Han Xiao to get some basic information. Han Xiao? Level? Type? Fruinovel.com. Danger scale. Extremely dangerous. It's all question marks. Everyone's faces suddenly changed. They had all reached version 1.0's level cap, and when they used the same ability on the other boss-level NPCs, they could at least see some of the target's basic info such as character level and character type. However, they could not see anything when using it on Han Xiao. There was even a question mark on his basic identity. He had to be at least 5 levels higher than them, right? Ever since maxing out their levels, they had never encountered something like this. Just how high was Black Phantom's level? Chapter 314, As Expected of the Great Mechanic Han. Chapter 314, As Expected of the Great Mechanic Han. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. This new information caused a commotion within the players. I've never seen any main NPCs that are over LV60, but he's still extremely dangerous like the last time I inspected him. Was he already this strong back then? It didn't feel like that. Based on his story, Black Phantom didn't start out strong. He suddenly became strong later on, eventually becoming the one to topple the Germinal organization. I guess this is what sets him apart as the main character in the storyline. Black Phantom's combat strength is definitely on the level of bosses. I wonder how he ranks on the entire planet. The player's first impression of Han Xiao was that he was very strong. However, his actual strength was still a myth. Most of them had watched the recordings of Han Xiao's fights out of curiosity ever since they started playing the game. Now that they realized that they still could not inspect his character information even after maxing out their levels, they could not wait to see Han Xiao go up against these pro players and demonstrate his strength. 30 seconds doesn't sound too difficult, right? Most of the players, including the mission participants, thought this. Although they could not inspect his stats, they made the assumption based on his previous battle recordings as well as the fact that he was only a version 1.0 character. Although he was definitely strong, how much stronger than them could he be? The difference between them and Han Xiao's strength had to have decreased significantly since the start of the game. They were players. They leveled up super fast. The first player who was selected for the test had the ID Falling Leaf, and he took a big step out of the crowd. The surrounding players immediately backed up to clear a space. Although fighting in players' main city would usually worsen their reputations with the city's NPCs, it should be fine with Han Xiao there. Countless pairs of eyes stared unblinkingly, as if waiting for something. Start. Han Xiao said a single word. Falling Leaf immediately got into a defensive stance while waiting for the incoming blow. For sonic spheres flew out while crisscrossing in the air. Attached to the spheres were detection devices that both increased the weapon's range and accuracy. An ear-piercing explosion suddenly bloomed on the stage. Falling Leaf's health dropped instantly, and he was rooted where he was by a stunned effect. Boom, boom, boom. 6 pre-planted turrets suddenly sprang out of the ground and simultaneously opened fire on Falling Leaf. The combined firing rate was so fast that it was as if a miniature hailstorm was occurring where Falling Leaf was standing. Within a few moments, Falling Leaf collapsed onto the ground after being blasted to bits by the turret. Although Falling Leaf had activated multiple energy skills to surround himself with a thin layer of energy, he was pinned to the ground as bullets rained down on him. The sonic spheres were also constantly applying various kinds of crowd control debuffs on him, locking him on the ground. His health dropped to a dangerously low level within the blink of an eye, but the hurricane-like assault suddenly stopped, and the ground cleared up as if nothing had happened. "You didn't pass," said Han Xiao with a flat voice. Falling Leaf was stunned. It was all over before he even realized what had happened. The surrounding players all had their mouths hanging wide open as they could not believe what had just happened. A max-level pro player could not even resist for 5 seconds before almost being wiped out. There was no need to even talk about skills or controls. Han Xiao might as well have just hung him up and whipped his backside. The player had been completely suppressed. What surprised the players even more was that Han Xiao had remained in the same position throughout the whole thing. Even his pose was the same. Are mechanics supposed to be this overpowered? Do we really have the same class? He didn't even move. How did he control those weapons? Isn't he too overpowered for version 1.0? Could it be that planet Aquamarine can no longer limit him, and that's why he has decided to go into space? Based on his past battle recordings, Black Phantom still has a lot of cards up his sleeves. This means that he didn't even go all out. Wasn't that DPS a bit too ridiculous? Even a 50-man raiding party would be turned into mincemeat if they had to fight a boss like that. The same question once again surfaced in the players' minds, albeit with them feeling completely different emotions this time around. Just how high was Black Phantom's level? The players had been in contact with Han Xiao ever since the open beta. They had thought that they had already closed the level gap between each other after farming so much experience. But never would they have expected to be so wrong. As expected of the great mechanic Han. When Han Xiao turned around and saw the dumb expressions on the players' faces, he knew that he had achieved the intended effects. He had once again refreshed his position in the players' hearts, and they once again worshipped him. Although the players were at max level, they were still too lacking in terms of talents, attributes, and skills. Their characters were still, after all, built around player templates. Han Xiao had now reached LV 70, and he was only stuck here due to the class change requirements, unable to choose a new subclass. However, the difference between him and the players was the difference between one whole version. On top of that, with Han Xiao's boss templates, his countless talents, skills, energy capacity, and weapons, the damage that he was able to output was unimaginable for the players. LV 60 players only had around 3,000 health and some meager defense. They were still too weak in front of him. Moreover, his sonic spheres had been upgraded to the purple grade and had very high damage. Sonic spheres were a very unique type of weapon in version 1.0. They operated on an entirely different set of tactics, dealt very high damage, and required high-level control skills. The pro players' expressions were all frozen on their faces. Li Gu realized how wrong he had been when he ran his mouth off earlier, saying that this would take a long time. Han Xiao had basically one-shot the previous challenger. None of the participating players dared to be careless anymore, and they all listened carefully for when they got picked. Everyone was starting to feel nervous in front of this monstrous foe. The battles continued. The following players were much more careful, and they all tried their best to kite around Han Xiao. None dared go head-on. The moment a player was hit by Han Xiao's attacks, they would go down within 10 seconds. Everyone tried everything that they could to survive for 30 seconds. The surrounding audience grew in size, and some started to post recordings of the fights onto the forums. The people who watched the recordings were flabbergasted. It had only been a few days ago that these pro players had been showing off their skills in the tournament. However, watching them getting butchered like pigs by this NPC aroused their curiosity. It was not an everyday occurrence for them to be able to watch pro players get bullied like that. More and more people got interested in this event as they got to watch the pros get shredded one after another. Han Xiao's strength was also recognized once again. Many posts were discussing this topic intensely. The happy bunch, of course, consisted of the mechanics. Mechanics, on average, had the worst performance during the tournaments, causing many of them to be unhappy about the status quo. Watching Han Xiao pop off was like a breath of fresh air. So we can become that strong. Please show us the way. Han Xiao's mission had exploded among all players, and many tried to come up with jokes about the situation. What was originally a serious topic quickly turned into a source of memes. Only someone as famous as Han Xiao could get this kind of treatment. Black Phantom. Hold on for 30 seconds if you are a man. Shocking. Pro players can't even do it for 30 seconds. Guide by pro players. How to hold on for 30 seconds. Making fun out of everything was what these players were best at. 30 seconds soon became a well-known term, while seconds became something that people used to quantify a pro player's strength. Those are players who were able to make it to the end of the 30-second test all became the legendary 30 seconds warriors. The selection continued into the night. The crowd only started to disperse after Han Xiao had returned to his quarters to rest. The mission period was 5 days, and the remaining pro players went away with heavy feelings in their hearts, stressing about coming up with a strategy for the next day. Han Xiao was just about to enter his house when he thought about something and suddenly stopped. He then turned and walked toward the room with Frenzied Sword and the others. When Han Xiao pushed open the door to their room, he saw that the four were chilling in the room. They immediately stood up when they saw Han Xiao walk in, curious as to what was about to happen. Black Phantom would not look for them on normal occasions. He would only find them when he had missions or benefits to distribute. When the four thought about the commotion earlier in the morning, they were able to make some faint guesses, and the anticipation started to show on their faces. As Black Phantom's followers, they had always been receiving special treatment. So maybe this time as well. Han Xiao chuckled before saying, "You're all my friends. I am about to leave this planet for the boundless world above. Are you guys willing to come with me? Look at this." Everyone had only been able to find out about Han Xiao's plans through the mission that he gave out earlier. Yet, he had come to invite them in person. They could even directly skip the selection. What a caring boss. Feebnovel.com. "I'm willing." Frenzied Sword answered without a second's hesitation with a face full of excitement. Chapter 315 Prelude to an Age of Strife 1. Chapter 315 Prelude to an Age of Strife 1. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Although Frenzied Sword and Hao Tian had both accepted the selection mission, neither was confident about passing. Now, with Han Xiao's direct offer, the two could finally let out a deep breath. This was a golden opportunity, and of course, none of them would want to reject it. Bunhit Dog was especially happy about it. He understood the impact that being one of the first few players to journey into space could have on his videos. Moreover, most of the people to follow Han Xiao would certainly be exceptional pro players, allowing him to interview them whenever he wanted to boost his show's popularity. At first, he had felt heartbroken when he saw the requirements that one needed to meet in order to join Han Xiao's journey. He was not a particularly skillful player, and he had thought that he had no chance of following along Han Xiao. In this moment, Bunhit Dog was so excited that he would have jumped through the ceiling, but he stopped himself after he thought about the fines that he would have to pay if he did. To Han Xiao, Bunhit Dog was the perfect reporter. Although he did not even think that Bunhit Dog would be good enough to be cannon fodder, his role in the group was still irreplaceable. Bunhit Dog's shows served as a bridge between Han Xiao and the players, and it helped to boost his popularity. Han Xiao leading the only group of players who could adventure in space would definitely bring in loads of attention. So, he would be able to continue to leave a deep impression on the players despite having left planet Aquamarine. The players' curiosity for the space and galaxy as well as their fan craze on the pro players would ensure views for Bunhit Dog's exploration diary. After all, things like this were highly entertaining for the players and would be in high demand. "Are you really going to space?" asked Maple Moon curiously. She was a big fan of anything plot and lore related. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He glanced at Bunhit Dog before saying in a cryptic way, "This planet is about to witness an unprecedented calamity. Only the endless reaches in the galaxy beyond hold the key to saving the planet." Calamity? The four were shocked. Bunhit Dog had started recording their conversation the moment Maple Moon asked that question. He had a feeling that what Han Xiao had said just then could be something big very soon. Freebnoll.com. A few days later. Boom! Within the flashes and sounds of explosions stood the second prince, who was still hanging on for all he was worth. 14, 13. The surrounding crowd counted down in excitement. "Come on, you can do it, man. You must join the 30 Seconds Club." Sun Eggplant was fanning the flames from the side. He stood with a small group of people who had all passed the test. Han Xiao had secretly weakened his attacks for certain players as they were the one that he wanted on his team. Most of them were big names in the pro scene and those that had performed well in the tournament. The onlooking players could only feel envious about it, and they comforted themselves by telling themselves that those who had passed were all godly pro players. The group of people who had passed were then called the 30 Seconds Club. Damn! You just needed another second. Why do I keep finishing early? During the days of the selection, Han Xiao never changed his attacking style. He just stood still and controlled the sonic spheres and the turrets to suppress the challenger. This gave the players hope, as they believed that this was just like clearing a dungeon. They could always learn and analyze Han Zhao's moves from the others' attempts and even their own failures, thus gaining an advantage for themselves later on. However, try as they might, no matter how much the players learned about the fight, most were completely suppressed by Han Zhao and could not even last longer than 10 seconds. Second Prince, he's not bad, thought Han Zhao as he slowly let up his attacks. An opening. Second Prince's eyes flashed, and he threw himself on the ground and rolled out of the range of the attacks. The rain of bullets slowly inched toward him, and he did not even have time to get back up on his feet before he started to wiggle around on the ground in a desperate attempt to stay alive. 2-1-0. He made it. I can't believe he used his trump card. Repeated barrel rolls. The crowd started laughing at the pro player's sorry state. Second Prince got back up with a face covered in smoke and dirt, and Sun Eggplant, who stood to the side, raised his thumb before snickering. You have really opened my eyes today. You even pioneered your own fighting style, becoming the Grandmaster of Rolls. What a man. King Admiral pretended to be comprehending something. It feels like it would be quite useful. How about you learn it as well, Li Gu? Li Gu remained expressionless. What an embarrassment. Screw off. Second Prince was enraged. This bunch of star players were opponents in competitions, but they were also old friends, and they often bickered among each other whenever they hung out. Han Zhao had basically gotten all the members that he needed. He had already gotten a hold of pro players from the 4 big guilds and from the top 8 teams. Most of the top 8s from the individual matches had also joined his team. After counting up everyone, there was a little over 50 people total, but it was not a big deal as he could simply purchase the new tickets on board. Thanks to the official tournament, Han Zhao had an easy time looking for talents. He had packed most of the top rankers on Planet Aquamarine into his group in one go. To him, not only were the players the best cannon fodder, they were also his main information channel. Galaxy offered countless storylines, and Han Zhao could become the middleman to offer all these missions to the players, just like he did on the planet. That way, a part of all the pro players' earnings would go directly into his pocket. He had basically acquired a group of sweet, little bees that would work tirelessly for him, earning the resources that would have gone to the other NPCs instead. This was the correct way to utilize the players' advantages. Ultimately, Galaxy was like a theme park, full of distractions. He would need to use some methods if he wanted to ensure that these players stayed by his side. Now, having established his position among the players as one of their own, combined with the benefits that moving together as a single party would offer, there should not be any problems in the short run. Han Zhao would not have to worry about the pro players being tempted by something else in space for now. Regardless, Han Zhao had long since become accustomed to being prepared for anything. He had already come up with a more concrete plan to deal with issue. However, he would have to wait until they actually entered space before he could start implementing his plan. This was not some sort of idea that had sprung out from a moment's brilliance, but rather a plan that he had thought up after considering the big picture, and it was a crucial step for his future developments. They're all star players. Isn't this too extravagant of a lineup? Doesn't it feel like we're a few persons short? The more meticulous fans realized that Hao Tian and Frenzied Sword had not come for the mission. All the other pro players came. How could they let go of a chance like this? Even other Long Sky members participated in the selection. The star players had also realized this, and Li Gu frowned. Where are those two? Where's Hao Tian? Sleepy Winter felt helpless. I have already asked. Old Hao and Frenzied Sword were already qualified to begin with. The crowd could not process what Sleepy Winter had just said for a second. Hao Tian and Frenzied Sword had triggered Black Phantom's hidden storyline. Was that why they got this special treatment? The bunch of pro players suddenly felt a sense of unfairness in their hearts. They could not believe that they had to come here to get tortured over and over again, while those two just backdoored their way in. Where was the justice in that? The pro players were jealous to no end. They also wanted to receive such benefits. Once the testing was over, the crowd started, albeit quite unwillingly. However, at that moment, Han Zhao silently sent out another pre-written mission to the surrounding players. The Last Bastion. Mission type: Prize Pool Mission. The players stopped dead in their tracks and focused on the new information. What a sudden mission. Where did it come from? Black Phantom didn't say anything, right? Could he be the one who sent it? Prize pool. What's this? 1,000 experience points are required to accept this mission. Let's try it out. Many could not hold back their curiosity and immediately accepted the mission. However, they were all surprised when they all found out that this mission was grayed out. Mission introduction. Someday in the future, a calamity will strike this world, and Sanctuary 3 will become the last remaining bastion for humanity. Protect this dwindling flame from the encroaching darkness. Only then will there be hope to overcome this calamity. Requirement: protect Sanctuary 3. The destruction rate must not go above 50%. Mission status: frozen. Start date: unknown. The grayed-out name implied that this mission had not started. This was the first time that the players had seen a mission with the frozen status, and many were mystified. Word soon got out, and more people learned of this news. Chapter 316 Prelude to an Age of Strife 2. Chapter 316 Prelude to an Age of Strife 2. Translator: Atlas Studios. Editor: Atlas Studios. Han Shao could assign all sorts of mission, and those that were in the challenging category were more difficult than usual. They were often large-scale mission, where every movement of the individual players could impact the final result. Therefore, they had to work together to complete the mission. He had witnessed some missions that could affect the version, where millions of players fought for the same goal. Every player's actions earned contribution points, and the mission needed tens of millions of points to complete. Once finished, it would be the turning point of the entire storyline. The Last Bastion was a mission that Han Shao had created so that the players would still protect Sanctuary 3 after he left the planet. In the mission introduction, he hinted that there would be a disaster that would fall upon the land, yet he was vague in the description. However, it was enough to raise the interest of the players as they tried to guess the future storyline. Han Shao did not give out a clear instruction just so that the players would think that the information was a leak from the mission, which would make it credible. The testing mission that he had published before was just to warm up the players. Freezing a mission was a special method where the mission would not start until the disaster actually arrived. Han Shao then could activate the mission from miles away. This was like bait for the players as it lured their curiosity about the fate of their future. One condition to issue a mission was that Han Shao could not be too far away from the players. Han Shao had tested a lot of trials to find out this hidden condition. After he left the planet, it was impossible for him to directly give missions to the players. But now he could activate the mission from far away by using frozen missions. There's still a few days before I leave the sanctuary. I have enough time to walk around the entire city and give missions to hundreds of thousands of players, Han Shao thought to himself. With this, he could ensure that the players would still hang around Sanctuary 3 as if it was their main hub. At the beginning of version 2.0, these players could protect the sanctuary through the hardest times. For the players, shocking news came wave after wave. Since Han Shao had remained in the dark for quite some time after the storyline of the Germinal organization, the players had started to believe the analysis of Galaxy Times, thinking that the character had no more storyline and was just a normal NPC. But after staying quiet for more than half a year, Black Phantom had started to become active again, and his actions were shocking. He wanted to take the players across the galaxy. Not only that, Black Phantom also left a frozen prize pool mission, and the introduction hinted at a disaster that would sweep across planet Aquamarine. The old-fashioned NPCs returned from the dead started another wave of nostalgia players as they remembered the time when Black Phantom took over the world after the game launched. The scene was now showing in front of their eyes, and it felt rather dear to them. On the forums, countless of players were discussing what was the upcoming disaster. Alien invasion? Another war from the Six Nations that destroys the whole planet? Or is it a natural disaster? I think this could be the start of a new storyline. Just look at storyline on the other planets. All of them are intense, while planet Aquamarine is so chill. It's time for something to happen. Someone once said, "Those long divided shall be united, and those long united shall be divided." Is this the start of the romance of the Six Nations? With the boiling discussion in the forums, one player out of nowhere connected the two things that Han Shao had done. Is it possible that Black Phantom is trying to escape the disaster and that's why he wants to leave the planet as soon as possible? No way. I still remember an episode in Cabbage Hits Itself. It was a speech from Black Phantom to gather troops, and he said that he would do everything he could to protect the innocent lives. Isn't that courageous? If that's the reason, then there must be no hope for us to survive, and that's why Black Phantom is leaving his hometown. I wonder how devastating the disaster will be. There won't be that much of a change in storyline, right? Maybe not. It's possible that Black Phantom is just scared. Don't you see that he is trying to gather helpers for his escape? Quit joking around. He's still a main character in the storyline. He wrecked the Germinal organization by himself. Do you think he'll still run away? Well, the circumstances are different. A lot of his story with the Germinal organization had to do with planning. Moreover, there is a history between him and the Germinal organization. They were each other's mortal enemies, so of course they would use everything that they had to kill the other. But that's a different story for disasters. If he has the chance to run away, why wouldn't he do so? And here I am, still thinking that he wouldn't have any more screen time after the Germinal organization incident. One single topic would not have only one explanation. Some people stood up for Han Shao while others stood against him. Han Shao was not bothered at all because having oppositions was not a bad thing. It was through conflict that more people would pay attention. On the other hand, if everyone praised how almighty Han Shao was, then it would easily bore the players. However, Bunhit Dog did not want the players to look down on Han Shao for thinking that he was trying to run away. Bunhit Dog had already decided to start a new space adventure show, and if the audience viewed him as a deserter, then it would negatively affect to the show. On the other hand, if Han Zhao's reason for going to the outer space was courageous and noble, then their upcoming adventures would touch the hearts of the audience, which fit with the content that Bunhit Dog had planned. Because of that, Bunhit Dog leaked the discussion between Han Shao and the other three, which could reveal the reason for Han Zhao's departure, to find a solution for the upcoming disaster. This suddenly boosted the public's view of Han Shao. At the end of the episode, Bunhit Dog released the preview. As I looked up the mysterious night sky, my heart and soul were absorbed in the solidarity. I will follow Black Phantom to the world beyond the stars. And for this, I will create a new series recording the moments of the journey in the universe and present them right in front of you. Coming soon, because the topic was hot, Bunhit Dog's preview for the show spread like a wildfire. The players then all understood that Han Zhao's departure from the planet was to save them from a disaster. Without any delay, most of the players all respected him from the bottom of their hearts, while a small minority were still suspicious. No matter what attitude the players had, they were all paying close attention to the event, thinking about Han Shao traveling through the galaxy, and they were excited for Bunhit Dog's new show. These new messages, however, were only visible for the players. The organizations on the planet still had no idea what was happening. In the powering snow and freezing wind stood a mountain range located in the territory of Raylan. There were a lot of wild beasts in the mountains without any civilization. Not even a single town was visible within dozens of miles, and the roar of beasts echoed in the mountain range. Raylan's secret laboratory was right there in the mountains. Inside the laboratory, Kurlad's spaceship was hanging in midair, and thousands of pieces of equipment and wires surrounded the spaceship, detecting any data coming out from the spaceship and presenting it on the big screen. Countless researchers came and went while adjusting the equipment. After moving the spaceship around for more than 10 days, Raylan secretly organized people for this research operation, the best researchers from both the military and the intelligence organization. There were normal people and some mechanic superhumans. Even with so many talents working together, there was little progress to be seen. The technology that built the spaceship was too advanced for the people on planet Aquamarine to understand. Moreover, Godaran technology also contained magic, requiring the magic engravings for it to work. It was a completely different type of technology compared to that of planet Aquamarine. For the researchers who had never seen magic, they did not know where to start. In their eyes, this spaceship lacked many important components and modules, and they could not even find where the energy source was. They only found some parts that looked related to the energy source, some really ancient parts, and a black liquid object that looked like motor oil. It was stored in an empty test tube on the side and being experimented on. Chapter 317 Lift Off. Chapter 317 Lift Off. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The director of the research operation walked in with high officials wearing Raylan's military uniform. An older gentleman who looked like the leader said with a deep frown, "Any progress?" "There's literally no progress at all," the director responded helplessly. "The alien spaceship technology is too much for us to comprehend. We can't solve the mystery. The meters from measuring equipment are constantly jumping at the same time, which was completely illogical. Then copy just a small part. I only need something concrete. Sorry, but most of the components are too weird in structure, and we don't even know what they are used for. We tried to copy the engravings on the spaceship, but nothing happened, and we can't even start the engine up. After years of investment, you give me this kind of answer?" The old official stared at the director coldly. The director was sweating. "But there is something that we have found out. Please follow me." The group then moved in front of the transparent test tube that contained the black liquid. The director said, "This seems to be motor oil that the spaceship uses for fuel. It is extremely dense and viscous. We found some special characteristic that resembles a microorganism after looking through the microscope. More importantly, its reaction can produce energy. From our understanding, the molecules in the liquid can separate by itself and reproduce while keeping the original mass. The extra molecules are then released as energy. The process is completely automatic, meaning that it can produce energy without any input. This is revolutionary. We think that this is a reusable energy source that is used by alien civilizations. If this object can keep on separating molecules and producing energy, in theory, it can produce an unlimited amount of energy. We are still trying to understand the mechanism behind the process." The black liquid slowly moved in the test tube, and the old official frowned. "Why is it moving by itself? Is it a living creature? This should be the reason it could produce molecules. It has characteristics of microorganisms, but it does not have a nervous system, which means that it does not have conscious, so the movement is probably a reaction from the molecule separation process. This liquid is basically the same as bacteria. Since it was an alien technology, all the researchers accepted all the unexplained phenomenon, and the director added, "We have already run the tests. The liquid is not radioactive, and it does not contain poisonous materials. We also used a death row prisoner to touch the liquid with his body, and nothing went wrong after the contact." The old official nodded, and the others all looked at the liquid. "The progress is still too slow," one of the officials said. "Our time is limited, and we can't keep on hiding this operation from the Godaran civilization. We need physical copies as soon as possible, but the difference in technology is too much. It's not easy to break through this barrier. Unless..." The director hesitated. "Unless there's someone who understands the technology to help us." The higher officials quickly looked at each other and thought of the same person. The missing Godaran. He must understand this technology. If we can find him, not only can we report this back to Godora, we can also use the excuse of repairing his spaceship to obtain part of their technology. The old official turned to the official of intelligence organization and asked, "How is it with the dark net? When will Han Shao turn the man in?" He never responded. The intelligence official replied coldly, "And the dark net keeps on postponing the request." "God damn it!" the old official shouted with anger. "He is crossing the line on this matter that can impact the future of this planet. A civilian organization dares to ignore us. Do they want to die? Should we send someone? The southern continent is Star Dragon and Hesla's territory, so he thinks that we don't want to leak any intel to them. Haha, he underestimated us," the old official said in a deep voice. "The upper command gave us the order to retrieve the missing investigator. We will contact the other countries and work together to suppress the dark net." Originally, Raylan had thought about using violence to directly raid the base of Darknet, but considering the safety of the Godaran investigator and Han Zhao's strength, there was no way it would work. The only way was to force the Darknet to give up the hostage voluntarily, so they had to cooperate with other political powers and pressure the Darknet. Even though Raylan did not want the other nations to know that they had the spaceship, compared to the future of the planet, this concern was negligible. Of course, the negotiation condition would probably require the other nations to join the research. However, since they had no progress in the beginning, maybe working together could maximize the potential benefits under the condition that everyone would share the research knowledge to each other. This was also a plan to deal with the individual strength of Han Xiao, and it was obvious that Raylan hated him. Raylan could simply have helped the investigator return to his own planet and built close ties with Ghidorah as if they were lovebirds. But Han Xiao had ruined this honeymoon dream and cut off the red string between Raylan and Ghidorah. The top officials are contacting the leaders from the other countries. If the Dark Net ignores us, then let's see if he can deal with the power from the 6 nations. More importantly, Han Xiao still thinks that he's invincible and the strongest man on the planet. He keeps on using the sacrifice that he made as an excuse to do whatever he wants. I hope this punishment will teach him that there are powers in this world that he cannot steal away. The old official laughed coldly. The players in the sanctuary all accepted the mission, the last bastion. The prize pool mission that seemed to be a main storyline kept on attracting more and more players to join. The prize pool quickly reached an astronomical number and met Han Xiao's requirement for the number of participants. As more and more people discussed the mission, the mysteriousness of Han Xiao thickened. Counting the numbers of days left, the day of the arrival of the tourist group grew ever closer. DD. The galactic communicator rang, and it was a new message from the Acute Galactic Travel Agency. They would arrive at Planet Aquamarine the next day, and the agency reminded the passengers to pack the luggage. The position to aboard the spaceship could be controlled by the communicator, so Han Xiao could choose whichever place he wanted to enter. It's finally here. Han Xiao suddenly got up, and his heart was pounding with excitement. The memories of battles in the galaxy boiled in his mind, and the scenes popped out in front of his eyes like bubbles. In the universe without borders, one civilization after another, new powerful storyline characters, millions of new species, the battleship that sailed across the universe, life filled with danger and action. All the memories flashed before his eyes. The galaxy was the future. To first explore the universe was to build a proper foundation for the future growth for later actions from updates of the version. The galaxy would be the spotlight. Han Xiao calmed down and thought, I have all my equipment and have chosen dozens of team members. I have all the resources that I need for the journey. I don't have to worry about experience points for quite some time, so I've dealt with all the small things. His accumulation in Planet Aquamarine was the bottom line for exploration in the galaxy. When dawn arrived, the thundering sound of engines broke the silence of the sanctuary. A heavily armored convoy quickly responded and drove to the gate. The players and strangers on the street all looked toward the convoy. The logo on the cars represented the highest rank troops that were under the direct command of Han Xiao. Players suddenly realized what was happening and followed behind the convoy. The message spread wide and far, and all the players in the sanctuary heard the news and headed toward where the convoy was heading. Waves of people all flooded through the security walls and reached the red flat plain. Chapter 318, The Clueless 6 Nations. Chapter 318, The Clueless 6 Nations. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. When the convoy stopped, the horde of players stood afar as they stared at the supply boxes that were dropping from the sky. They quickly stacked up like a mountain, and the chosen professional players stood by the boxes without moving. As for Han Xiao, who had the full attention of the players, he was just standing alone at the side, looking up into the sky, as if he was waiting for something. Quite a number of players activated the record function with excitement. It looks like he's leaving today. Everyone was curious about how Han Xiao would leave the planet Aquamarine. The players had long waited for this moment. They followed Han Xiao and looked upward. Freebnol.com. It was right at the crack of dawn. As the sun on the horizon slowly raised up, the heavens and the earth brightened while chasing the darkness away. Right at that moment, in the area right above the convoy, the players realized that there was a small black dot that was the size of an ant. They focused their eyes, and they could soon see that it was an outline of a spaceship that was descending toward the planet. Look! Spaceship! At the beginning, the crowd became exhilarated as they talked with each other. But as the shadow of the spaceship became larger and larger and the sky started to dim, the excitement and noisiness of the crowd quickly died down. Tens of thousands of people's jaws dropped. The scene in front of their eyes was so shocking that they were lost for words. When the spaceship was still high up in the sky, the outline was only the size of a green bean. It was only when the spaceship was a few hundred meters above the crowd that they realized the sheer magnitude of the spaceship. The spaceship was large enough to block out the entire sky above. My God, just how big is this spaceship? As the players looked up into the sky, they could not see anything other than the black spaceship. They only saw the outline of the spaceship that was near the horizon. There was one poem that everyone remembered as the spaceship landed. Dark clouds bearing down on the city threatened to overwhelm it. The Short Horn Star was the main spaceship of the tourist group. The large-scale commercial spaceship had a controlled ecosystem, and it was comparable to the size of a space station. It could travel in space for a long time with radar equipment, powerful turrets, and a high-energy shield. Just this one single spaceship could sweep over planet Aquamarine. The crowd was in great shock, and it was even more so for the chosen professional players. They took a deep breath. In their eyes, Han Xiao was just a character on planet Aquamarine, yet he had the ability able to call in such a large spaceship. It was simply phenomenal. However, because Han Xiao had shown so much power and capability, the teammates started to gain confidence. The magnificent futuristic scene left a powerful impression in the players' hearts. The monstrous machinery and the natural environment juxtaposed each other perfectly, and it was perfect for a desktop picture. The players quickly took out their cameras and captured the view. A box-shaped levitating cabin detached from the main spaceship and spat out blue flames that pushed the dust in the air as it landed right in front of Han Xiao. This was the specialized cabin that carried the passengers into the spaceship. The metal cabin had a high-tech style, with a very clean, detailed structure. The cabin door opened up, and folded stairs extended in front Han Xiao. "Let's go now. I can't wait to get a drink." Kurlad got in without hesitation and left all his burdens behind. Han Xiao waved at the players, and they had to do hard labor, carrying all the supply boxes up into the cabin. After everything was done, the cabin door closed by itself, and it shot right up to the sky and docked into the Short Horn Star. After a few seconds, the Short Horn Star quickly moved up. Despite its huge mass, it did not make any noise or release any flames as it flew away, giving the crowd a weird feeling. When the Short Horn Star stopped by a planet, it would turn off its engine and only use the anti-gravity core to save fuel. Through the window, Han Xiao looked down on people that had turned into the size of ants and let out a deep sigh. After spending so much time on this planet, I finally moved on from this place. And up into the sky they went. On the plane, millions of players stared at the spaceship that disappeared into blue heavens, and the sunlight showed up again in the sky. Inside the Sanctuary 3, Gila stood behind his sister, and she put her hand on the shoulders of Aurora. The two of them both looked at the Short Horn Star. "Will he ever come back?" Aurora asked curiously. Gila remained quiet and shook her head. "It's a wider world out there. After stepping out of here, there's no reason for him to come back." "Hey sis, why didn't we also join him?" Gila patted on Aurora's golden hair and did not reply. "Hey, you're hurting me." Gila then realized that she had used too much force and quickly let go. The bear cub on the side roared at the sky, lay on the ground, and covered its head with its paws, sobbing, as if it was sad about the departure of its owner. Aurora patted on the bear's fur and was also sad. She asked quietly, "Will we be able to see him?" "Sooner or later we will. But you just said that he won't come back." "Yeah." Gila did not explain. Aurora's heart skipped a beat as she understood the hidden meaning. Then her mood was happy again. "He's gone." In Sanctuary 1, Bennett was doing a video call with Huang Yu and listening to the intel. "From now on, Sanctuary 3 is under your command. Don't try to change Han Zhao's arrangements, but other than that, you can decide on the other matters." "Okay. Thank you, Sir Bennett." Huang Yu was motivated since his hard work had finally paid off. "Don't thank me. Han Xiao recommended you before leaving." "I understand." Huang Yu nodded and carved it in his heart. After ending the call, Bennett, with a smile on his face, logged into his secret account and opened the threats that the Six Nations had sent him. Bennett had dealt with the pressure from Raylan and other countries by himself, as he did not want Han Shao to worry about these things before departing. Now that the ship had sailed, the way that his old friend had left was enough to shock the Six Nations, since Bennett himself also was surprised at the scene of departure. He wondered how Raylan would react to that. Because there were too many witnesses of the event, it brought a large impact all over the world, with the video of the spaceship spreading on the internet. Every citizen on planet Aquamarine saw the landing monstrous spaceship that was as large as a mountain. The Short-Horn Star did not state their purpose of entry, and this massive ship frightened the Six Nations. As the satellites detected the Short-Horn Star, the Six Nations had panicked and sent the Air Force to try and communicate with them. Yet, the Short-Horn Star had ignored them and showed no intention of talking to the highest power of the planet. Before the Six Nations could do anything, the spaceship had then left without a sound. After the visit of the enormous spaceship on planet Aquamarine, the Six Nations feared what had to come and quickly tried to get intel. When they found out about the truth that the Short-Horn Star had just come to pick up Han Shao, the Six Nations had been flustered at first, but then they were suddenly struck dumb with amazement. The mysterious spaceship that had surpassed planet Aquamarine by countless of years was just there to pick Black Phantom up. How did he do it? What else was he hiding? Although they knew that Black Phantom was capable, this action was so unbelievable that no one could ever have thought of it. This time, the Raylan was bamboozled. They had never thought that this would happen. The target whom they were threatening had already jumped out of the pool and stopped playing with them. No wonder Han Shao had ignored all the threats from the Six Nations, since their hostility was just a speck of dust. Chapter 319, The Short-Horn Star. Chapter 319, The Short-Horn Star. Translator, Atlas Studios. Editor, Atlas Studios. As Han Shao left without a sound, Raylan were left in confusion. They could not even lay their finger on the world above, yet Han Shao had simply achieved this without breaking a sweat. For the Six Nations, there were still a lot of unknowns about the nature of the galaxy, and they only had the downgraded version of the galactic communicator, so they could only contact the Goddard civilization and were unable to use other functions. It was complete suppression of difference in civilization, so the Six Nations had to comply. Therefore, they did not know about the function of the Galactic Travel Agency and had no idea how Han Shao had achieved what he had done. In their eyes, they felt that the ship was the unknown space organization that backed Han Shao up. The man had always been mysterious, and they were always clueless. As the major political power, having one individual that had allies more powerful than the entire planet, their fear and anxiety was off the charts. Raylan was the party who had started the aggression against Han Shao, but the pressure was meaningless. On top of that, they had also revealed the secret that they had the spaceship. They had suffered a double loss, and it pained their heart. The difference between reality and expectation was huge, as if a student was trying to beat Han Shao in exam, but then they realized that he was already confirmed to go to a top university in a big city. Raylan was left only with disappointment. Through the box-shaped cabin, the Earth became smaller and smaller as Short-Horn Star flew in the sky. The blue sky slowly turned dark while the anti-gravitation engine operated quietly. They headed into the dark universe. Suddenly, the cabin shook violently as it tried to escape the atmosphere. Before they knew it, they were in space. Planet Aquamarine was filled with the deep blue color of the ocean, with bountiful fertile land and specks of yellow dots. From above, one could see the entire land in detail, and Han Shao saw that Andrea was covered in black, showing that the war and nuclear explosion had the most damaging effect at this area. His experience on planet Aquamarine flashed by in his eyes. He had started with nothing, then he had finished accumulating enough resources to start rising in this planet. And now, he was taking the next step to the higher stage. He felt sad leaving his friends behind, so he still had some feelings for the planet Aquamarine. As he left the planet, part of his heart was still in his home. Even though he was not extremely close with people such as Bennett, Gila, and Aurora, they had great potential in their ability. Just from the perspective of benefits, Han Shao hoped to see Gila and her sister grow stronger and provide assistance. Staring at the planet that was slowly drifting away, he quietly murmured, "I will be back." The next moment, Han Shao looked away from the planet, and headed toward the hallways in the spaceship. Whoosh! The metal door that connected box-shaped cabin to the main spaceship split into 4 diamonds and retracted into the walls. Right through the door was a straight metal hallway that extended forward. The light on the side of the door turned from red to green, indicating that the passengers should follow the path. "Come on, I need to get a drink," Kurlad urged. "Why are you rushing? Your money is with me." Han Shao waved his hand, and the professional players stopped their chit-chat and pushed the payload forward. Halfway through the tunnel was a mechanical arch door with a monitor on the side. It was used to detect the body condition and identify the species of the passengers to have a suitable arrangement. The group walked through the door, and the monitor showed that everything was normal. The floor suddenly opened up, and a transparent container popped up. Inside the container was a translator for passenger to use. Han Shao and others all put the translators on, and the monitor spoke with a digital woman's voice. "Welcome to the Short Horn Star Travel Agency. You originally reserved 50 seats, but we have detected more. Please pay the additional fee of, with a few more people than originally planned." Han Shao followed the instruction. The account still had a bit more than 700 anas. The voice then said, "Payment confirmed. Class, economy. Personal luggage storage function activated. Please store your luggage and move forward." The wall on side opened up, and inside was a moving conveyor belt that transported luggage to the warehouse. After putting in the supply boxes, the group kept on moving forward. Finally, they reached the end of the hallway. It was a large elevator. After they stepped in, the elevator moved up and down, but it also moved sideways. The galactic commercial spaceship did not force the passenger to stay in one place. It was more like a cruise that had a lot of entertainment and resting spaces. Different sections of the ship had different environments to accommodate different life forms. For example, species similar to humans that needed oxygen and low gravity to live shared one large lobby. Species that needed special environmental conditions also had their own section, such as aquatic creatures and anaerobic organisms. The elevator stopped abruptly. The door opened, and the bustling atmosphere crashed into the group. In front of their eyes was a large empty space, the lobby for economy class. It was wide and open with all sorts of entertainment, such as a place that was a mixture of a bar, a ballroom, and a party room, as well as resting areas and personal rooms. One side of the lobby was a large window that could directly see the beautiful universe decorated with the stars. All sorts of living creatures walked past them. They saw a bird talking to a lion that was wearing a suit. There was also a dwarf with a great big, bushy beard drinking beer with a beast with sharp teeth. Every one of them had different scents and voices, and they were mixing together in a small space, which gave the players a weird feeling, as it was their first contact with aliens. "What kind of species is that? Their heads look like a hammer," Second Prince said in surprise. "You look like them," Son Eggplant laughed. "Don't bullying him so much," King Admiral said. "Only I have the right to do so." Second Prince gave both of them a middle finger. Rainy Kim stood by the window like a quiet, beautiful lady, enjoying the view of the night sky. Twinkle Fried Rice slowly moved up to her, and just as he wanted to flirt, Hao Tian pulled him back. Hao Tian dragged Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice and said in a serious tone, "Later, we will go find a chance to see if we can activate some missions." "Fried Rice, why do you look so bitter?" All the players opened their eyes and chatted about the new world. However, Han Shao was not surprised. He had already seen too many species after a lot of reading. A female member of staff wearing a uniform with a human shape walked up to the group. She had light red skin and smiled at the group. The staff member scanned through the group. Then she directly walked up to Kurlad and said with enthusiasm, "Respectable Godarin, your room is ready." In the Colton Star Cluster, Godarin was a well-known species with high standing. Commercial traveling groups were equivalent to public transport in space because it was the cheapest way to travel. So it was rare to see a Godarin. The staff member assumed that Kurlad was the leader, and he ignored Han Shao and the others. Kurlad was a bit surprised and looked at Han Shao. He then replied, "Okay, I understand." The staff gave the room number and authorization to Kurlad. Then she gave him wink before leaving. It was obvious that she was interested in him. Godarins were the best species in the star cluster, and the woman, who was an aquatic species, would not mind if anything happened between Kurlad and her. Some species could have a hybrid offspring, while others could use IVF. The relationships between different species in the universe were very open. However, Kurlad was insistent about being a pure blood, so he had no interest in females from other species. He handed everything to Han Xiao. Han Xiao took the things. He found it funny that the Godaran was mistaken as a leader. "We are on the ship and have finished the transaction," Kurlad said. "When can I contact the headquarters?" "No worries, the final stop is Rivervale hub. You can head back by yourself from there." "I won't stop you." "That's good." Kurlad rubbed his hand and added awkwardly, "I want to get a drink. So, I only have that much. Don't waste it all." Han Xiao gave him 10 annas. Han Xiao thought to himself that he was such a kind person for giving pocket money to a person whom he had scammed. After receiving the money, Kurlad skipped toward the bar. He believed in hedonism, so most of his money was spent on drinks. Han Xiao brought everyone to their room, and the players' faces were filled with surprise. Bun Hit Dog excitedly recorded everything. Occasionally, other species looked at the group, but they withdrew their gazes rather quickly as space humans were really common. There were a lot of human species in the economy class lobby. After reaching the door of the room, Han Xiao thought for a while and turned to the group. "You are free to do whatever you want. Also, try to get some information from other passengers." The players could not hold back their curiosity any longer. After hearing this, everyone scattered to the lobby. Players were useful intel gatherers, so there was no need for him to do that by himself. Also, players could earn some quests from other passengers and earn some annas, and he could use some method to exchange goods with players. In the end, the players were essentially making money for Han Xiao. Han Xiao smiled. "I guess it will be the first time that the passengers have met such passionate people." Chapter 320 Development Plan and Scavengers. Chapter 320 Development Plan and Scavengers. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. After getting rid of the others, Han Xiao walked into the room alone and let out a deep breath. He finally had the chance to be alone with the first step of entering the galaxy completed. There were many opportunities in the universe and many plans for what to do next, so he needed to decide on one path to take. Firstly, he was located in the Garten Galaxy of the Colton Star Cluster, and with his strength, this area was dangerous but just right for him to grow. As a LV-70 mechanic, grade C super, he was considered at the middle level of the supers in Colton Star Cluster. Freewebnovel.com. The universe was divided into many star fields, and the Colton Star Cluster belonged to the Shattered Star Ring star field. The Shattered Star Ring was located at the edge of the visible universe and considered rural. Its name came from its structure. This star field was like a broken, shattered ring of stars, every star cluster being part of this ring. At the heart of the Shattered Star Ring was a dangerous place with an enormous cluster of wormholes, where the universe's waste was being thrown out from numerous star fields, floating in the area and forming a waste dump. Because of this, scavenger groups were very active in the Shattered Star Ring. There were quite a number of uncommon occupations in the galaxy, such as the Galaxy Pirates, Scavengers, Mercenaries, Colony Explorers, and so on. The Shattered Star Ring did not have a single ruling authority, only scattered star clusters and galactic civilizations, so there were many areas with a worrying level of law and order. The Shattered Star Ring was rightfully ruled by West Sandling, but this civilization only had their emissary reside at the local offices and hardly managed the area. West Sandling was the official name of the Universal Civilization Federation of Light. The bigger the area, the more dangerous it was. Han Xiao remembered many opportunities, but according to the current situation, the best decision was to stay in the Colton Star Cluster and grow first. It was still version 1.0, and he was not very familiar with the storyline in the galaxy since the players at this stage had yet to enter it in his previous life. However, some large missions were most likely still the same. The first step is to get an information source. Rivervale Hub is chaotic, and there are many agencies from different organizations here. I can try to attach to an organization and get some initial intelligence, Han Xiao thought. As long as he could get his hands on some information, he would be able to know which were the large storyline missions suitable for him. The most important target was to become stronger. He was not restricted by the version and was always ahead of the players, so he had to maintain this lead in this world filled with danger. It was like riding a boat against the current. If he did not go forward, he would be going backward. For now, Han Zhao's main class was stuck at the class advancement mission. He had to first find a subclass, level up to LV80, get enough attribute points, and increase his INT to more than 400. He did not want to take this lightly. More and more experience would be required to level up, so he wanted to find a valuable, rare subclass. From what he had earned during the Pro League, the amount of experience that he had in his interface was about 2,700,000,000, which would last him for quite some time without having to worry about experience expenses. The amount of resources and equipment that he had accumulated had the value of thousands of anas, and the specific value depended on the buyer's demand and the fluctuating value of machinery, which could not be determined before the deal. The other class advancement requirement was to have 5 mechanic class advancement knowledges. In the universe, there were comparatively more ways to get super knowledge. Although the very high-level knowledge was controlled, class advancement knowledge were not difficult to get. Some financial groups and organizations were even selling class advancement knowledge, which meant that he could get them as long as he paid the money. As long as he had enough money, he could even buy all the class advancement knowledges. And in terms of earning money, not that Han Zhao was bragging, he was really not bad at it. Players are equivalent to labor. I can get anas through them indirectly, and they can also provide assistance to me. If I make them mercenaries, I can get paid while they do the missions. However, in order to make a large amount of profit, the best is to sell rare items, such as mining for some precious minerals, or get rewarded from some old wanted missions. The existence of players was his advantage, and they could be of great help if he did things the right way, which was why he had chosen to bring the players along. Growing and leveling up was the core target, but Han Zhao also had another target, which was to try to solve the mutation disaster in Planet Aquamarine of version 2.0 in advance. In version 2.0, many planets in the Shattered Star Ring encountered the mutation disaster, and the origin of all that was the evil organization of Colton Star Cluster, Dark Star. The novice planets in other star fields would have different storylines. Dark Star was a rebellion from the Godaran civilization, and Han Zhao was very familiar with its history. The origin of the Dark Star mostly came from the discrimination from Ghidorah's pure blood beliefs. Many of the Dark Star members were hybrid Godarans, discriminated against because of their bloodline, which led to their extreme mindset, wanting to overthrow the Ghidorah government. They believed that Ghidorah's regulations were corrupted and that they were the new Ghidorah of the new era. Every civilization had their own mindsets and traditions, and there was not any absolute evidence that inclusion was the more advanced choice. All civilizations had their unique qualities. To respect the traditions and habits of the other civilization, compromising with each other during contact yet not fully accepting them, was the norm of communication between species in the universe. Of course, at the initial stage of universe exploration, cases of uncompromising conflict between civilizations occurring, due to their irreconcilable difference in beliefs, habits, and characteristics, were not the rarest. Such as the human race and species that fed on humans, there was almost zero possibility of these species communicating with each other, but these extreme civilizations only suffered in the progress, and as the super-civilizations implanted their laws and regulations, even these species had to accept the existence of each other. Ghidorah originated from magic. Before they came into contact with the galaxy, all Ghadarans were pureblood. Only after they mated with other intelligent species did hybrid Ghadarans appear. So, the pureblood belief had started to spread, emphasizing on the importance of their traditions. Those with authority were all pure blood. Therefore, the pure blood and hybrids started to witness new class differences. As Ghidorah grew, more and more hybrids were born, and the bloodline talent of Ghadarans was gradually diluted. Thus, they took more importance in the pure blood belief. The extreme ones of the pure blood believers did not even consider the hybrids as the same race. The conflict became ever more intense, and finally, Dark Star was born, acting against Ghidorah in almost every aspect with an extreme and evil style of doing things. In order to solve the mutation disaster, I have to start with the Ghodaran civilization. The mutation virus had very strong latency. In his previous life, it had only been taken seriously after the disaster completely exploded, so all he could do for now was only prepare for the future. These two targets were the key points for the current stage. He contemplated the details of the plan, turned on the communicator, browsed the interstellar channel, and focused on the information regarding the current situation and environment of the Colton star cluster. At this time, an announcement was made from the broadcast. Everyone, please return to your rooms. The ship is about to speed up and enter the light jump tunnel. Turbulence might be experienced. If you suffer from dizziness, please do not panic. It's a normal reaction. Rapid footsteps could be heard outside the doors. All of the passengers returned to their rooms, including Kurlad and the players. Black safety belts came out of the wall. Safety measures like protective cabins were too much to expect with such low-grade travel agencies. After buckling up the safety belt, the room doors locked automatically. A loud roar came from within the spaceship, and the metal walls and floors were trembling. Right after, a force came from above and pressed everyone strongly into their seats. This was the reaction force even after being weakened many times by the various devices. Short-horn star shot out a blazing flame and sped up rapidly. Streams of light suddenly appeared in the darkness outside the windows, like entering a tunnel of light. As the pressing force reached its peak, Short-horn star flashed and turned into a stream of light. The engine operated at its full capacity. After entering the tunnel, the reaction force rapidly weakened because of the internal stabilization devices. Next stop, Garten Galaxy Star Zone 5. Travel time, 3 days. Please enjoy your trip. In those 3 days, Han Xiao kept a low profile on the ship, whereas the players were rather warm-hearted. They started conversations with the other passengers and asked to help them passionately. It was the first time that these passengers had seen such warm humans, and they realized the players had very limited knowledge after having conversations and assumed them to be natives. Kurlad was having a dark blue drink at the bar when a hybrid human with sharp ears and bony face walked up beside him, tossed an Aina's coin, signifying that this cup was on him, and said with a smile, "You boarded from planet Aquamarine, right? That low-class planet is just a low-class civilization, and the people you brought onto the ship are all natives, aren't they? What does that have to do with you?" Kurlad looked at him sideways. "Hehe, are you interested in a deal? My name is Cecily. I do this." This person was wearing gloves. He discreetly lifted up the gap and showed the tattoo on the back of his hand. A bird wrapped in chains. That was a label for a slavery trade organization, one of the many scavenger businesses. Kurlad waved impatiently and said, "F***CK off. I don't want to waste my time with you." Public spaceships were rather chaotic, with quite many hidden gray organizations looking for suckers. Therefore, people who had the choice all disdained traveling with galactic travel agencies. Kurlad disliked being in contact with scavengers very much. It spoiled his mood so much that he even lost his interest in his favorite dark blue star bubbles. "Don't be so quick to reject. I can see all of the natives that you've brought along are supers, so their prices will be quite good. Consider it, okay?" At this time, Han Zhao's cold voice appeared from behind the two. "I think it's time for you to leave." Cecily turned his head around and saw Han Xiao standing behind expressionless. He smiled without caring, ignored Han Xiao, and gave Kurlad a slight bow before leaving. Chapter 321, The Green Knight, Boneless Bird. Chapter 321. The Green Knight, Boneless Bird. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Cecily blended into the crowd and started chatting with others again. It seemed like he did not care much about the failed deal this time. Slave trader. Han Xiao frowned as he looked at Cecily's back. "I might be short of money, but I have my integrity." Kurlad snorted, finished his drink, and said after a pause, "There are hundreds and thousands of scavenger organizations in the Shattered Star Ring, recognizable by their tattoos. Some scavengers also do other shady business, like robbery, kidnapping, and extortion. That Cecily is the middleman for the slave trade, in charge of looking for targets. He belongs to the Boneless Bird Scavenger Group, a tough criminal group wanted by many galactic civilizations in Godora. The slave trade specializes in capturing rare species and supers, selling them to customers with demands for viewing or beast fighting. Supers were very common in the universe but far less common than normal people. In the eyes of the people in the galaxy, supers were considered trained warriors or talented geniuses. Supers had higher positions, and some normal people started to have thoughts about controlling supers. Thus, gladiator shows appeared. It was like watching a higher-grade boxing competition. The audience enjoyed watching the supers fight each other to death both visually and mentally. Some official arenas hired supers with high salaries, and some underground arenas bought super slaves. Therefore, the supers were always quite popular in the slave market. You guys have been targeted, so it's best to be careful, but scavengers won't do things that will cost them a loss. You should be safe in the spaceship since I rejected him, and he won't continue to try, Kurlad said. I feel that his target isn't us, natives. Han Shao thought about. The spaceship suddenly shook and got out of the light-jumping state. The window at the side of the hall showed the short-horn star closing in on a dark gray planet. Its surface was covered with mountains, and there was not any hint of green. It was just a desolate rock, with dark and black streams formed from the dead rivers. This was Star Zone 5, filled with dangerous places, and this planet was one such place. Its danger level in the Godora star map was medium-high, which meant there was more than a 40% chance that an investigator would die there. Planet Aquamarine's danger evaluation in their database was only low. The spaceship entered the atmosphere, hovered high up in the sky, and let out its airdrop cabins to collect the new passengers on the ground. The public spaceships would fetch passengers on their way of the journey, and there was someone on this planet that had called for the Shorthorn Star Travel Agency. The passenger that had just boarded at the VIP entrance was covered in a ragged white cape. The body shape under the cape was tall and large, and a big bag was hanging across his body. His footsteps were very heavy, accompanied by the clunk of metal clashing. Coming in front of the scanning gate, this person unbuttoned their cape and showed their real face. He was shockingly half man, half machine. A very large area on his body had gone through mechanical modifications. Pipes and wires were hidden between the gaps of the armor, indication lights flashed, and only his right arm was human of his 4 limbs. There was no modification above his neck. He looked cold and handsome, especially his sharp eyes, which gave off an unwelcoming aura. The eyes of this person were light green, beautiful like emeralds. His skin was very pale, and his half-machine body was full of scars from battle. After the scan was complete, a sound came out of the broadcast. Welcome aboard Shorthorn Star. You have reserved the business cabin. Your passenger identification number is. Please enjoy your journey. The business cabin hall was at another place. There were not as many passengers there as the economy cabin, so its environment was better and quieter. This person had no intention of stopping. He walked past the hall and went straight back to his room, with the passengers in the hall looking at him with shock. Is that the Green Knight? That's him all right, one of the very few warriors of the Sunil family, high-class mercenary of the Mercenary Alliance, a very strong guy. How unexpected to see him here. Didn't they say the Sunil family migrated? The people chatted among themselves and subconsciously lowered their voices. It was like they feared that person and did not want him to hear. Of course, Han Shao did not know who had boarded the ship. The broadcast announced that the next stop was another star zone. There would still be a few more stops before they arrived at the Ubarely hub, but he was patient and not in a hurry. He made use of the time to gather information from the passengers and the galactic channel on the communicator. The communicator also worked as a television. With advanced technology came psychological enjoyments. Many channels were dedicated to playing all sorts of entertainment shows. Han Shao found quite a lot of good stuff in one of Kurlad's files called Investigator Work Documents. After looking at it for a while, Han Shao turned it off in silence, his eyes burning. Godorans really know how to play. Kurlad drank alcohol every day, and his allowance was finished very soon. He asked for more money from Han Shao but came back to no result. Thus, he then slept in his room every day, totally lacking the attitude of one who had been kidnapped. In fact, Han Shao was amused at how calm this Godoran was. Life in the spaceship was simple and quiet. He just wanted to arrive at the destination peacefully. However, change came without any warning. In some area on the way of Shorthorn Star's route ahead, A few scavenger spaceships hovered in the universe quietly. Their designs were unique with signs of being modified unprofessionally. This was the unique style of scavengers. The boneless bird logo was painted on the side of the spaceships. In the main ship's internal deck, scavengers from different species were having a party. The boneless bird leader was sitting on the high chair, holding a barrel and chugging it down while laughing out loud. The leader of boneless bird was called Serpent Braid. He was almost 4 meters tall and had the blood of stone giant. His muscles were bulging, his skin was stone, his face was covered with a beard, and a braid of hair on his head hung down to his waist, thus his nickname. Scavengers traveled around the gray areas. Their reason for making money was to enjoy themselves, so partying was their most common activity. Ding ding. New message. The interface on the main ship's control panel flashed, and a line of words appeared. The sender was Cecily. Guys, the job is here. Serpent Braid threw away the barrel, and it shattered in the corner. He stood up, wiped away the alcohol on his beard, and said with a ferocious face, "The target this time is worth a lot of money." Hundreds of scavengers below growled in excitement. Pair of threes, 4 kings, 5 twos. Pass. Wait a minute, where did the other 2 come from? On Shorthorn Star, a group of players squeezed into the room and played poker out of boredom. After staying on the spaceship for so many days, there were no more missions for them to accept. Furthermore, combat was not allowed in the ship, and many areas were not open, so these players could only find enjoyment themselves. The journey could not be skipped, which had always received complaints. Some players went offline to rest, so only 1/3 of the players were left online. The online spot and reviving spot could be locked onto the transportation tool, so there were no worries of being lost in space. Han Shao sat to the side and looked at the time. There should be only a few more days till they arrived. Shorthorn Star had arrived at the Garten Galaxy Star Zone 2 at this time. The area started becoming more urban, quite a number of the planets here had civilizations, and it was an area where Ghidorah paid a lot of attention to managing as it was closer, which meant it was easier to manage. The spaceship stopped the greatest number of times to fetch passenger here. As long as they arrived at Star Zone 1 and entered the stable wormhole gate, they would be able to reach the destination. At this moment, the ground started to tremble unusually. A piercing alarm sounded from the broadcast instantly after. Han Zhao's expression changed a little, and he instantly stood up. Kurlad woke up from his sleep as well, and the 2 walked out of the room hastily. The players behind them were lost but knew that there must have been some accident, so they followed the 2 of them. The hall was chaotic at this moment. All of the passengers walked out and looked outside the window, terrified. Colorful explosions flashed outside, but there was no sound due to the lack of air. The scavenger spaceships fired at the Shorthorn Star. The Shorthorn Star had already activated its high-energy shield, and a light yellow energy shield protected the spaceship like an eggshell. The scavenger spaceships were much smaller than Shorthorn Star, but they were also much more agile because of that. They dodged the attacks and dashed around, but Shorthorn Star could not dodge anything due to its large size. It could only endure the attacks with its shield. Chapter 322. Attack. Chapter 322. Attack. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. This is the captain of Shorthorn Star speaking. Passengers, we have encountered an attack from scavengers. We will start to turn our engine to its full capacity. As long as we enter the jump gate, we will be able to get rid of the enemies. Please do not worry. The enemy will definitely not be able to break the defense. We are very experienced in facing attacks. This time, the voice from the broadcast was no longer an electrically mixed voice. It was the firm and manly sound of the captain, comforting the passengers. As a low-class travel agency, the Shorthorn Star could not always avoid facing robberies from scavengers and space pirates, so Shorthorn Star had gone through special modifications. Thus, its shield was very tough, easier to escape. This isn't good. Han Shao had a heartache. He just wanted to arrive at the destination safely. Why did it have to be so difficult? A space attack was something that he could not deal with at his current strength. To a certain extent, he could only hope for the best. More than a dozen scavenger spaceships surrounded and attacked. There was a total of 3 logos. Suddenly, Han Xiao recognizes one of the logos. Boneless bird. Han Xiao immediately thought of Cecily from a few days ago, and he went to look for him in the crowd right after but could not find him. Cecily had disappeared without a trace. Han Xiao frowned and pulled an attendant aside, described Cecily looks, and asked, "Where did this person go?" This attendant was the woman attendant who had tried to seduce Kurlad back then when they just boarded the ship. She was horrified and said while stuttering, That passenger changed to the first class yesterday." Kurlad nervously walked over and said, "These are boneless bird scavengers. They were definitely called here by that middleman. I can't believe they are attacking so publicly. If this spaceship can't withstand it, we're all done for. I haven't lived long enough." "You don't say." "No one's lived long enough." The attack was too sudden and could not be prevented in advance. Cecily had a group behind him and could call for people, but Han Xiao did not have any galactic organization behind him, so there was nothing he could do, and he was at a very passive state. Furthermore, Han Xiao did not actually know how to read minds, so Cecily's moves and thoughts were unknown to him. If he started a fight in the spaceship first, he would be chased out instantly. There was no use of thinking of these things now. Han Xiao calmed himself down and said, "Cecily is their man, and he is on board this ship, which means that these scavengers will not destroy this ship. They will definitely try to board it. There are two possibilities. One is that they will attack the Shorthorn Star till it can't function, threaten to destroy the ship, and make us give in. The other is that if they can't break through Shorthorn Star's defenses, they will then attack us from inside and board the ship. We can't do anything about the former, but we can try to resist against the latter. Then what can we do? We only can counterattack if we have weapons." Han Xiao thought quickly. The spaceship did not allow possession of destructive weapons except in special cases, such as implants that could not be removed. All of the luggage and equipment is stored in the warehouse of the spaceship. "Okay. Don't leave me here. I can fight too," Kurlad said. Han Xiao grabbed the female attendant and yelled, "Where's the warehouse?" The female attendant heard their conversation. She opened her eyes wide in surprise upon realizing that the Godaran was the follower and that this low-profile human was the leader instead. It seemed that she had been wrong all along. She regained her focus upon hearing Han Xiao's yell and pointed the way, shivering. Without saying a word, Han Xiao was going to dash out of the hall immediately, but the female attendant hurriedly said, "Wait, don't leave." The spaceship had entered safe mode, so the exit to the hall is locked, and no one can get out. Bang! The players used their strongest attacks one after another. With a loud bang and streams of light, the broken mechanical lock shattered, and the metal gate was blasted away. Han Xiao did not slow down. He led the group and charged out of the gate. The remaining passengers in the hall were left panicking and lost. The scavengers and the Shorthorn Star were still in a stalemate. Most of the passengers were watching in horror. Han Xiao was not acting on impulses. He just never liked to let others decide the outcome, always wanting to have the upper hand. If the Shorthorn Star could escape successfully, of course that would be the best outcome, but if its defenses were broke through, these actions that he took now in advance would be crucial. If they only started to prepare themselves after they break in, it would be too late. The group ran for about 10 minutes. The tremors from the attacks never stopped. They could feel the Shorthorn Star trying to speed up, but it just could not enter the wormhole tunnel. Han Xiao knew that something was wrong. There was a lot of equipment that could stop spaceships from entering the wormhole tunnel, and since scavengers did robberies, they definitely possessed such equipment to prevent their prey from escaping. Suddenly, the spaceship trembled tens of times harder than it did before with deafening sounds of explosions. The group staggered and almost fell. Han Xiao's expression turned very serious. The universe was a vacuum, so the sound of the explosion meant that the enemies had destroyed the shield and broken in. This captain had jinxed it. Feebnovel.com. The moment that he heard the sound, a notification showed on his interface. "You have triggered an emergency mission. Protect Shorthorn Star." Mission introduction. Due to certain reasons, some groups of scavengers have their eyes on Shorthorn Star. They are preparing to board and attack all the passengers. Your fate is intertwined tightly with this spaceship. Mission requirements. Repel all the scavengers and protect Shorthorn Star. Reward, 350,000 experience, 1,500 ANAs, unlock area prestige. Looks like the scavengers chose the second method. There are two other scavenger groups other than Boneless Bird. The reason for them to work together and attack us is definitely more than just to capture a group of slaves. Han Shao turned around and saw the 20 or so players behind him standing in a daze, which meant that they were looking at their interface and had triggered the same mission. Fortunately for him, he would not have to spend his own quota. Han Shao opened the communicator and realized that there was no signal. There could only be one explanation for such a phenomenon. The scavengers had advanced equipment that could block the signal, which was definitely to prevent their prey from requesting help from nearby civilizations. It was clear that they were very well prepared and determined to catch their prey. The enemies have broken in, Han Shao said with a low voice. We can't rely on the guards of this spaceship, and I don't want to give up fighting. We have to protect this spaceship. I have a plan. First, we'll retrieve our weapons from the warehouse. Then, we'll split up into 3 groups. One group will head toward the main control room, and another group will look for the captain and the cadres. They have authority to operate the spaceship, so the enemies will definitely head toward these 2 targets as well. There's a very high possibility that we will get into combat, and we know nothing about how strong the enemies are, so act with caution. The last group will find the emergency escape ship. Such a large spaceship definitely has this kind of measure, so this will be the last resort. Players splitting up was very advantageous. They communicated with their interface, which would not be blocked, and Han Shao could control the situation by talking to the players. No one had any objections. Without further ado, Han Shao led the others onward and immediately headed toward the warehouse. On the side of Short Horn Star, a hole had been created on the shield by the scavengers' focus fire. Before the shield could recover, mechanical horns extended from 7 scavenger spaceships and rammed into Short Horn Star. Thick smoke came out of the hole, and a large group of scavengers boarded the ship successfully, entering the interior. Hundreds of scavengers equipped with various firearms battled the guards of Short Horn Star, shooting out beans and bullets, and people were screaming in agony as they fell. Most of the soldiers were normal people of various races, and there were also a few supers. One of the spaceship guards was an insect man pugilist with 6 arms who used the 6-sword style. Scavengers fell one after another under the cold blades. Who? Suddenly, a large shadow fell rapidly and shrouded this insect man pugilist. The strong wind pressure was like a black hole, sucking away the air nearby, and the surrounding people felt suffocated. Buzz, the insect man pugilist, let out an angry buzz as he raised the 6 swords to block the attack. Boom! The insect man disappeared in an instant. The floor suffered from the attack and sunk, but at the border of the impact, it protruded with edges like a ring of mountains. An enormous war hammer rose up slowly, covered in the acidic, green blood of the insect man, dripping down to the floor and making a sizzling sound. One hit, and the insect man had been flattened. Serpent Braid placed the silver war hammer on his shoulder with one hand. It rubbed against his stone skin and clanked. He yelled, "Kill the guards quickly. Gazers, go to clean up the main control room. Beast Hoofs, get some hostages." Serpent Braid had invited 2 other scavenger groups for this job called Gazers and Beast Hoofs. And the rest? Serpent Braid swung his braid and smiled hideously. Follow me to find that Godarin. Chapter 323, Danger and Splitting Up. Chapter 323, Danger and Splitting Up. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Has the distress signal been sent out yet? In the main control room, the captain was covered in sweat while the operator at the side was panicking. Our communications have been jammed. All signals are blocked. Impossible. The communication device on Short Horn Star is a high-grade device brought from a galactic civilization. How do these scavengers have such high-grade equipment? The captain was shocked and furious. Galactic long-range communicators had universality and diversity, causing signal-blocking devices to be very expensive. Furthermore, the enemy had an anti-jump device that could disrupt the space and prevent jumping. The captain was devastated. These scavengers are way too well equipped. The Shorthorn Star was unable to escape or request help. It could only last for a short time with its shield and armor. there was still a chance to survive. If the high energy in the area was captured by the detector's god aura set up around the galaxy, security would rush to help. In the populated star zones, the ruling civilization was the main security. The detectors were very sensitive, and some of them had fixed locations, monitoring a large area with artificial intelligence like a secured perimeter. At the time, Short Horn Star was flying toward the nearest detector. Since they could not space jump, it would take them about 20 to 25 minutes to reach the secured perimeter at full speed. The scavenger spaceships were small and agile but not very powerful in their attacks. The shield could barely last for this amount of time. However, the enemies boarding the ship were the imminent threat. The guards in the ship were gradually losing, and their target was definitely the main control room. If the main control room was taken, it would mean that Short Horn Star had lost. At that point, escaping would become a dream. Only 1/3 of the guards are left. They're retreating and can't stop the enemies. The scavengers are coming toward the main control room. "Captain, what do we do now?" An assistant looked at the surveillance image and shivered nervously. "Try to negotiate." The captain clenched his teeth, turned on the broadcast, and with not much hope, expressed that they were willing to pay them passage money. However, the scavengers did not reply. It was clear that they wanted to take the entire ship. The scavengers had only blocked the signals outside, so the internal broadcast in the ship could still function. Guards fell one after another in the surveillance image, and the captain was getting desperate. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he asked, quickly, "Get the passenger list. See if there's someone strong." Feebnovel.com. Someone frantically filtered the passenger list, and a few people's identities were displayed. All of them was slightly renowned combat personnel, and among them, the most famous one was the high-level mercenary, the Green Knight. The Green Knight! It's him! Great! The captain was overjoyed. He hastily announced through the broadcast, "Passengers, the situation right now is very urgent. The scavengers are heading toward the main control room. I hope the passengers with combat abilities can help us. This is saving yourselves, too, and I will pay a large monetary reward." The current situation was almost desperate. They would only have a chance to escape if the enemies on the ship could be defeated, so the passengers were his last hope. The captain could only rely on the passengers, especially the renowned Green Knight. "Who?" The war hammer swung sideways and blew away a large group of the spaceship guards. Serpent Braid swung the war hammer with one hand, covered in gray pugilist flames. The bullets and low-level energy beams could only leave white marks on his stone skin. This was his race talent, making him very tough. He was laughing insolently, charging forward with ease, and forced the guards away. The battle in the ship was heated. The shield outside was covered in explosions too. It was like a song of war. "Where are we now?" "Boss, first class is right ahead. Cecily is waiting for you there." Not long after, the metal gate of the first class appeared in front. It was locked. Serpent Braid held onto the handle of the hammer with both hands this time, spun around twice, and bashed the gate. With a loud bang, the gate was blasted away. Cecily walked out with a smile and said, "You're finally here. Good job. Where's that Goddard?" "In economy class." "Good." Serpent Braid grinned, turned around, and saw a group of passengers freaking out. He then ordered, "Capture all of them as hostages. Some of you stay here to guard." A group of scavengers cuffed small black rings onto the passengers' hands and feet, which then extended automatically into mechanical cuffs. They were very thick and tough, and even normal supers could not escape them. All of those passengers were taken hostage. There were a few supers in these passengers, but the scavengers outnumbered them. After seeing Serpent Braid's strength, any will to resist vanished. Serpent Braid then headed toward the economy class hall and brought those passengers under control once again. They searched carefully, but there was no sign of the Goddard, which made him furious. "I only moved to the first class yesterday, and the spaceship never made a stop," Cecily said hastily. "He is definitely still on the ship." Serpent Braid grabbed the head of a passenger and yelled, "Where's that Goddard?" They broke through the door earlier and ran out," the person answered hastily. Bang! His head was crushed. Blood splattered onto the faces of the other hostages, and they screamed. Serpent Braid shook his hands and said angrily, "They actually ran away. Go, find them now." Before he could finish his sentence, the voice of the other group of scavengers came out of the communicator. "Request for backup. We met a strong super on the way to the main control room and were stopped. Please help. Boss, the target is in this spaceship and won't be able to run away," Cecily said hurriedly. "We should take over the main control room first. As long as we have control of the spaceship, we will find the target sooner or later." Serpent Braid nodded and said, "Then let's go to the main control room. Cecily, you stay here with some people to keep these passengers under control." "No problem." The economy class passengers were cuffed and thrown aside. With the scavengers aiming their firearms at them, they were shivering and did not dare move. Serpent Braid took some people and headed toward the main control room. The spaceship was rather large, so it took some time for them to finally arrive at the scene. Corpses of the scavengers were scattered all over the floor. Serpent Braid saw a flash and a green burst of light like a fountain at the end of the path. About a dozen scavengers were thrown against the wall. Their bodies were twisted, and their bones were broken. The Green Knight stood at the path to the main control room with a cold face. Green streams of light covered his body like ripples. He was actually an esper, able to control a special green energy that could be melded into various shapes, which could be used to attack and defend. It was considered a variant of force field type esper power, and this was also how he had gotten his name. Look, Green Knight Lurden, a high-level mercenary, a remnant of the Sunial race. Desire appeared in Serpent Braid's eyes. He gripped his war hammer, walked toward him with excitement, and said, "Finally, someone strong." Lurden's eyes were filled with coldness. He was a mercenary, so the reason he was helping was mostly because of the reward promised by the captain. Otherwise, he would have gone to find the escape ship long ago. His left mechanical arm folded and transformed, showing a black cannon muzzle. Laser beams shot out at an extremely high speed, penetrating through the chest of a few scavengers, leaving a burnt hole behind. The other scavengers looked for cover hastily and fought back. Serpent Braid was fearless. He charged forward with large strides. The lasers only left burn marks on his skin. He spun the war hammer covered in thick gray flames and bashed straight down on the Green Knight's head. Lurden raised his left arm. The green light formed a burning light shield and blocked his head. Bang! The impact rippled through the light shield, and green light splashed all over the place. 10 minutes earlier, in the Shorthorn Star warehouse at the tail of the ship, far away from the battlefield, the sound of the battlefield could barely be heard. Han Shao and the others were flipping through the warehouse. Found it! Han Shao finally found his box. He opened the password lock, and white and cold smoke billowed out. In it was the Amphiptera. He quickly equipped it, activated the system, and was soon surrounded by the suit's glow. Light from the energy core was shining bright, and blue energy flew through the pipes like blood. With the equipment in hand, Han Shao felt relieved. He brought along all of his weapons and suddenly remembered Kurlad's requests. After some consideration, he held on to Wrath of Garrett and threw all of the remaining small golden spheres back to Kurlad. "Your equipment, take it. Don't be a burden." Kurlad was stunned for a moment. He grabbed the small spheres and said solemnly, "I will fight alongside you." Only half of the players were online, so it was only 20 players who got their weapons back. "We will split up into teams now," Han Shao said in a low voice. As according to the plan, they divided into 3 groups. Frenzied Sword, fried eggplants with fish, and another guild would be going to find and take control of the emergency escape ship. Temple of God and Dynasty would go to cut off the scavengers' retreat route and stop the enemies from entering from the entrance they broke through. Kurlad and the rest of the players would be following him to the main control room, which was the most important task. At this moment, the announcement of the captain's request for help came from the broadcast system. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled after he heard it. Monetary reward. Chapter 324, Expanding Profit, Initiatives. Chapter 324, Expanding Profit, Initiatives. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. The space in the spaceship was limited, so he could not wear the Batwing's flying device. Han Xiao used his electromagnetic hover boots and mini maneuvering equipment to dash toward the main control room. The sliding speed was much faster than stepping on banana peels. Han Xiao was experienced, so he knew that the main control room was extremely important, and to be able to make it in time for backup, he was moving at full speed. He could not afford to wait for Kurlad and the others, who were temporarily left behind. As he was rushing alone, he was also analyzing the enemy's strength in his head. They could not make Shorthorn Star fall even after this long. There is definitely no grade B super among the scavengers, or the spaceship would have been captured long ago. The strongest among them would be at most grade C or C+. With my equipment and talents, there is a very high chance I can match up to the enemy. However, the enemy definitely has a lot of subordinates. The standard equipment between the galaxies varies, and their attack damage will not be too low. It will be quite dangerous to get focus fired. Han Xiao remained calm as he listed the factors that would affect the situation in his head. He knew full well how strong he was. He would not be overconfident, nor would he overestimate the enemy. Although there were many supers in the universe, very strong ones were scarce. Most were still at grade E and D, excluding those who had just become supers. Starting from grade C, one would be considered to be quite strong. In Shattered Star Ring, grade C supers were considered to be the backbone level. Grade B was very strong and rare, and grade A would be extremely rare. The sound of collision echoed through the tunnel, making the metal walls tremble. The green light clashed with the warhammer once again. Both of them took large steps backward. Whoosh! Steam shot out from behind Lurden's back, releasing the overload pressure from his implanted body. He was breathing heavily, sweating, and his already very pale cheeks became paler. Using power required energy, but his mechanical implanted body could not generate energy. The mechanical implants gave him dynamic weapons and a harder body, so he would not die so easily. However, that came with a price. He could not last long in battle. At this time, the mechanical implant body had damage everywhere, releasing electric flames. Serpent Braid was very fierce and powerful, but Lurden was confident that he would not lose to him. However, this was not a one-on-one. Hundreds of scavengers hid at the side and shot at him. He had to be aware of the stray bullets at all times, so a lot of energy was wasted in building the energy shield. His concentration was diverted too, and a lot of damage was caused by the other scavengers. At the end of the tunnel behind Lurden was the door to the main control room. If he walked away, the main control room would be in danger, which had restricted his movements for a very large extent. He did not dare ignore Serpent Braid and deal with the scavenger sidekicks first. The door of the main control room was closed tightly, and all the situation outside was shown on the monitor from the surveillance cameras. Everyone in the main control room was terrified. The captain wiped his sweat, pressed on the table, and murmured, 12 minutes till we arrive at the security perimeter. You have to hang on. The intense sound of gunfire sounded again. Lurden could only create the light shield to protect himself while Serpent Braid grinned ferociously. Not giving Lurden any time to catch his breath, he pounced again and slammed the war hammer down rapidly. Lurden's eyes were filled with blood, his face was cold, and he tried to hold on. However, the green light shield was turning dimmer at a visible speed. Suddenly, the light shield burst, and the war hammer hit the left side of Lurden's body without any hindrance. Boom! Half of Lurden's body exploded. Parts splashed out like a blossoming flower, shooting onto the walls, and the oil splattered all over the ground. Lurden flew out and hit the wall, but there was no pain on his face. His body was half implants, so the shattered mechanical body did not have a sense of pain. This technology was more mature and complete than what the Germinal organization had. Of course, it would not damage one's life. Suddenly, flames shot out from under his feet. He flew up, jumped over Serpent Braid, and fled. The reward was why he helped. His life was more important to him. Half of his body had shattered, and the situation was very critical, so he immediately fled without any hesitation. It was so rational it was almost too cold. This spaceship will definitely be lost. No matter what the scavengers want to do, I'm not their target. The security perimeter shouldn't be far from here. I just have to take the emergency aircraft to escape. The scavengers will not chase me. Seeing that Lurden had fled, the captain lost all strength and plunked himself in a chair. His eyes shut in agony. It's over. It's all over. The Green Knight had run away, and the enemy was inches away from the main control room. What more hope was there? Serpent Braid suppressed his desire to chase. He remembered the main mission and brought the rest toward the main control room door. Panic and terror spread, the people were horrified. Every step that the scavengers took, the captain's heart sunk deeper. This situation was already hopeless. The captain could not think of anything that would reverse the situation. He could not help but think of his wife, his kid, and his mistress back home, and his heart filled with sorrow. Just as Serpent Braid was about to hammer open the door, he suddenly heard an explosion, and a surge of heat rapidly approached from behind him. He hastily turned around, and a thick beam of scorching light rapidly expanded in his vision. Serpent Braid hurriedly raised his war hammer before him, and the flames condensed into an invisible force field protection layer. The beam hit right on target. Bang! The war hammer turned into burning hot iron instantly. With a loud scream from Serpent Braid, the war hammer fell out of his hand, and he was blown away. The ember on his arms and chest was still burning. What? The captain's expression suddenly changed. At the other side of the tunnel, Han Shao was holding a strange golden firearm, and smoke was still coming out of its muzzle. Wrath of Garrett had 513 raw damage, with Flaming Will multiplying it by 2.7 times, plus 2 times critical from stealth attack, plus steady aim, increasing damage by 30% after damage reduction. This shot dealt 2,124 damage. Unfortunately, the true damage from lethal shot did not trigger. Han Shao glanced at the scene, as he said, "Looks like I'm just in time." Serpent Braid struggled and stood up. He picked up the war hammer, letting it burn his hands, and stared daggers at Han Shao. Another one. Kill him. Other scavengers turned around and focus-fired him. Bullets and beams were everywhere. The tunnel was narrow, so there was nowhere to dodge. With one thought, the hovering shield shuttle flew out, forming into an electromagnetic shield before Han Shao, and the rain of bullets rippled the shield. Serpent Braid spun the warhammer, not to attack Han Shao but the main control room door. With a loud bang, the door fell, and the main control room was exposed. The people inside hastily backed away from the door, and the captain banged into a chair while going backward, falling onto the ground. He looked up at the tall Serpent Braid with horror on his face. Just as Serpent Braid was about to enter the main control room, at this time, a dark red stream of light appeared between Han Zhao's eyebrows. A sexy outline of a lady appeared behind him. Her red long hair was floating like seaweed. Character Summon card. Gila. Without any hesitation, Han Shao used all 3 psychic impacts on Serpent Braid. Having just seen from the combat information that Serpent Braid was a LV-70 pugilist, Han Shao knew that since the stone giant blood gave him very strong physical resistance, correspondingly, his mind was his weakness. Serpent Braid stopped in place. The next second, thick blood shot out from his nose and mouth, and he felt like his brain had exploded. The world was spinning, and he lost control of his body, fell before the main control room door, and could not get up. Han Shao endured being hit multiple times and dashed through the scavenger's blockade. His biological muscles expanded as he grabbed Serpent Braid's braid and threw him to the other side. Their positions had swapped. Now Han Shao was blocking the door. These actions had resolved the crisis of the main control room. The captain felt like he was towing the line of life and death. He gulped nervously and said, "Are you a passenger, too?" The captain could not express what he actually meant because he was so nervous. What he actually meant was, this mysterious mechanical suit warrior seemed to have even stronger combat power than the slightly renowned Green Knight, but why was he not on the passenger list earlier? Fruobnovel.com. The captain had originally thought it was hopeless, but Han Zhao's appearance made him see the dawn once again. This time, Han Shao turned around and said, "I heard you'll pay a reward." Although his face was covered by the mechanical suit, his tone was also calm. However, Due to some reason, the captain felt like he could faintly see a profiteering smile on the man's face. Probably my imagination. After the disappointment from Green Knight earlier, the captain did not dare hesitate at all. He had to grab onto this life-saving rope at all costs, so he hastily exclaimed, "That's right. I can give you a lot of money. You must stop them." A notification appeared on the interface. "You have triggered the mission captain's request." Mission introduction. The Short Horn Star's captain has decided to hire you to protect the spaceship and his safety. Mission requirements. Successfully protect Short Horn Star and keep the captain alive. Reward, 8,000 anas. 8,000? That's quite a lot. Anas had a very high purchasing power. Not mentioning Han Zhao's knowledge, Kurlad's salary as an investigator was only 4,000 anas annually, excluding the benefits that he received, and this guy splurged on entertainment and night activities, yet he could still save 800 plus anas. Han Zhao was very satisfied. Within the same matter, he could take initiative and reap more money from different people. Back when he was running his power-leveling business, he had already become very familiar with this method. Many players had this habit as well. When they knew that they were going to a certain place, they would accept all the missions regarding that place in advance and complete them at once, getting a greater profit. This new mission had only been given to him, and the other players did not have it. Chapter 325. This was completely on purpose. Chapter 325. This was completely on purpose. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Although the mission requirements were not easy to complete, Han Zhao instantly felt more motivated after receiving the private assignment. The scavengers were currently in control of the passageways, and Han Zhao's job was to keep all the enemies outside the doors of the main control room. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Bullets and energy beams rained down on Han Zhao, but his electromagnetic plates blocked most of the attacks, while the few that made it through were stopped by his thick body armor. Most of these scavengers were normal people with weak physical bodies. However, they were armed with deadly weapons. Some were even equipped with electromagnetic and beam weapons. Although these weapons were only infantry weapons, they were still able to cause Han Zhao some trouble if they concentrated their fire on him. Serpent Braid struggled to get himself back up due to the stun status effect. The 3 hits that landed on him did not shave off much of his health, but they had given a bunch of headache-inducing debuffs. He had underestimated his opponent. Never would Serpent Braid have thought that Han Zhao, with a body covered in mechanic gear, was able to use spiritual attacks. Not that he would have been able to block it anyway. However, Serpent Braid believed that he now had a clear understanding of Han Zhao's strength. He was a tough opponent that was no weaker than the Green Knight. Serpent Braid welcomed these kinds of blood-boiling fights, yet as he was about to join the fray, Cecily's voice suddenly sounded over the communicator. "Boss, this ship's approaching the patrol zone, and we don't have much time left. Be careful of spending too much time on strong enemies, and go straight for the control room." Serpent Braid frowned, but he still managed to calm himself down and gave out the necessary command. "Concentrate fire." The lackeys then went all out with their attacks, putting Han Zhao under even more pressure. Serpent Braid lifted his hammer and wanted to use this opportunity to circle around Han Zhao. Once he captured the main control room, he would be able to shut off the ship's shields, allowing the scavengers outside to directly destroy the ship. Once that was done, the ship's personnel would most likely surrender, as it was either that or utter destruction. Han Zhao was pinned down by heavy fire and could not get out quickly. However, his eyes flashed, and four sonic spheres flew out, blocking Serpent Braid's path while they gave off faint shockwaves in the air. To protect the control room, Han Zhao had to basically plant himself in front of the door, and this meant that he could not counterattack. Yet, Han Zhao did not panic. He knew that Kurlad and the players were already on their way. It was only a matter of time before his helpers arrived, and he would then be able to take care of Serpent Braid himself. Serpent Braid was not a pushover, and Han Zhao could not just ignore him. However, turning his full attention onto Serpent Braid would mean leaving the path open to the other scavengers. The only other option was to activate that ability, but it had a 7-day cooldown period. The current situation was not that desperate yet, so Han Xiao did not want to reveal this trump card. He decided to keep on delaying the enemies while waiting for reinforcements. The control system of his machinery was directly connected to his nerves, and this allowed him to fight on multiple fronts at once. The sonic spheres and the compounded magnetic chain split blades danced through the air like butterflies. They were like a group of annoying wasps to Serpent Braid, as not only did they hurt a lot, Serpent Braid could not seem to get his hands on them. He had also tried to just rush through. However, he was blocked by Han Xiao despite the heavy fire from the scavengers. Serpent Braid was furious, and he swung his hammer around, finally destroying a couple of the machines. Boom, boom, boom. Time ticked by, and Amphiptera's durability was constantly going down. Han Xiao did not really mind this, as he had made sure to bring along enough spare parts and repair materials. He planted himself in front of the scavengers and entered full defensive mode. With Amphiptera's defensive capabilities, he was like an immovable steel wall. Boss, time is running out. We can't take over the main control room. Cecily's voice sounded once again. Shut up. Serpent Braid got even angrier, and he bashed his hammer all over the place. When he saw that Han Xiao's suit seemed to be getting more and more damaged, he started to think that he was close to beating his opponent. Boss, calm down. Our objective is the Godarin. We don't have much time left, and the ship's loot isn't worth it anymore. Let's give up on the control room and go look for the Godarin instead. We will be able to earn much more money from our client if we can hand him the Godarin. Aren't Beast Hoof and his men looking for the target? They have already searched half the ship, but they still couldn't find the Godarin. The ship is too big, and they don't have enough men. Serpent Braid furiously cursed before picking up his hammer and backing off. Let's go. Don't mind the control room anymore. We will go capture the Godarin. The scavengers hurriedly retreated, and Serpent Braid had to give up on the control room that was right in front of his eyes. Han Xiao then finally realized the scavenger's goal. The scavenger's target is Kurlod? Han Xiao felt like there had to be more behind this. Send out the message. The plan has changed. Everyone is to now give up on all other tasks and look for the Godarin. Cecily, take the hostages back to our ship. These hostages will still be worth some cash. Everyone else, look for the target. Seeing that their chance of capturing Shorthorn Star was close to none, the scavengers decided to change their strategy and go for their target instead. Once they have gotten hold of the target, they could then escape with the scavenger ship that was still flying right by Shorthorn Star. After giving out his orders, Serpent Braid glared at Han Xiao, as if telling Han Xiao that he was letting him go this time. At that moment, the other side of the passageway exploded in a burst of yellow, and the shadow of a spear danced through the air as it pierced through multiple scavengers. The scavengers that got hit all fell on the ground. Kurlod had finally arrived. He held the Godarin battle spear in one hand while holding a golden energy shield on the other, standing in the scavengers' path. With Han Xiao behind them, the scavengers were pincered between the two. Godarin! Serpent Braid could not have been happier. He never would have expected the prey to show up all by himself. Serpent Braid quickly took stock of the situation, and as if realizing something, he turned back to look at Han Xiao. So, you're with the Godarin. Do you think just you two are enough to take us on? I will have to thank you first for handing me my target on a platter. This development was just what Serpent Braid wanted. He no longer had to waste time searching through the ship. All he had to do was defeat the Godarin and take him with them. Serpent Braid roared and ran to Kurlod with his warhammer in hand. Boom! Kurlod held up his shield to block. However, he appeared incapable of withstanding Serpent Braid's brute force and had to take a few steps back after the impact. Just as Serpent Braid was about to follow up with another blow, over a dozen players suddenly appeared behind Kurlod. They were all filled with energy, and it was obvious that they were all battle-ready supers. The scavengers suddenly lost their numerical advantage as that number of super could easily destroy them. Serpent Braid's expression underwent a drastic change, as the rage was suddenly replaced with shock and despair. How were there so many supers traveling on this low-level spaceship? The scavengers had already made a rough estimate of the Shorthorn Star's fighting strength before they made the ambush, and there should only have been a couple of Grade C supers on board. This was because any of the stronger supers would usually either travel using their own ship. Even if they wanted to save money, they still would not go for this cheap civilian transport. A ship like the Shorthorn Star was like a public bus, while the more expensive travel agencies were like high-speed railways. The Green Knight was already surprising enough, let alone the sudden appearance of this group of Grade C supers. Which rock did these supers even spring out from? They're even teaming up. What a disaster. Han Xiao chuckled and said, I also have helpers. However, the smile disappeared from his face the next instant, and he said in a cold voice, Go, freewebnovel.com. Han Xiao and Kurlad's group rushed toward the scavengers, who were stuck in the passageway, and began the one-sided massacre. The situation suddenly turned around. CR*P. Boss is screwed. Cecily shuddered, as if a gust of cold wind went up his spine. He was currently taking the group of the hostages back to the scavenger's ship. What do we do now? We can't save the boss. Let's return to our ship first. Cecily felt that things had gotten way out of control, and he was also extremely worried. His only concern at that moment was getting back onto his ship safely. He also was not exactly betraying his boss, as his original order was to escort the hostages back onto their ship. However, the thought of reinforcing Serpent Braid not once crossed his mind. Scavengers were a selfish bunch, and loyalty was basically non-existent among them. The only thing that Cecily cared about was getting himself out of harm's way. The boss wants me to take the hostages back to our ship. Move faster. Cecily tried to hurry his underlings along. Just as he was getting to the middle of his sentence, he suddenly stopped and stared at the corner of the main hall. In the corner that had been empty just a few moments ago now stood over a dozen people. Hao Tian, Sleepy Winter, Rainy Kim, Bunhit Dog, and several other players who had promised each other to play some Galaxy after finishing dinner had come online together. The players were flabbergasted as they took in the drastically different surroundings. Hey, what's the situation? Why have the passengers been taken hostage? Who are those people pointing their guns at us? Why is the spaceship shaking nonstop? There are even sounds of gunshot from far away. Are we under attack? The scavengers in the main hall all had their tongues tied to the back of their throats as they stared at the newcomers. They had already carefully checked all the rooms when capturing the passengers. Where did these people come from? Were they ghosts? The two sides stared at each other with widened eyes for a moment. As more and more of the scavengers pointed their guns at the players, Hao Tian and the others finally understood the situation. What were they still waiting for? Kill! Energy burst forth from the group of players as they released their abilities, crushing the scavengers under their feet in a matter of seconds. Cecily completely lost his cool. How despicable! You would even resort to ambushing. Chapter 325, The Secret Buyer. Chapter 325, The Secret Buyer. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Frenzied Sword and a group of other players stood guard at the door to the launch bay for the escape pods while chatting with each other out of boredom. Everyone else is fighting while we're just sitting here doing nothing. It's not fair, complained Perfumed Bear. He was part of Fried Eggplants with Fish's trio, and he was a cute little kid. Our mission is also very important. We're guarding the escape path. Frenzied Sword tried to console the group, but then he also said in a depressed manner, but it does kinda suck. Sun Eggplant scratched the back of his head and said to Frenzied Sword, I don't think that we have properly met before. The dark horse of the Pro League and China's #1 mechanical pugilist. That's quite a name you've got. Frenzied Sword was feeling a bit embarrassed and humbly replied, You don't have to praise me that much. I just got lucky. The big names in the esports scene were always interested in meeting the new blood. As long as they had the results to back themselves up, it did not matter if they were only a newcomer. The group of people seemed to get along quite well. After a few more lines back and forth, Dancing Fish Dragon, who had remained silent for the most part, said, Are you interested in signing with Fried Eggplants with Fish? Frenzied Sword hurriedly gestured with his hands. I really like Fried Eggplants with Fish, but Rivervale has been good to me. They are even in the process of building a new team around me. Oh, Dancing Fish Dragon replied and went back to not saying anything again. After chatting for a while more, the sound of footsteps suddenly arose from the far side of the launch bay. Frenzied Sword and the others immediately stopped talking and looked toward the source of the footsteps. Lurden showed up, and he frowned at the players. "You aren't scavengers. Who are you lot?" "Who are you?" retorted Frenzied Sword. Lurden did not answer the question. He could tell that the players were not scavengers from their gear, and he suddenly felt alarmed as he did not know whether they were friend or foe or why they were guarding the escape pods. "Are you passengers?" Lurden's eyes flashed. Sort of. Are you also trying to escape?" Lurden pointed at the dozen ships and said in a deep voice, "If you're willing to pay, I promise to protect you on your way." Even when at death's door, Lurden did not stop thinking about making more money. "We aren't trying to escape. Black. Cough cough. Someone told us to watch over here. The others are currently fighting the scavengers back on the ship, and things are looking good. Why would we run? There are still people fighting back?" Lurden's eyes gave away his surprise, and he asked, "How many more companions do you have?" "About 30 or 40. Lurden had thought that the main control room was certainly lost without him defending it. However, the sound of fighting and what this group of people had just told him clearly proved otherwise. He finally realized that he was not the only one trying to fight back against the scavengers. These people seemed quite capable, and the situation at the main control room seemed to be under control. So, there was no reason to escape anymore. I can still go back to help now and earn some money from the captain. freewebnovel.com. Lurden had a change of mind and gave up on running away. He said in a deep voice, "I'm a mercenary. My code name is the Green Knight. Where are your friends fighting? I can lend them some help." Frenzied Sword and the other players looked back and forth between themselves for a moment before they decided to point out where the others were engaging in combat with the scavengers. After getting this information, Lurden turned and was determined to kill his way back. Following the last anguished scream, Serpent Braid became the last scavenger standing in the passageway. His shaky form and his body full of wounds, along with his uneven breaths, made him look like a beast on its last leg. Kurlod fought alongside the players and had cleared away the other scavengers. Serpent Braid realized that the situation was getting bad and decided to break away from the fight. However, Han Shao never gave him a chance. In a one-on-one, Han Shao completely suppressed Serpent Braid. Han Shao might as well have just hung him up and beaten him with a stick. Serpent Braid's health was already nearing 0, and he could barely hold up his hammer. "Still want to struggle?" Han Zhao's voice sounded over his suit's communicator, while the sonic spheres span behind his back. "Keep fighting and you're dead for sure. A scavenger leader like you will definitely have a decent bounty on your head. Let go of your weapon, and I will let you go to jail peacefully. There's no point in losing one or more body parts now." The scavenger's mission to capture Kurlod had piqued Han Zhao's interest. The Godaran's influence in the Colton Star Cluster was considerably big, and although a random Godaran would not be worth that much, Han Shao believed that there must have been some hidden motive behind this. Clank! Serpent Braid let of the hammer and allowed it to fall to the floor. The sudden change in weight caused him to lose balance, and he also crashed to the ground. He was out of breath, and his expression looked deathly. Serpent Braid felt that this should be enough to show his surrender. Although Serpent Braid was often a hot-headed person, he was no fool. At least he would still be alive in jail. Serpent Braid was thoroughly tied up. However, even while in a sitting position, the man's upper body was over 2 meters high. A thought suddenly occurred to Han Shao when he saw this. It seems like this fellow is a hybrid between a stone giant and a human. With that huge of a difference in body size, it would be to be his human parent. Regardless of their gender, Han Shao instantly pressed on the brakes in case he accidentally thought up some horrifying scenes. Aren't these people a bit too free? It's not like it's a same-sex relationship. They're not even the same species. But who am I to assume that the reproduction part involved true love and not some weird fetish? This world is too scary. Han Shao calmed himself down and threw away all the nonsensical thoughts from his mind. "Tell me, who hired you? Why are you trying to kidnap the Godaran?" Serpent Braid let out an angry snort before saying, "Don't even think that I will tell you that. Those in our line of work do not sell out our clients. Han Shao smiled coldly and threatened. Although we can get a bounty for turning you in, that doesn't mean that we have to turn everything in completely. Give me the information before I start taking parts off of you. My client is Dark Star, Serpent Braid answered almost instantly. Han Shao smirked. A scavenger talking about loyalty. Haha. Kurlad, who stood to the side, immediately turned serious. Dark Star. After Kurlad's reaction, Han Shao finally remembered that Dark Star and Ghidorah were sworn enemies. Serpent Braid started to explain everything from the beginning. Dark Star has been buying pure-blooded Ghidorahs in secret. For a blood sacrifice or something. The starting prices for captured Ghidorahs were very high. We thought that it was a godly opportunity when we found a Ghidorah aboard a low-end commercial spaceship, so we contacted Dark Star to make some good money. We agreed on a deal, and our job was to capture the Ghidorah. That's pretty much it. Pure-blooded Ghidorahs were very high up the hierarchy, and most of the Ghidorah observers would travel around in their own spaceships. Kurlad was truly unlucky to have been found by a random group of scavengers who were then hired by Dark Star. Han Shao wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. So, obviously, the enemies were not on the hunt for some natives like themselves. The low security level on this ship gave the scavengers the courage to make the move. This was why Han Shao wanted to travel with some higher-end travel companies, but Kurlad was just too much of a poor B***starred. Money could not do everything, but one could not do anything without money. So, this all happened because of your poor *SS, complained Han Shao. Kurlad felt extremely wronged. He was actually being accused of being poor by the man who robbed him. Was there still justice in this world? Although he was not the target, he still got in a little bit of danger this time. Han Shao said under his breath, Dark Star. This group had quite a bit to do with the mutation disaster. Never thought that we would get in contact so soon. After resolving the danger of the main control room, Han Shao asked the players around him to contact the rest of their group. The players' communication through their interface could disregard range and physical barriers, and they were able to find out the situation with the other teams. Shorthorn Star was about to enter the patrol zone, and most of the surviving scavengers were trying to run back to their own ship. The players from Dynasty and Temple of God were the ones who had been sent to intercept the runaways, and it seemed like they were experiencing quite a fierce battle. That group of scavengers was led by another one of the scavengers' leaders, and he was about as strong as Serpent Braid, which basically made him a mini-boss. The players from Dynasty and Temple of God were having a hard time taking him out. Just as Han Shao was about to walk over to reinforce those players, the ship's captain walked over. Thank goodness. The main control room is all right. This is all thanks to you. As long as you stand guard here, this ship will be safe. Han Shao interrupted him and said, My companions are trying to stop the enemies from running away. I will be going to help. This Ghidorah will stay here with the others to protect the control room. You aren't staying. The captain was paranoid, and it was obvious from his face that he did not want Han Shao to go. You don't have to care about those scavengers who are already running away. As long as we're okay. The captain did not feel safe at all, and he did not care at all about the scavengers getting away. He only wanted Han Shao to stay and protect him so that he could feel a sense of security. Chapter 326 Enemy Slain. Chapter 326 Enemy Slain. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Han Shao did not want to stay either. Then, the operator in the main control room shouted with surprise, We are in the Magic Eye Energy Radar's effective range. The data shows that there is a Ghidorah police station nearby. It's going to take 20 minutes at most for them to show up. The captain let out a sigh and announced the good news on public announcement to calm the passengers. Seeing what was happening, Han Shao gave Kurlad a message and left alone to help. Cecily panicked as he ran to the spaceship by himself as all of his men were captured by Hao Tian and others. He was the only one that saw the situation was bad and ran as soon as he could, and that was why he had not been caught, or else no one would have survived from the attack. Reaching the section where the scavengers had docked, he heard sounds of battle in front. Cecily stopped abruptly and cautiously looked forward. He saw a group supers fighting intensely with the scavengers. He recognized these supers, who was the partners of the Ghidorah, some very powerful natives. The fight was intense and could not break apart. The Gazers' chieftain stayed back at the spaceship with his troops to fight against players from Dynasty and Temple of God. The chieftain of the Gazers was a birdman sorcerer with wings and an eagle's head. He was an expert in mental attacks, and he was the most troublesome enemy that the players had to deal with. The players had low resistance against mental attacks, so they constantly got stunned in the fight. He could single-handedly deal with all the players by himself. Cecily ran over and shouted, "Let me help!" The scavengers moved to open up a path. The chieftain turned around, grabbed Cecily by his collar, and demanded, "Where's the hostage?" "I don't have him. I got tricked." The chieftain roared in anger. The operation had failed if they did not capture the Godarin, and they did not even get the hostage. On top of that, they had wasted so many resources and manpower. Even Serpent Braid, the boss of Boneless Bird, was captured. Serpent Braid, that be *starred, calling us back when we still haven't finished investigating this spaceship. This is not a good business. After Beast Hoof and his men come back, we'll retreat. Get inside. The chieftain kicked Cecily in the spaceship. After a while, another group of scavengers returned, and players from Dynasty and Temple of God were in a tougher situation. The chieftain of the Gazers then commanded his troops to slowly retreat into the spaceship and leave the Shorthorn Star. The players had no power to stop them. Then, from far away, a series of laser beams flew by and killed a number of scavengers. Lurden finally arrived at the scene. His face was cold and calm. Even though his left mechanical arm had been shot off, he still had a secret barrel near his crotch firing laser beams. The scavengers quickly ran up to the bridge and tried to get back on the ship. Lurden's eyes flickered a green light, and he released a deep roar. He swiped his arm and created a green light barrier in front of the entrance, stopping the scavengers from getting in. "Don't just stare at them. Attack. I can't hold this for long," Lurden shouted at the players as sweat dripped down his face. After the fight against Serpent Braid, he had used up a considerable amount of energy, and to maintain a green light barrier required focus of energy by the user. If there was not another group to help, he would not have used this skill. If they could delay them just a bit longer, they would not be able to run away once the police force came. Green Knight, the chieftain of the Gazers, roared, and his psychic power exploded as if there was a tornado spinning around his body. A dense wave of mental power rushed toward Lurden. Lurden coughed as blood started dripping from his nose. However, he did not collapse and the barrier stayed up. The scavengers then tried to attack the green barrier, but the barrier only vibrated. Some of the scavengers charged toward Lurden. The only way to bring down the barrier was to get rid of the Green Knight. The players quickly reacted and intercepted the scavengers. Light beams shot all over the place, and the sound of destruction continued. The battlefield was in chaos. Cecily, who was in the spaceship, was extremely worried. As time passed, he just wanted to leave everyone and fly off by himself. Soon, Han Shao arrived at the scene. After looking around, he understood the situation and came up with one simple and brutal solution. The enemy was done for one. The chieftain was out of the way. Sorcerer? His level should be lower than Serpent Braid. A classic glass cannon. Han Shao had a high intelligence status, so his mental resistance was adequate. The cooldown for Flaming Will had already finished, and without any word, he pulled out the Wrath of Garrett and shot the first bullet. Hong! The gun barrel fired out a light beam. The chieftain noticed the attack and quickly built a psychic shield. However, it was shattered in an instant. The light beam consumed a small part on the side, and it was burnt black like coal. The white psychic power in his eyes faded, and he collapsed on the floor and screamed in pain. This attack triggered the special effect of Lethal Shot. The first shot against the enemy had a 12 to 25% chance of dealing true damage. In the vision of Han Shao, the health of the chieftain went from 80% down to 20%. With such a heavy attack, the chieftain gained the exhausted and crippled statuses. Han Shao took the chance and charged forward, knocking down the scavengers in the way. In the middle of the enemy, Han Shao controlled the chieftain who had no way to fight back. This series of actions happened in an instant and took down the enemy that the players had troubled with. Even though it was a sneak attack, the efficiency of the method was shocking. Lurden squinted and stared at Han Shao. What a powerful man. He also seems to be a mercenary. The chieftain was as powerful as Serpent Braid, but they had different statuses. Han Zhao's explosive power was suitable for enemies who are glass cannons. In comparison, it would take more work to take down fighters like Serpent Braid. Moreover, Han Zhao triggered true damage this time, so he looked overly powerful. Without the chieftain, the group of scavengers turned into chaos. Cecily did not care about the rest of the scavengers and instantly turned to the pilot's seat to start the engine. Cecily shut the door down, but he suddenly heard the sound of metal being torn apart. Han Zhao walked in and threw Cecily out of the spaceship. Hello again. Han Zhao opened up his mask and smiled at Cecily, but all Cecily could see was a face scarier than a tiger, and a sense of danger creeped into this heart. It's you. Don't you dare kill me. I still have a lot of things, and I know a lot of intel. Cecily lost his cool, and his face was filled with fear. He only wanted to live. Bang! An electromagnetic needle pierced through Cecily's skull and exploded the back of his head, covering the floor with his blood. Han Zhao put back his ghost sniper rifle and did not even spare a glance at Cecily's corpse. He turned to the players and said, "I'll leave the rest to you." The rest of the scavengers did not stand a chance against the players, and none of them escaped. Suddenly, the spaceship's shaking stopped. Han Zhao looked out the window and saw that the scavenger spaceships had been shot down, and some of them had run away. It was only then that the battle ended. It's finally over. Luckily, everything is fine. Han Zhao let out a sigh. Encountering an enemy in space meant death for everyone on the spaceship. This episode did make Han Zhao sweat a little, but this reminded him of the tension that he felt during space combat. After staying on planet Aquamarine for so long, the familiarity of space combat was slowly coming back to him. After the battle, Han Zhao concluded that he did utilize the advantages of players and controlled the situation well. The sudden group of players that went online was also a lucky incident. Overall, he graded himself 82 points out of 100. At this time, Han Zhao then noticed Lurden on the side. Seeing the broken mechanical body, his eyes flickered. Mechanical implant body. This should be a class advancement improvement, and there's also transformation function. With his mechanical background, Han Zhao quickly analyzed the technology. Even though Lurden was also interested in Han Zhao, he was rather cold and quiet as he stood by without showing any intention of befriending Han Zhao. Seems like he's a lone warrior, Han Zhao thought to himself. He looked at Lurden's crotch and laughed in his heart. Never mind, he is a shameless warrior. Chapter 327, The First Job and the Reputation System. Chapter 327, The First Job and the Reputation System. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. When the Goddard patrol team finally arrived and floated alongside Shorthorn Star, the emergency barrier around Shorthorn Star was already off, and they could receive communications again. Before the mission was completed, another objective popped up, asking him to head to the ship's captain for the reward. Han Zhao came to the main control room, followed by all the players, and he found that the captain was explaining the incident to the patrol team. The patrol team realized that the scavengers had already been neutralized, so they questioned the captain for the details. A scavenger raid was only a minor security issue to begin with, and since the passengers were all safe and sound, the patrol team only had to go through some formalities and record the event into their system. Although he got close to meeting his kinsman, Kurlad did not act out and only stood beside Han Zhao while playing around with his armor. After their conversation over the communication link, the captain broadcasted the current situation to the whole ship. The threat has been neutralized. I apologize for scaring any of you. Shorthorn Star will now head directly to the Ubarely hub for docking and repairs. Sounds of celebrations and shouts could then be heard all over the ship as the surviving passengers hugged each other, glad that they were alive. After turning off the broadcast, the captain turned around to thank Han Zhao and the players. His face was full of emotions as he asked, "Please allow me to express my deepest gratitude. Could I know your name?" Han Zhao. The captain repeated this to himself a few times to make sure that he did not hear incorrectly. He was sure that this was not the name of a famous warrior nor a mercenary. I will keep my promise and reward each of you for protecting the ship. Lurden. who was standing to the side, coughed lightly. The captain hesitated for a second before saying, "Green Knight, you will also not be missing out on the reward." Although the captain knew that Lurden had run away halfway through the raid, he did still fight and contribute to their victory. Lurden nodded. Han Shao raised his eyebrow because the name Green Knight reminded him of a very distant memory. He frowned as he tried to remember the bits and pieces of information from his past. Normally, any detail that he bothered to remember would often be meaningful information. "Green Knight, of the Sunil tribe?" muttered Han Shao in a small voice. This tribe had quite the storyline. The captain rewarded them directly through transfers. All the players who accepted the mission were able to get a cut. After they each registered their own accounts, they were each able to receive 1,500 anas from the captain. That amount of money was just shy of Kurlad's pay for half a year and was worth quite a lot. Hao Tian and some other players, however, were not able to receive the reward as they had not been online when the raid started and thus could not accept the mission. They were so frustrated that one could almost see smoke coming off the tops of their heads. Although Shorthorn Star relatively low-end, it was still owned by a financial group. This reward was taken straight out of the financial group's pocket. Han Shao had also received an additional 8,000 anas. This extra reward had been given to him personally by the captain. Han Zhao's savings instantly broke past 10,000 anas, and his heart tingled with happiness. This was the first payment that he had gotten after coming to space, and the amount was pretty good. He now had a pretty decent starting fund. He was also glad that the players had gotten their pay because this meant that they would finally be able to contribute to the economy. All he had to do was look for opportunities to sell them things, and anas would start rolling into his account. If he had been the only one doing the mission, he would only have been able to earn a fixed amount. However, with the players' participation, that amount potentially increased several dozen times. The players were like Han Zhao's mini bank accounts. Protect Shorthorn Star completed. The captain's favor completed. Area reputation unlocked. Location Colton Star Cluster, Garten Galaxy. Renown 2. Level, some random mob. The area reputation system was a new feature that players could unlock after venturing into space. The universe was wide, and from participating in all kinds of activities and missions, one could earn achievements as well as renown in their area. One's reputation points in the area was directly related to one's legend status. Earning reputation points was a must-do in order to become a legend in space. The larger the area, the harder it was to acquire renown. Protecting Shorthorn Star had helped Han Shao build a good impression with the ship's backing financial group, allowing him to be written into their records. Area renown points were useful. Whenever one interacted with the different factions and tried to accept missions from them, the number or level of missions that could be accepted as well as the reward often depended on one's renown. The reputation system was a crucial feature, and players in Han Zhao's past had often been willing to do anything and everything to earn renown. One of Han Zhao's side jobs in his past life was actually to grind renown for others. However, most of his clients did not know that his work motto was, "Breaking was easier than building." Whenever he was done with a job, although his clients' characters would have a considerable amount of renown in the area, they would also have a bounty on them and be hunted by half the area's forces. Of course, he did not offer returns. After receiving his cut of the reward, Lurden was about to turn and leave, but Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he took big steps, blocking Lurden. "What is it?" Lurden stopped. Han Shao had made quite a deep impression on him, and he was a bit alarmed at why the other would try to stop him. Han Zhao's eyes darted around before he coughed and said, "I caught the boneless bird's leader, Serpent Braid, and was about to be on my way to turn in his bounty. However, it seems like I would have to go to a decently far-away galaxy for that. I don't really feel like going that far right now. How about I sell this bounty to you?" Lurden paused for a second before replying, "Sure, that's fine. Snake's bounty is 3,500 anas. You can transfer the money." Lurden frowned. "You don't expect me to pay you in full, right? It will cost a considerable amount to travel to another galaxy. Why would I do this if there's nothing in it for me? How much do you want to pay?" 1,500. Why don't you go rob a store instead?" Han Shao smelled something. It smelled like someone who was one of his own. His eyes immediately focused, and he said slowly, 3,000, 1,800, at least 2,900, 2,000. The two went back and forth for quite a while. Lurden barely budged when it came to money, and he was not willing to let go of even the tiniest profit. Although he looked like a cold person, he was now arguing until his face was red for the sake of a few hundred anas. After arguing the good half of the day way, the two finally agreed on a price. Lurden will be paying 2,501 anas in exchange for serpent braid. Han Shao considered it his victory for the single extra anas. After making the deal, Han Shao felt like he had gotten somewhat closer to Lurden. His eyes flashed and asked, "Do you know the reason behind this raid?" Lurden shook his head and said in return, "But it seems like you do." Han Shao smiled faintly while staring at Lurden's face as he explained. This group of scavengers were paid to act on the behalf of Darkstar. They were ordered to capture that Godarin over there. How unlucky, right? When Lurden heard Darkstar, his pupils immediately contracted, and his eyes gave of a glint of pain and hatred, as if he suddenly remembered a painful memory from the past. "Oh, I see." Lurden finally took a deep breath and calmed down. He then bade farewell and left with an emotionless expression. Han Shao chuckled and pointed at Lurden's armor. "I'm a mechanic. If you don't mind, I can do some repairs for you." Lurden stopped in his tracks and asked, "For free?" We're not that close yet, but I only need a little fee for it. I will fix your gear for 5 anas. Then it's fine. Glad to meet you. Bye." He turned and left without another word. Han Shao felt helpless and clicked his tongue. Won't even spend 5 anas? How stingy. Kurlad strolled over to his side and let out a sigh while shaking his head. Sigh. He's one of the Sunils, right? His greed is understandable. I know. Han Shao nodded and made some calculations in his mind. He had initiated a conversation with Lurden on purpose. Aside from turning over serpent braid, he had also wanted to introduce himself to Lurden. He was able to come up with a new plan from their conversation. The Sunil tribe was a tribe that lived in the Garten Galaxy. They had a pretty awesome storyline. Although it should only have been available in a later version, Han Shao was able to confirm that the storyline was already in effect from his previous conversation with Lurden. He remembered that the Sunil storyline would offer the opportunity to earn a very rare subclass. Han Shao was currently stuck because of the class change requirement and was in need of a new subclass. Moreover, this storyline had a pretty important main character. Han Shao was very interested in important main characters, and this particular main character was quite crucial to the next steps of his plans. The reason to venture off into the stars was basically to get stronger. That, coupled with the important main character, made Han Shao believe that the storyline would be very beneficial to his growth. Moreover, the Sunils had quite the backstory to them. They were a small civilization in the Garten Galaxy. Although they started out as a rather peaceful people who lived fulfilling lives, one day, Darkstar commenced an invasion on a massive scale that decimated their home planets. The survivors of the Sunil civilization migrated until they eventually received the Godarin's protection. They were given a piece of land on some random backwater planet and were allowed to live. But just barely. Their civilization had suffered enormously from the war and the migration, and it was on the brink of collapse. This was why Lurden was furious at the mere mention of Darkstar. The hate that Sunils had toward Darkstar was one that arose from the near extinction of their entire race. Chapter 328, The Ubayerly Hub. Chapter 328, The Ubayerly Hub. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. After the scavenger attack, Shorthorn Star headed straight for the Ubayerly Hub without making any stops. After several days, a massive fortress that floated in space appeared outside the windows of their ship. The Ubayerly Hub looked like something straight out of a sci-fi movie, with its futuristic steel structures standing out in the backdrop of countless distant stars. It looked both intimidating and mysterious at the same time. Spaceships came and went through its docks in an unceasing manner, and their massive engines left behind lines of multicolored light in space. Thousands of these lines surrounded the space station, and even though there was no sound in space, It was as if a magnificent fireworks show was being held. Such was the beauty of civilization. After turning on their communications channel, they started receiving signals from countless sources. Each spaceship was in the process of gaining entry to the hub, and voices of all languages and accents mixed with the robotic voices formed a unique cacophony of sounds. The bustling hub was in sharp contrast to the stillness of space. Shorthorn Star started to slow down its speed as it approached the Rivervale hub. The space station grew larger and larger in their ship's windows before it soon took up the entirety of their view. It was then that the people on board finally realized the scale of this gigantic space fortress. Shorthorn Star, which was only comparable to a small city in size, was like a tiny pea next to a watermelon when put next to the Rivervale hub. The players, who had never seen this before, had looks of awe on their faces. They were shocked to the core. One would truly feel insignificant when in front of a space station such as that. So big. It's basically a small planet. So, this is Galaxy. The players could not hold their excitement back, and soon, they even fell in love with the sight in front of them. The shimmering stars in space would remain to be a wonder for all who looked up at their skies. The players were no different. Bunhit Dog made sure to record everything, and he hated that he could not use more cameras to capture this moment. Han Xiao, on the other hand, remained calm as he stroked his chin. The glint in his eyes suggested that he was in deep thought. Entering the Rivervale hub was the first step in their journey in space. The Rivervale hub was a middle point, a massive hub where countless forces interacted with each other on a daily basis. Information from all over the Colton star cluster passed through the hub. It could basically be treated as a main city, as it offered many features such as rooms for rent. To Han Xiao, the Rivervale hub would be an important place for the first part of his plan. Most of his future activities would start out from the hub. If he was to map out his future movements in the Colton star cluster, it would look like a spider web with the Rivervale hub at the center. Han Xiao believed that the most important objective right now was to make a breakthrough in his strength. LV-70 meant nothing in space. He already had an astronomical amount of experience, 27 million. So, all he had to do was find a way to turn all that experience into actual combat strength. In other words, he needed to complete his class change requirements, find a subclass, and look for advanced knowledge. Rivervale Hub was a great place for trading advanced knowledge. The anas that he had earned earlier would be put to great use soon. Han Xiao currently already possessed 2 pieces of advanced knowledge, and he needed a total of 5 to class change. Based on his memory, however, the anas that he had was not enough. Advanced knowledge was always expensive to acquire. Yet, compared to Planet Aquamarine, the process of acquiring advanced knowledge was 10 times easier. As long as he had enough money, he would not even have to worry about getting into a good relationship with the buyers. Earning money was an important objective. Just then, the captain's voice sounded over the ship's broadcast system. We're about to enter and dock in Port 273. All passengers, please head to the waiting area near the ship's bridge to wait for landing. Allow me to once again express my gratitude for choosing our travel company, as well as my deepest apologies for the earlier incident. Thank you for your cooperation on board. Shorthorn Star entered a large docking area, and the bottom of the ship locked on to the docking rails. After the ship was secured, the port's metallic gates opened, and the ship was let in on the rails before the gates closed again. The passengers on spaceship then headed toward the bridge to wait to disembark while carrying their luggage. The players were all carrying Han Zhao's material boxes. The large packs of materials and equipment looked rather suspicious and easily grabbed the attention of the surrounding onlookers. However, the passengers all knew that Han Xiao was the one who had protected the ship from the scavengers, and they looked at Han Zhao's group with kindness in their eyes. Not that Han Xiao and the players understood what a kind expression would look like when it was on the face on another species. To the players, these warm looks were as good as threatening glares, and they were in a constant stage of worry for their own lives. I'm finally free. Kurlad was emotional as he stretched out his arms, as if trying to embrace the sky. Calm down. It's not like I treated you badly. I didn't torture you. Han Xiao gave him a sidelong glance before saying, You even earned 1,500 anas because of me. I feel like you should be thanking me instead. I would. If you would just return my equipment to me. Wow, why is it so noisy here? Sorry, what did you say? Kurlad felt helpless about this. He knew Han Shao well enough that probably only if God Gal himself showed up would Han Shao be willing to give back what he had taken. He shook his head and got serious. I need to go back to work, and I need to submit a report. I won't go back on our promise, and I will make sure to not trouble you with my report. Even if you don't trust my words, you should be aware that due to the dangerous nature of the observer's job, what you did wasn't nearly enough to warrant a bounty on your head. You can rest assured that no one will trouble you due to this. Sounds good. Han Shao chuckled as he silently put away his gun. Freewebnovel.cm. I will count it as my bad luck for meeting you, Kurlad said dejectedly. I'm pretty happy though, Han Shao replied happily. The spaceship shook once before it finally came to a stop. The exit slowly opened up, revealing a white platform in front of them. The dock was as massive as a city square, and there were bright lights all over the place. The ceilings must have been at least a few hundred meters high to be able to fit the entire Shorthorn Star inside. At the end of the platform was the entrance into the space station. When Han Shao brought the players off the ship, he was able to catch a glimpse of Lurden, who hurriedly dragged along his bounty and was walking at the front of the group. After the attack, Han Shao did not get another opportunity to converse with Lurden, and their relationship did not progress any further, but that was fine for Han Shao. We should be able to meet again as long as I interact with the Sunil storyline. After walking through a long, winding passageway, they finally arrived inside the Ubarely hub, and the space around them suddenly opened up. They were currently at the hub center of the space station. However, although it was called a center, the place was more like a city and measured several dozens of kilometers in length. At the edge of the hub center was a gigantic, arched French window through which they could see the vastness of space that was just outside. The group had walked through an entrance near the French window. The hub center's ceiling was also extremely tall, and the top was over 1,000 meters away from where they stood. At the very middle was a white tower that was built right through the ceiling. Countless buildings surrounded this tower, forming rings upon rings of structures. The buildings were all built with drastically different designs, and each building took up a large amount of space. Each floor was a huge platform on its own, built with all kinds of facilities and areas. There were also bridges that connected these tall buildings with one another. The dizzying number of bridges and walkways between the buildings formed a maze-like megastructure, while many public air transport vehicles darted through the open spaces. The ground was also dotted with a variety of massive infrastructure such as gyms, theaters, and public parks. This was a place where countless different species interacted with each other. Transport could be seen flying around the air at all times. The players almost felt like this was all too much for their eyes to take in. It was like they had entered an unimaginable world, and everything that had only been a figment of their imagination in the past had become reality. Basically, they were speechless and really excited. The hub center offers many features. Han Zhao's memories all started to come back to him. It can be divided into approximately 10 or so areas, and there are all kinds of restaurants, equipment shops, and entertainment centers such as bars and racetracks of all kinds of species. There are also training grounds designed for supers, which offer gravity training rooms, combat simulators, meditation rooms, mechanical workshops, as well as offices that offer jobs and employment for supers. There are powerful entities such as the Mercenary Alliance and the Mages Organization. There are also financial groups and other forces that are interested in hiring supers. There's also the trading center, which allows one to trade with people from all over the cluster, and there are also shipyards that specialized in building and repairing spaceships. Essentially, this place would be able to meet all his needs for a while. Ubarely Hub would be a long-term base for his plans in the future. Chapter 330, Happiness of the Poor. Chapter 330, Happiness of the Poor. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios. Can I go now? Kurlad asked. Naturally, there was no need for Han Shao to break the promise of allowing Kurlad to leave after reaching Ubarely Hub. Han Shao suddenly had an idea. Kurlad was an investigator that had landed on planet Aquamarine, and maybe Han Shao could hint about the mutation disaster since he was a citizen from planet Aquamarine. There's something I need to tell you. I hope you can put it down in the report. Before you say anything, I respect my work as an investigator, so don't bother telling me to write fake news, Kurlad said with confused expression. If you respect your work, then pigs can also fly. After Han Xiao went speechless for a second, he continued speaking with a serious tone. Planet Aquamarine is now covered in a mist of shadow. I believe that there will be a disaster that could wipe out the entire planet. I hope that you can emphasize this point on your report. And if the department has plans to investigate Planet Aquamarine again, I suggest that they look for clues about the disaster. Kurlad did not really pay much attention, but he said, I'll put it in the report. Han Xiao was not sure whether the mutation disaster had begun. It would not be a disaster that could shake the entire version if the cause was easy to find. The probability that the Goddard Investigation Department would listen to his suggestion was ridiculously slim, but Han Xiao's purpose was not actually to get Goddard to find some clues. This action was to prevent problems in the future. If mutation disaster did happen on planet Aquamarine, then Goddard would remember this report, and he could build up a proper relationship with Goddard. Kurlad would be a middleman facilitating the communication. Okay, that's it. You can go now. Hope we'll meet again. Han Xiao then suddenly said, remember to take your first step with your left foot. Huh? Kurlad was extremely confused. He waved as he said goodbye. After some thought, he stepped out with his right leg and disappeared into the distance. He's so obedient, Han Xiao muttered with a smile. After the farewell against Kurlad, Han Xiao needed to deal with proper business. Ubarely Hub had a lot of opportunities, and Han Xiao still remembered the majority of them. However, the most urgent matter was to rent a resting space and store the supply boxes. He would have to stay in Ubarely Hub for a considerable amount of time, so he had to get a room so that the players would know where to meet up. Moreover, the resting room could be set as a save point for players to go on and offline. The registration office for the resting room was in the central White Tower. Han Xiao and the others hopped on a small public flying device and reached the destination. The flying device was used to replace walking. It was easy to use, and the design was similar to a small UFO. There were 4 holes on the bottom that were an anti-gravitational device, which was releasing a dark blue light. Han Xiao was used to this, but this was a new and exciting experience for the players, as if they were babies exploring the outside world. The 3rd level of the tall tower was the registration office. A lot of people were lining up, and Han Xiao was one of them. He slowly inched forward with the line. After half an hour, Han Xiao saw a group of people cut through the line and stand in the VIP channel. The staff of the hub appeared and respectfully welcomed the group. The group were wearing pure white battle mechanical suits that looked like normal plated armor. On each of their chests was an upside-down triangle with different colors. 3 thin pipes were extended from the 3 angles of the triangle. 2 of them went across each shoulder, and the other pipe covered the crouch. The 3 lines then intersect at the back of the suit. The position of intersection point was directly behind the triangle. Why don't they have to line up? Maple Moon asked curiously. Han Xiao recalled the sign and said, they are people from Sky Ring, and they are also called the Sky Ring Army. There are tens of thousands of members in the army. This organization comes from the Jellic Star Cluster and does not belong to any civilization. They are free mercenaries who are famous in the Shattered Star Ring. They are hired to be bodyguards, soldiers, explorers, and directors to start a colony. They even take jobs to fight in wars. They have a famous reputation, so they get the VIP treatment. The Jellic and Colton star clusters were neighboring star clusters in the Shattered Star Ring. The Sky Ring members probably got some mission in Colton. This showed that the market for the Sky Ring was extremely large since they got requests from another star cluster. The Sky Ring had created a huge name for themselves, so the members had all sorts of benefits across the Shattered Star Ring. Reputation in the universe was an important factor, and this scene just showed that if one was famous, one could go through the VIP channel with ease, while the rest of the common travelers yawned in line, waiting their turn. Han Xiao could not help but remember that he had the same special treatment in Planet Aquamarine. Now, in the universe, he had to build everything from the bottom up. However, Han Xiao did not miss the benefits that he had on Planet Aquamarine. Han Xiao had an adventurous trait in his genes. If one never left one's comfort zone, One would only remain in the same position and never improve. After waiting in line for what felt like an eternity, it was finally Han Zhao's turn. There were all sorts of rooms, and since Han Zhao still had money, he rented a middle-level resting room with a storage room. The room was large enough to fit in a dozen of people, and it only cost 40 anas per month. The resting room was located in a building nearby. Han Zhao looked at the door number and quickly found the front door for the room. He opened up the lock with his authorization, and the heavy metal door slid open, revealing the room inside. The room was simple and the space was large enough. Everyone rushed into the room and pushed the supply crates into the warehouse. Han Zhao coughed purposefully, and everyone looked at him. He then said, "We will stay in the Rivervale hub for a while. This will be our base for now. Since this is the first time that you have all left the planet, take some time to adapt to the new environment." No one had any objections as they were still in the stage of confusion in the new world. "Why are you so familiar with all of this?" Maple Moon asked. "Isn't this the first time you have left the planet as well?" The things that Han Zhao had done on planet Aquamarine had only given the players the impression that Han Zhao was a local. However, after stepping into the universe, Han Zhao acted like it was his home. No one paid attention to this except Maple Moon. Han Zhao thought for a while and said, "You all know that I can see the future. Even though this is the first time that I have physically traveled into space, I can see things far away. More importantly, I have this." Han Zhao took out his communicator. Maple Moon suddenly felt that she had asked a stupid question. She pouted and looked upset. Han Zhao took out a book containing all the rules on Rivervale Hub. "Read the regulations first. Don't break the rules or else you will be captured by the security team. I need to do something first, so you all stay here and don't leave the room." Rivervale Hub had a security team to facilitate safety and peace. They would instantly catch anyone committed a crime or broke the rules. The players all gathered around and read the regulations. Han Zhao left the resting room alone and headed to the exchange center. With the money that he had left, he first had to buy some class advancement knowledge. The exchange center was separated into small individual rooms with a control interface. Han Zhao walked into a room and opened up a trading list. Countless items filled the screen. With the name, introduction, price, seller, and delivery time, the interface looked a lot like websites for online shopping. The regional online exchange center aggregated all the items for sale in the stellar area. Sellers just posted the items that they wanted to sell, and the variety of options made it more convenient for buyers to purchase. The items were all verified, so it was impossible for anyone to buy a fake item. Han Zhao directly chose Mechanic Super Knowledge. Colton Star Cluster did not have a lot of sellers for knowledge, and there was no knowledge that was in a complete set. From the 3 branches and 15 knowledges in total, only 8 were on sale. All the prices for the items were more than 10,000 anas. Knowledge like Advanced Mechanic Power and Advanced Energy Theory were sold up to 50,000 anas. The reason that the knowledge was this expensive was probably because the major organizations did not have to share the information, and people did not want to build relationships with camps, so they could only spend a fortune to buy the knowledge. However, this was not a problem for Han Zhao. He could make a few copies of class advancement knowledge and sell it to the players so he could easily earn back the money. To make the players buy the knowledge from him, the price had to be a bit lower, but this could also build a better bond between him and the players and perhaps gain even greater benefits. Unfortunately, it was just an ideal dream. The restriction that he faced was demand for the market, and for Han Zhao, the players were the only market that he had. However, each player only had 1,500 anas, so he had to put the idea aside. Even though he did not have much money, Han Zhao would never auction the knowledge to the players. To let the players easily get this knowledge did not fit Han Zhao's vision. So, not only did he have to make himself rich, he also had to make the players rich. He had to build up a small society and foster everyone for a better life. After searching through the list, he could buy a class advancement knowledge that was barely useful. It was Advanced Radar Technology with the price tag of 11,000 anas. The knowledge was more utility-based, where it focused on detection and scouting using methods such as radiation, waves, and light spectrum. At least it's better than nothing. Han Zhao sighed and confirmed the payment. He connected the personal communicator and uploaded the information to the interface. The personal account balances started rolling, and in an instant, the balance was left with only 2,000 anas. Han Xiao felt tears running in his eyes. It's back. Everything is back. It's this feeling, the excitement of a mechanic. Every time I spend money, my blood pressure skyrockets. Happiness of the poor. Happy my ass. We've reached the end of today's episode. Thank you for traversing the boundless landscapes of fantasy with us. If today's story has sparked joy within you, please remember to hit the like button, share our journey with others, and subscribe to Lord of the Stories for an ever-expanding collection of mystical escapades. Until we meet again to turn the page to a new adventure, hold the tales dear in your heart and let the embers of magic warmly glow in your spirit. Farewell, intrepid explorers of the narrative unknown.